Chapter 701, The Dao of Humanity. 9. Moreover, with his cultivation and talent, there was hope for him to advance to a primordial soul wizard in the future. 100 years was nothing to a fifth circle wizard or a primordial soul wizard. Number 80, Middle Riptide. It was now in ruins. In the Civil War, this place was implicated and razed to the ground. The original owner had no intention of continuing to repair it and just left it idle. The Tower of Pharmacists at the side was also rebuilt after the war. In 20 years, they had lost nearly a third of their pharmacists. Outside the Tower of Pharmacists, there was a list of pharmacists who had either died or gone missing. An ordinary-looking white-haired middle-aged man was staring at the name list in a daze. Second Circle Pharmacist Grimm, from Area 9 in the Outer Sea region. Number, has been confirmed dead through the Soul Jade. Third-class military merits awarded. Second Circle Pharmacist Tommen, has been confirmed dead through the Soul Jade. Third-class military merits awarded. Second Circle Pharmacist Levi, from Area 9 of the Outer Sea region, serial number. Suspected to be missing. He has been declared dead through the program and is awarded second-class military merit. Third Circle Pharmacist Huffman, from the first region of the Outer Sea region, Halfling, serial number, confirmed dead. First-class military merit awarded. Damn it, he's already dead. What's the use of giving him military merits? Levi watched in silence. I was wondering why there was no notice for me to serve in the military for so long. It turns out that you think I'm dead. When I received the official wizard's notice, I didn't record my spiritual power mark in the Soul Jade, so the military shouldn't be able to determine if I really died. However, it shows that I'm dead. There's a high chance that it was done by Huffman. His goal was to make me fake my death to escape the conflict that swept through the city. Levi murmured in his heart. Grimm and Tommen should really be dead. They have recorded their marks on the Soul Jade. Once they die, the officials will immediately know the situation. But what's the use? We're so insignificant that we'll disappear into the dust. The big shots won't care even if they know you're dead. Thank you, Huffman. However, in this era, I'm too weak to avenge you. I hope you don't hate me in the underworld. Of course, if I live to the end and my fists are tough enough, I will find the people who killed you and crush these big shots to death. Of course, an old man like you had better fake your death. Levi had been worried that he would be arrested for evading military service. From the looks of it, Huffman had already settled everything for him. Thinking of that shrewd and stingy halfling, Levi's emotions were complicated. He looked at the mansions of the big shots in the upper riptide. He clenched his fists, his veins bulging. Then, he took a deep breath, turned around, and strode away. Since he had already confirmed his death, there was nothing much to do in Riptide City. Levi looked at his membership card. He was still a righteous wizard and a member of the Grey Tower. The information on it was all from a long time ago and had not been updated. Maybe it's because of the war, but the membership card system seems to only exist in name. How can I tell if one's a dark wizard in the future? Levi felt a little emotional. Of course, it was also possible that there was something wrong with his membership card. In short, Levi was in a very strange state. He wandered around the borders of dark wizards and righteous wizards. In the military, he was a dead person. In the future, he might need a new identity and change his appearance. Worried that he would be recognized by some familiar experts, Levi did not stay in Riptide City for long. He took out a sea map and casually found the location of the Wizard Bazaar in the Inner Sea region closest to him. He flew forward like cotton in the wind. My goal in the next 100 years is to survive and become stronger. Chapter 702, Legendary Wizard Tool, 1. On the endless sea, Levi rode on his griffin and advanced carefully. He was on guard as he flew. In this chaotic world, he might be targeted by dark wizards at any time. Originally, they were not dark wizards, but perhaps because of the gradual collapse of order, they began to embark on the path of crime. Levi only obtained a portion of the sea map of the Inner Sea region, which included the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th regions. There were too few sea maps that included the entire Endless Sea. It was not suitable to stay in Area 6. There was the 100-eyed demon territory here, and there might be many demons hiding there. Moreover, this place was too close to Riptide City. Now that she was determined to change her appearance and start a new life, Levi wanted to change places and start over. Moulin Rouge Wizard Market, Black Pearl Wizard Market, Green Water Ghost Wizard Market. These 3 wizard markets were relatively close to Levi. They were all in Area 5 of the Inner Sea region. Let's go to the Moulin Rouge first. If he wanted to obtain cultivation resources, he definitely could not go to a deserted place. It was simply a fantasy to rely on himself to find cultivation resources. Therefore, Levi's main goal was still to go to the wizard market. He had been in seclusion in the Outer Sea region for too long and was somewhat isolated from this world. He had to go to the wizard market to take a look at the current situation and study it. Next, he had to continue being a nomadic wizard or find a way to join a stable wizard organization. Griffins were very fast. Pets like griffins were relatively common transportation tools among some middle-level and high-level wizards. They were not special. Hence, Levi was not worried about being recognized as Lint, the Dark Wizard. Moreover, to encourage the killing of dark wizards, the officials did not ask about spoils war from hunting dark wizards. But in the Inner Sea region, Mountain Giant Bogang and Wind Thunder Winged Dragon will be used less. Levi murmured in his heart. Bogang was the death servant of the Thunder Dragon family. It was not a problem for him to be in the Outer Sea region. There were a bunch of country bumpkins there, so they couldn't recognize him. However, in the Inner Sea region, with the Thunder Dragon family's power and status, there would always be some risks if they frequently used Bogang. In fact, Levi originally wanted to go to a wizard market in the 7th district of the Inner Sea region. It was the closest to him. However, he remembered that the Thunder Dragon family was in Area 7. They were one of the major forces in Area 7. Without a doubt, they were the local tyrants. If he went, he wouldn't be walking into a trap, but he would still feel guilty. In short, once he decided to stay in the Inner Sea region, Levi had to be more cautious than in the Outer Sea region. The experts here could not be said to be like carp crossing the river, but they definitely far surpassed the Outer Sea region. That day, Levi flew into the sky. He traveled for a month. He was getting closer and closer to the Moulin Rouge Wizard Market. He looked at Spider sensing and his hair stood on end. This was a warning. His expression remained unchanged as he continued on his way as if nothing had happened. The snake tongue breathed in and out, carefully collecting the aura within a radius of dozens of kilometers. I have 3 men following me. Levi's expression turned cold. About 20 miles behind Levi, a small, shark-like wizard airship was flying quickly. This was a flying shark model wizard airship. The defense of this kind of wizard airship was average and it did not carry many people. The only advantage was that it was extremely fast. If paired with ether stones, its speed was not much inferior to those expensive griffin mounts. In the wizard airship, 2 men and a woman were drinking beer. Increase the horsepower and catch up to that wizard. The female wizard was dressed in revealing clothes. Compared to a wizard, she was dressed in a wasteland style. Leader, if we go any faster, we'll have to burn double the amount of ether stones. The male wizard driving had an ugly expression. Burn it. After this, we'll be able to make a huge profit. The female wizard finished the beer in one gulp and took out a large number of ether stones from the storage bags of another male wizard, stuffing them into the fuel cabin of the wizard airship. Leader, this is my wife fund. You're daydreaming all day long. You've already stepped into this line of work, and you're still hoping to get a wife? It's already good enough that you can see the sun tomorrow. I'll make it up to you after I finish this job. The female team leader slapped the male wizard's head hard. It's getting closer and closer. That griffin's maximum speed is ultimately inferior to our airship, another wizard said. Cheer up. Since the other party can ride a griffin, he's either a disciple of a big family or a third circle wizard. In short, he must have some skills, the female team leader said. I'll hold them back later. The 2 of you set up the heavenly net array you bought. If you want to deal with such an enemy, you have to use an array. Oh cough. These 3 were a group of dark wizards active in Area 5 of the Inner Sea region. Before the war between the dark and righteous wizards broke out, they were once members of a 4th circle wizard organization in the Inner Sea region. However, that wizard organization had been destroyed by the dark wizards. Even their leader had died an unnatural death. After the 3 of them lost their organization, they became nomadic wizards and did not have any skills. The ether stones they usually earned were not enough to support the consumption of cultivation. So he thought of doing some illegal things and formed a wizard pirate group called the Flying Shark Pirates, led by this female leader of the Third Circle Wizards. In any case, the world was in chaos now, and the Wizard Council was in a terrible fix. No one could care about them. Chapter 703, Legendary Wizard Tool, 2. According to the grapevine, the reason why the war between the dark and righteous wizards could not be resolved was because of a long time. It was because among the 12 legendary wizards of the Wizard Council, there were already two factions. One was a conservative faction that advocated continuing to operate following the old order. The other was a reformer who wanted to completely change the order of the wizard civilization. These two sects had been fighting in secret at the beginning, but now, it was about to turn into an open battle. In other words, the legendary wizards were not united. Someone took advantage of the chaos caused by the dark wizards to make a big fuss and wanted to split the Wizard Council. In fact, just a few years ago, a piece of news that no one knew was true began to spread in the endless sea. The legendary wizard tool Heart of Skynet in the Central Realm was actually destroyed under the eyes of the Grand Wizard. What was the Heart of Skynet? This might not be the most powerful legendary wizard tool, but it might be one of the most important wizard tool to the wizard civilization. This wizard tool was the material guarantee of the membership card system. Relying on the powerful computing ability of this wizard tool, the wizard world could collect and update all the wizard information in real time. For example, to issue a recruitment order to a wizard, it had to be done through the Heart of the Skynet. Even the credit cards of many official venues could not do without this thing. If a wizard died and his soul jade shattered, it would be bound to the Heart of the Skynet. That was why the Wizard Council knew about the death of those wizards. Therefore, the Grand Wizard had been guarding this wizard tool personally all along. Every once in a while, there would be legendary wizards taking turns to guard the place. And something so important had inexplicably broken. Only legendary wizards could do it. In other words, there was a mole among the 7 legendary wizards guarding the wizard world. Of course, the officials later refuted the rumor, saying that it was a rumor. Some people asked why the contents of the membership card were not updated. The officials said that it was because the Heart of Skynet had been operating for too long and needed fixed maintenance and repairs, so it would be suspended for a period of time. The exact recovery time was yet to be determined. While the Heart of the Skynet was offline, the rulers of the realm of the unbelievers issued traditional identity tokens to verify the identity of wizards. There was no doubt that although the officials had refuted the rumors, no one would believe it. From the looks of it, the wizard civilization might be facing a crisis more serious than any civilization invasion in the past. This was because the cause of this crisis was not the outside, but the inside. When a powerful wizard civilization could not be united, that was the most terrifying thing. Therefore, the binding force of law and order had decreased over the years. According to incomplete statistics, crimes such as burning, killing, and looting were also increasing year by year all over the wizarding world. Someone said, if the wizard civilization can't end the civil war, our civilization might regress to the ancient wizard era. Some people also said, the current civilization is called the era of order, but it's actually just an excuse for those with vested interests. Some huge wizard families infiltrate the various ruling classes of the civilization and do all kinds of things. The complicated nepotism and corruption in the parliament made it even more difficult for ordinary wizards to obtain resources than in ancient times. Their promotion channels were completely blocked. They were also children of chaos, but some people from wizard families could advance to third circle wizards. As for the silent majority, they could only stop at the apprentice wizard level because of the extremely uneven resources. Everyone knows that there is no absolute fairness in this world. Since that's the case, just like in the ancient era, everyone will speak with their own abilities. The fittest survive. In short, after the Heart of the Skynet was damaged, the wizard world became even more chaotic. The hearts of the people also began to become active. Some of the magi who were proclaiming the revolution chanted slogans that were similar to nobles, generals, and ministers would rather have guts and began to attack the old order. The once incomparably huge and seemingly unbreakable wizard civilization was now riddled with holes. All kinds of systemic and social problems were exposed. The appearance of the 5-sector expedition and the chaos of the dark wizards were also related to these problems. A small group like the Flying Shark Pirates was just a small microcosm of the current chaos of the wizard civilization. They had already successfully plundered many wizards in this sea area. Most of them were low-level wizards. Occasionally, they would attack some third circle wizards. Relying on the power of the array, they had also succeeded. Not long after, the airship had caught up with Levi. The female leader opened the cabin door and jumped out. She cast a third circle defensive field on herself. At the same time, a wall of water formed by water appeared in front of Levi. The wall of water began to gather around Levi. Innate spell, High Water Wall. Levi was like a cicada who had hit the south wall. With a bang, he bounced between the walls of water, unable to break through. Quick! Array! The female leader shouted. The two male wizards put away the airship and muttered something. One array flag after another flew into the sky and spun around Levi. In an instant, an inescapable net about 100 meters in diameter formed and surrounded Levi. The third circle trapping array that we bought at such a high price is really useful. We might be able to recoup our losses after doing this. The female leader sneered. Their team was professional, and they cooperated extremely well. Before Levi could react, he was already surrounded by her innate spells and third circle arrays. Chapter 704, Legendary Wizard Tool, 3. Attack! The female leader ordered. Her third circle spell attacks and her team members' second ring spell attacks were all shining brightly as they headed towards Levi, who was surrounded by arrays. Rumble! The sound of an explosion resounded in the sky. Shockwaves from spells swept out. He should be dead, right? Go on, don't stop. We can't be careless. The other party should be a third circle wizard. Just as the three wizards were about to continue attacking, a mocking laugh came from behind them. Then, a sharp ice sword instantly arrived and broke through the protective force field. It pierced through the head of a male wizard and exploded like a watermelon. The male wizard's body fell straight down. He was clearly dead. The enemy is outside. Don't attack the ones inside. The female leader realized that something was wrong. The spell she had prepared blasted toward Levi. At this moment, Levi's glacial sword finger had already pierced through the body of another second circle wizard. Around him, the great black sky curtain revolved, blocking most of the attacks. Layers of spell defensive fields flickered, blocking the aftershocks of the attacks. Although he did not have a third circle protective force field, Levi easily blocked the third circle wizard's attack with the number of spells and the power of the special effect. Swoosh! Another glacial sword finger tore through the air. Damn it, this person's spell cultivation has already reached such a level of perfection. Ordinary second circle defensive spells have all been played out by him. Seeing that something was amiss, the female leader prepared to retreat. But it was too late. The great black sky curtain swept over her and her Yulselv knew. She still wanted to rely on the protection of the force field to continue chanting spells to attack Levi. In the next moment, Levi sneered and stabbed his golden scaled hand into the defensive field. Golden revolving divine palm. The third circle defensive field that the female leader thought was full of security began to distort under Levi's terrifying strength. Crack! The force field shattered. Levi's large hand grabbed her neck, and the great black sky curtain completely wrapped around her. Her limbs were also tied up and shattered. Even if she was a peerless beauty, Levi had no intention of showing mercy to her, let alone this burly female wizard in front of him. However, to be honest, such aesthetics were unique among the witches in the wizard world. Tell me, who sent you to harm me? Levi sneered. I just want to rob you. No one sent me. The witch was very unyielding. Even though she was about to die, she did not beg for mercy. When she entered this line of work, she was already mentally prepared. Then die. After Levi finished speaking, he inserted his big hand into the witch's chest and crushed her heart. The female leader's aura gradually withered before she died. The sacred armor scorpions swarmed forward and devoured the delicious soul of a third circle wizard. The vitality of the female wizard would not be wasted. Under Levi's ashen eye, it turned into a silver coin. I can let Owens come out for some air again. Levi put away the silver coin. From the looks of it, this witch was indeed just robbing him. The world has become so chaotic. Levi picked up the witch's storage bags and put away the spoils of war from the two male wizards. After a round of counting, Levi realized that the three wizards were poor. The total cash they had was only 40,000 ether stones. However, after thinking about it, it was normal. As outlaws, they might not be able to see the sun tomorrow at any time. If they had money, they would immediately use it to increase their strength. They could not save it at all. Of course, these three fellows still had some good stuff. The third circle array, the heavenly net array, is very useful for trapping enemies. Unfortunately, they only trapped a group of poisonous creatures that have transformed into my appearance. The real Levi had long been hidden with the Hermit rune. After they unleashed their ultimate moves, Levi methodically used spells to reap the lives of his opponents. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. With their team and the array, they might be able to deal with ordinary third circle wizards. They were thinking too much about dealing with Levi. This array should be worth 100,000 ether stones. This is a third circle array. Levi smiled happily. There's also a small wizard airship. It looks pretty good. Levi took out an airship from a male wizard's storage bag. After this airship came out, it automatically expanded to about 30 feet long. Looks like my griffin isn't low-key enough. I might as well use this airship to travel in the future. Levi thought for a moment and asked the griffin to return to Alice's ring. He studied this airship for a while and quickly got used to it. It was a standard item and was not difficult to master. In addition, there were two third circle spells. One was High Water Wall and the other was Water Tiger's Shot. They were both relatively ordinary spells. Collect them and fill up my spell library. I'll use them to synthesize original spells in the future. Levi boarded the wizard airship and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the Moulin Rouge wizard market. The flying shark was as fast as a griffin, but it looked a little shabby. Most of the time, the airship could autopilot. It only needed some ether stones. However, if it required complicated operations, it still had to be manual. 7 days later, Levi finally saw Red Devil Island. However, what appeared in front of him were broken walls and collapsed wizard towers everywhere. Chapter 705, Legendary Wizard Tool, 4. From the looks of it, it had been some time. Sigh, this market is gone, Levi lamented. Forget it, let's go to the next one. Levi had no choice but to leave. He felt more and more that the wizard civilization might usher in a new era after this long war. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1076, Month of Harvest. Black Pearl Island. This place was famous for producing a transcendent creature called the Black Pearl Shell. The Black Pearl Shell could be used to make some wizard tool, while the Black Pearl was used as an ingredient to make potions. Therefore, some nomadic wizards gathered here early on to find Black Pearl shells in the nearby bottomless abyss to sell for money. As time passed, the Black Pearl market was formed. Of course, with overfishing, the Black Pearl shells were almost extinct now. Speaking of which, one of the main ingredients of Levi's third circle meditation supplementary potion was the Black Pearl. Levi put away the flying shark as he approached Black Pearl Island. Where there were many people, one would not show off their wealth. Although this flying shark was a standard airship, it was not something ordinary wizards could afford. Low profile. Levi did not hide his cultivation level. A third circle wizard was neither high nor low in the inner sea region. If it was revealed, at the very least, he could avoid being scammed by some small fries. In the sea near Black Pearl Island, wizards flew around from time to time, which made Levi overjoyed. It seemed that this wizard market had not been destroyed by the dark wizards. Levi's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Not long after, Levi landed on the island. It wasn't that he didn't want to fly. Instead, he realized that after stepping onto the island, there seemed to be a no-flying array here that did not allow him to fly. It was very strenuous for him to fly. Black Pearl Wizard Market. Levi studied the sign in front of him. The entire wizard market was under a dome that was flowing with water. A large-scale array. Judging from the energy it emits, it should be at the 4th circle level. This market is not small. With an array, it meant that wizards could not enter and exit as they pleased. They had to enter and exit at the entrance of the array. There were 2 wizards guarding the entrance. They were both 2nd circle wizards. Senior, you need to show your identity token to enter the market. If you don't have a token, you can spend 300 ether stones. Our market can help you arrange it, a 2nd circle wizard said. 3rd circle wizards were considered strong in the Black Pearl wizard market, so they naturally had a good attitude. Can't I use my membership card? Levi asked. The wizard guarding the door smiled bitterly and shook his head. The membership card is already in the past. We need an identity token now. This is the rule above. I hope Senior can understand. I am a nomadic wizard who lives in seclusion in the outer sea region. I am new here and indeed do not have a token. I will have to trouble the two of you. Levi took out 300 ether stones and registered his information with the wizard guarding the door. He also promised on the contract slate that the information could not be faked, or his soul would dissipate. Levi naturally had nothing to fake. The information he gave was all true. However, on the official side, he was dead. He did not know how this place would be dealt with. He was perturbed. Not long after, the wizard guarding the door came over with a smile. Senior, this is your identity token. In the future, this will be your identification card for entering and leaving the Black Pearl Wizard Market. Please keep it well. Can I only enter and exit the Black Pearl Wizard Market? What about the other bazaars? Levi asked. You'll need to specially set up new identity tokens at the other markets. According to the rules, identity tokens can't be used across the board. Every market and organization needs a specific identity token and is responsible for the identity tokens they give out. If there are dark wizards among them, wizard organizations or markets will also have to bear joint responsibility. That's why we asked you to register and swear a poison oath, the wizard guarding the door said helplessly. Thank you for telling me. Levi put away the identity token and the grand array opened in front of him. Then, he stepped inside and entered the grand array. Instantly, it became lively. There were all kinds of sounds of hawking, chatting, and fighting in the arena. Just collecting the fees to apply for the identity token will make the leaders of these markets or organizations dizzy. There's no justice. Levi sighed in his heart. Of course, it was understandable. Maintaining the operation of the market also required a fee. This grand array was constantly consuming ether stones. It was only natural for them to charge some fees. The Black Pearl Wizard Market was very big. Levi looked over and saw a small coastal city that had white as its main color. Surrounding the island were circles of wizard towers. This small city must be the slum of mortals and low-level wizards in the market. As for those wizard towers, they were the residences of higher-ranked wizards. Levi wandered aimlessly through the Black Pearl Market. He planned to take a look at the Black Pearl Market first. If the cultivation resources here were not bad, he would temporarily settle down here and seek a better place to go in the future. Senior, you're new here, right? Do you need a guide? 1 ether stone, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Suddenly, a young and sweet voice sounded from behind Levi. A plain-looking witch said with a smile. She had a good figure and Levi couldn't help but take a second look at her and almost underestimated her. Sure, show me around this place, Levi said calmly. Chapter 706, Legendary Wizard Tool, 5. Alright, Senior. My name is Anna. If you're not satisfied with my service, I won't accept your ether stone. This witch was a high-level apprentice wizard. She only felt that Levi's spiritual power was as vast as the sea. He was definitely not a first circle wizard. As for whether he was a second circle or a third circle wizard, she was not sure. Anna, Levi murmured in her heart. It was a very ordinary name. Anna seemed to be very experienced in this aspect. She was quite proficient in her business and knew where wizard lords like Levi liked to go. Under Anna's lead, Levi went to some shops, auction houses, and some law enforcement offices in the Black Sail Wizard Market. After walking around, Levi was very satisfied. He was very satisfied with Anna and this market. A fifth circle wizard is overseeing the entire Black Sail Wizard Market. He's a nomadic wizard and currently works in the Star Tower. In addition, there should be nearly 10 fourth circle wizards and dozens of third circle wizards. Basically, all the powerful nomadic wizards in Area 5 are gathered here. Therefore, there's no problem with resources. Levi analyzed in his mind. After taking the ether stone, Anna left. Let's find a place to stay for the time being. Levi came to the place where the wizard towers were rented and sold. He planned to rent a quiet wizard tower halfway up the mountain to make it easier for his daily cultivation. After Levi showed his identity token, the staff member's expression changed slightly. He was actually a third circle wizard. This was a big client. He had to treat him well. Senior, do you want to buy a house or rent a house? I'll rent it. Senior, there's a 20% discount on buying a house now. You can also pay in installments. Are you sure you don't want to consider buying a warm wizard tower that belongs to you on the mountain with the richest elemental power and the best vision? Thanks, I'll rent. Levi stopped the meaningless sales pitch. What a joke. In this era of war, he would only do this if he was crazy. He didn't want to be razed to the ground by dark wizards the next day. All right. Senior, take a look. This is the property available for rent on Black Pearl Island. Our wizard tower is divided into 3 types. They are low level, intermediate level, and high level. Low level wizard towers are just a main building with nothing. High level wizard towers have their own isolation, defense, attack, elemental aggregation array, and so on. Low level will do. I only have one request, and that's to be secluded. In the end, Levi chose a rough house in a wizard tower halfway up the mountain before the salesman continued to chatter. The annual rent of this wizard tower was 300 ether stones. It was even more expensive than the house Levi had rented in Riptide City. He came to the wizard tower. The entire 2-mile radius was his private territory. No one else was allowed to set foot on private property without his permission. That was the rule of the fair. I know how to set up arrays myself. I don't need their inferior arrays. In the next few days, Levi had set up his own arrays around his residence. There were alert, isolation, defense, attack, and maze arrays. Basically, they were all high-quality first circle and second circle arrays. Only then could Levi cultivate in peace. He simply renovated the wizard tower. A new home in the wizard market would do. Phew, a new life has begun. Levi looked at the small city at the foot of the mountain and the wizard towers. The arrival of a third circle wizard did not cause much of a stir in this market. After Levi settled down, he released Algerta and company to be in charge of the daily operations of the wizard tower. In order to make it easier for his subordinates to do things in the city, Levi also spent money to get Kulam and the others an identity token. This way, Kulam and the others could do some errands for Levi. The resources that could be bought in this Black Pearl wizard market were indeed much richer than in the Outer Sea region. Half a year later, Levi had more or less prepared the ingredients to refine the third circle meditation supplementary potion. However, the key main ingredients were nowhere to be found. Apart from that, he also began to search for clues about the transcendent creature he needed. Because of this, he, who was introverted and did not like to socialize, had no choice but to take the initiative to integrate into the upper echelons of the Black Pearl wizard market. On this day, Levi woke up from his cultivation. A voice came from the wizard tower. "Sir Levi, it's time to go. The rally is about to begin." Hearing the voice, Levi's heart skipped a beat. He put on his robe and let the Fur clan guard the house. He left the wizard tower and walked past a medicinal field that he had casually planted. On a small path halfway up the mountain, a male wizard was standing with his hands behind his back, smiling at Levi. "Good morning, Sir Xavier," Levi said with a smile. The male wizard in front of him was also a third circle wizard. He was also a third circle weapon craftsman and Levi's neighbor. To gather the resources he needed as soon as possible, Levi took the initiative to make friends with some third circle wizards around him. This Xavier was one of them. The result did not disappoint him. He also learned from Xavier that there would be a large-scale wizard gathering every other year in this Black Pearl wizard market. Only official wizards were qualified to participate. At the gathering, everyone could make new friends and exchange resources and information. "Sir Levi, fourth circle wizards are participating in this gathering. Something good might appear. You have to prepare the money," Xavier said jokingly. "Ha ha ha, I'll just buy some ordinary cultivation resources. I don't expect anything else," Levi said with a smile. The two of them walked together and came to an abandoned ship at the eastern port of Black Pearl Island. This was the Black Pearl. The annual gathering was held here. The cabin was brightly lit, and graceful figures swayed in it. "Please, Sir Levi, just in time for the mermaid dance, hee. Xavier laughed. Levi nodded. He was on full alert as he stepped inside. Chapter 707, Crimson Emperor Dragon. 1. The Black Pearl. In the cabin, the merfolk were dancing energetically. "That small waist, that figure. That's nice." Levi could not help but sigh. The merfolk were also a humanoid race, similar to the Sea Clan. However, the merfolk were more similar to the mermaids in his previous life. They had heads and fish tails, while the Sea Clan had fish heads and human bodies. For humans, the difference in looks between the two sides was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. The dim candlelight and the twinkling pearls. One figure after another landed among them. They were like the audience watching music in the pear garden in his previous life. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and surrounded the small table. "Old Xavier, it's been a long time. I have a wizard tool that's a little damaged. When are you going to fix it for me?" An old man walked over when he saw Xavier. "Old John, I've been too busy recently. Let's wait for a while," Xavier said helplessly. "All right, who is this?" Old John looked at Levi and asked. "This is Sir Levi, also a third circle wizard," Xavier introduced. "Levi, this is Old John that I often mentioned to you. He's also obsessed with potions like you. He's also a third circle pharmacist, but he spends most of his time at home concocting potions, so I rarely see him." Levi revealed a kind smile when he heard this and said, "I'm new here. There are many things that I need to consult everyone about." Old John smiled and nodded at Levi. "If there's a chance in the future, we can exchange our pharmacy experiences." "Definitely." After exchanging pleasantries, Levi found a place to sit with Xavier and Old John. After the merfolk finished their dance, a wizard in a yellow robe clapped his hands. "Everyone, I am the person in charge of the Black Pearl Gathering, Veril. To facilitate the exchange and progress between the wizards in our market. I've been entrusted by the owner of the Black Pearl Market, the Fifth Circle Wizard Garcia, to hold this gathering. I won't say anything else. As usual, as long as you don't cause trouble here, everyone can communicate freely." As Veril spoke, he released the spiritual power fluctuations of a fourth circle wizard. The difference between a third circle and a fourth circle was obvious. One was gasification spiritual force, while the other was liquefaction spiritual force. There was no comparison at all. "Now, you're free to go." After saying that, the wizards participating in the gathering took out a memory slate and placed it in front of them. Levi observed all of this and took out a memory slate. There were some things that he needed written on this memory slate. At that time, other wizards could come and check at will. If that wizard could satisfy Levi's requirements, the two parties could carry out preliminary negotiations and decide if they wanted to trade. To put it bluntly, this gathering of wizards was similar to the public blind date. What Levi wanted to buy were nothing more than potion materials, clues about transcendent creatures, and knowledge of various aspects. Xavier was the first to check Levi's things. He shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. After Old John checked, he looked thoughtful and asked, "Sir Levi, do you need clues about transcendent cow-type creatures?" "Yes, it's best if it contains the blood of the musk bull," Levi said. "Musk bull? I don't know much about transcendent biology. I'm not sure if the transcendent creature I know contains the bloodline of this creature." Old John was a little hesitant. "It's fine. If you're willing to sell this information to me, give me a price," Levi asked. "Sir Levi, you're too polite. I've known old Xavier for a long time. It's just that I'm not sure if it's true or not. Why would I accept your money?" Old John laughed. Then, he recorded a message on a blank memory slate and gave it to Levi. Levi checked it out. "Green-furred manatee. This doesn't seem to have much to do with the bloodline of cows. However, I can take a look. In any case, the area where the manatee appears isn't too far from Black Pearl Island." After Levi checked, he stuffed a small bag containing a few hundred ether stones into Old John's hands. Although Old John declined, Levi did not like owing favors, so Old John eventually accepted it. No matter what, this gave Levi a good initial impression of Old John's character. Old John was the same. For the rest of the event, Levi sat quietly in the corner, waiting for others to come and check his slate. Some ambitious wizards even shouted, "Is there anyone selling third circle potions?" as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know that he was about to advance to the third circle. On Levi's side, they received many people one after another. He had also collected a portion of the materials he needed to refine the meditation potion. When the gathering reached its climax, some wizards directly set up stalls and wrote down what they needed on signs to increase their efficiency. Levi wandered around the stalls to see if he could pick up anything. Finally, he stopped in front of a stall that no one was stopping at. The owner of the stall was a third circle wizard. He looked thin and dark and ordinary. There were 2 spell crystal balls in his stall, and there seemed to be a pitch-black fragment beside them. Third circle spell model, Sun Flame Explosion, is worth 30,000 ether stones or a third circle meditation supplementary potion of the same value. Chapter 708, Crimson Emperor Dragon. 2. Third circle spell model, Fire Dragon Guide, worth 30,000 ether stones. 50,000 ether stones for the Sun Flame Explosion and Fire Dragon Guide. Are you selling them? If you are, I'll take them all. Levi asked. Sun Flame Explosion was an advanced spell of his 5 fireballs technique. Levi was determined to get it. As for the Fire Dragon Guide, Levi wanted to use it to fill up his spell library. Of course, if Levi had time, he could also cultivate it. The power of the Fire Dragon Guide was extraordinary. It could condense a fire dragon to attack the enemy. For a moment, this third circle wizard was in a dilemma. He had obtained these 2 third circle spells by killing a third circle dark wizard. He was from the Ocean School of Thought and couldn't cultivate them, so he could only sell them. However, he could not sell it for a long time. In comparison, the Burning Faction's spells were relatively small in the Endless Sea. Occasionally, there would be some buyers who could not give him the price he wanted. By the way, are you planning to sell this too? Levi inadvertently looked at a black mirror fragment beside the spell crystal ball. Levi's face was reflected on it. He was expressionless on the surface, but he was excited on the inside. Actually, he had already discovered this mirror when he first arrived at this stall. This was because when the divine ring tower in his mind approached this mirror fragment, it started to spin on its own, giving off a feeling of jubilation. This was the first time such a reaction had occurred since the divine ring tower appeared, so Levi wanted to buy it and study it. You're quite knowledgeable. There are so many people here, but you're the only one who's interested in this. This is a fragment of a soul artifact. 100,000 ether stones. No bargaining. This third circle wizard was obviously quite clear about the origin of this thing and knew its value. Levi's idea of picking up a bargain instantly fell through. Do you want it? If you want to buy this soul artifact fragment, I can sell those 2 third circle spells to you for 50,000 ether stones. The third circle wizard transmitted his voice expressionlessly. It was obvious that this so-called soul artifact fragment was not that easy to sell. Otherwise, he would not have wanted to pack it up and sell it. How did you get this soul artifact fragment? Levi asked. You might not believe me, but I picked it up. To be honest, I've gotten someone to appraise this soul artifact fragment. It doesn't have the possibility of being repaired, and it doesn't have any value. That's why I'm selling it for 100,000 ether stones. After all, this is a material for making soul artifacts. Just the price of this material alone is worth 100,000 ether stones. If you want it, take it away and keep it as a memento. If it's really useful, let alone 100,000 ether stones, people will even pay 1,000,000 ether stones for it. The third circle wizard said. Levi was indecisive. Judging from the performance of the divine ring tower, this thing should be very useful to him. However, the origin of this thing was unknown. If it was left behind by a primordial soul wizard and this primordial soul wizard was still alive, he would be a hot potato if he held this thing. It was very likely that he would get into trouble. By the way, the owner of this soul artifact fragment is already dead. The third circle wizard seemed to have seen through Levi's concerns and said. How do you know? Because I saw this soul artifact fragment owner's primordial soul dissipate in front of me with my own eyes. You must be joking. You're a third circle wizard. How can you stand here and talk to me when you see the primordial soul of a wizard with a primordial soul? If that primordial soul wizard wants to forcefully occupy your body, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Could it be that you've already been possessed? I'm talking to a primordial soul wizard. Levi naturally did not believe him. He said that half-jokingly. He was also on guard in his heart. At this point, he remembered that he had heard from Leon that in this war between dark and righteous wizards, a primordial soul wizard had almost died, leaving only his primordial soul to escape. Could it be the owner of this soul artifact fragment? Damn it, did he really hit the nail on the head? Levi was a little scared and didn't want to continue trading. If he possessed someone else, he might have succeeded. Unfortunately, he chose me. It's up to you to believe it or not. Anyway, the owner of this soul artifact fragment is dead. If the primordial soul dissipates, his soul will be completely destroyed. I can sign an agreement and swear on this. This third circle wizard was obviously annoyed by Levi's overcautiousness. He felt that Levi was here to deliberately find trouble. After making a decision in his heart, Levi carefully considered the pros and cons. He felt that since the other party could sign a contract, there was a high chance that he was not lying. Everyone had their own secrets. It did not matter if the other party was unwilling to say it. As long as he confirmed that the owner of this soul artifact fragment was dead, Levi could buy it without worry. Alright, I'll bought them all. You can lower the price by another 10,000 ether stones. 140,000 ether stones, 1 soul artifact fragment, and 2 spells. I'm buying them sincerely. Other than me, there shouldn't be many buyers for your things, right? If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance, Levi said. The third circle wizard thought for a moment, then nodded and signed a contract with Levi. Levi was even more careful with the terms of this contract in case the other party played any tricks. After finding a private room and signing a contract with his spiritual force imprint, the two of them completed the deal. The third circle wizard was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at Levi and said, "You look unfamiliar. You must be new." "That's right." "Why?" Levi asked. "It's nothing. My name is Jacob. I often sell good stuff here. If you need anything in the future, you can look for me at 71 Moon Lane," Jacob said. Chapter 709, Crimson Emperor Dragon. 3. Levi's intuition told him that Jacob was not an ordinary third circle wizard. He nodded, but in his heart, he was thinking that he would try not to interact with the other party in the future. To be able to survive in front of the primordial soul of a primordial soul wizard, he must have extraordinary backing and trump cards. Of course, it was also possible that primordial soul wizards were too moral. Even if their souls dissipated, they did not want to possess Jacob before the end of their lives. However, this was unlikely. Wizards were not saints. After the deal was made, Jacob left the gathering. Levi watched him disappear, feeling calm. Levi continued to stroll around the gathering. He still had 600,000 ether stones on him and wanted to buy some useful things. The soul artifact fragment was a pleasant surprise. It was obvious that Jacob did not want to publicize this matter. Otherwise, he could have hyped up the soul artifact fragment and sold it for a higher price. Of course, among the wizards present, there might not be many who had the money to buy soul artifact fragments other than those fourth circle wizards. Levi was taking a gamble. If this soul artifact fragment was useless to him, it would be equivalent to 100,000 ether stones going down the drain. He did not like to gamble, but this time, he wanted to give it a try. Finally, when the event was over, Xavier came to Levi with a smile. "It seems that you have gained a lot," Levi said with a smile. "It's all right. By the way, Sir Levi, I saw you were chatting with that Jacob just now. I don't know if I should say this or not. This person is more eccentric. You should interact less with him in the future." Xavier sent a voice transmission to Levi. "Thanks for the warning." Levi's heart skipped a beat. In fact, from the deal he had with Jacob just now, this person looked very normal. He was not as strange as Xavier had said. Perhaps Levi had not interacted with him enough. He left the wizard market. He returned to the wizard tower. After Levi confirmed that there was no problem with the array, he took out the soul artifact fragment. "What soul artifact fragment is this? It looks like a small part of a broken mirror." Levi fumbled with the black fragment. Although this thing had a reaction to the divine ring tower in Levi's mind, Levi didn't dare to try it recklessly. It was even more impossible for the blood to recognize him as its master. Before he understood the situation, these actions might bring him danger in this transcendent world. "Forget it, I'll put it away first and study it slowly in the future." Levi planned to read more information about soul artifacts during this period of time and collect information about the dead primordial soul wizard to see if he could gain anything. A month later, Levi traveled to the area where the green-furred manatee used to roam, as mentioned by Old John. After searching there for 3 months, Levi finally found a first circle green-furred manatee. Levi was overjoyed that this green-furred manatee really had the musk bull bloodline after using the rolling crystal to test it. Although it was only a first circle creature, it could still practice the dragon demon breathing technique. He immediately used nature's secret language to contract this fellow and put it into Alice's ring to raise. As for the remaining ostrich mountain bird bloodline, half a year later, Levi found a suitable transcendent creature after asking around. It was the second circle avian creature, the earth dragon bird. This transcendent creature did not appear in the endless sea. It usually only appeared in the earth school of thought's realm of the unbelievers. Levi bought this one from a third circle wizard at a high price. The third circle wizard used it as a mount and didn't want to sell it at first. However, Levi had given him too much. In the end, he reluctantly gave up. In this chaotic era, non-essential things like mounts were better exchanged for ether stones to increase one's strength. Everyone had no guarantees for tomorrow. If their strength could increase a little, their chances of survival would be higher. Levi's cultivation of the dragon demon breathing technique finally improved. At the same time, Levi asked around and learned that the high-level wizard who only had his primordial soul left was confirmed dead. As for that high-level wizard's soul artifact, it was called the Mirror of the Night. It was also shattered in the battle and turned into many fragments that scattered in all directions. With that, Levi's information matched what Jacob had told him. Jacob was most likely not lying to him. This way, Levi could hold on to the soul artifact fragment without worry. Moreover, after Levi had gone through a lot of information, he finally knew why that soul artifact fragment could attract the divine ring tower. This was because fragments of soul artifacts needed to be nurtured by the primordial soul of wizards all year round. Over time, they would contain a trace of the primordial soul power. This primordial soul power was the main strength that promoted the growth of the divine ring tower. Therefore, generally speaking, only high-level wizards would begin to condense the divine ring tower. It was basically impossible to condense the divine tower with the mental strength of intermediate wizards alone. Therefore, the trace of primordial soul power in the soul artifact fragment was extremely attractive to Levi's divine ring tower. Levi went through a lot of unpopular literature and information and finally came to the following conclusion. If handled properly, he could use this soul artifact fragment to quickly promote the growth of his divine ring tower. However, there was a problem that needed to be resolved. The primordial soul power contained in it might have the mark of the original owner of the soul artifact, or rather, traces of personality. Chapter 710, Crimson Emperor Dragon. 4. If he couldn't wash away these imprints and rashly absorbed them, at best, Levi would be mentally deranged, and at worst, his life would be in danger. As for how to remove the mark, there did not seem to be a good solution in the wizard world. Therefore, soul artifact fragments were meaningless to most wizards except for their collection value. Levi, on the other hand, had some ideas, but they needed to be tested. Levi immediately thought of the purification elixir developed by the bug Luminist. This purification elixir was very domineering. It could directly wash away all the attributes and negative energy of the young terror bug and turn it into a totem insect similar to the pure law. If Levi could study it, he might be able to refine a potion that could wash away the mark on the soul artifact fragment, leaving only a clean primordial soul power. After all, the original owner of the soul artifact fragment had long died. Even if Levi did not wash it, these marks would slowly wear away as time passed. Levi was just trying to find a way to speed up the process. Similarly, Levi was determined to pay attention to the soul artifact fragments that had escaped from the ancient ruins. The owners of these soul artifact fragments were basically dead wizards, so one could collect them with relative ease. It would definitely be easier for the divine ring tower to refine and absorb the origin power on them. If this path could work, Levi might have completed the initial condensation of his divine ring tower before he became a high-level wizard, allowing the divine ring tower to play a greater role. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1080, Month of Beginning. Reports of the Five-Realm Great Expedition came one after another. However, with the internal and external troubles of the wizard civilization, the control over the Federation plane below became weaker and weaker. Some ambitious people from the Federation plane began to stir. The war between the dark and righteous wizards in the Endless Sea also had its own victories and losses. It was difficult to see the future situation in the short term. The repair of the legendary wizard tool, Skynet's Heart, was not over yet. The identity token system was also popularized in the wizard world. The entire world was chaotic and upsetting. There was no sense of security at all. During this period of time, the Black Pearl Wizard Market had also been attacked by some dark wizards. In the end, with the combined efforts of the market manager and the wizards, they passed through safely. Unknowingly, Levi had been at the Black Pearl Wizard Market for 3 years. It was also his 90th birthday. In the past 3 years, he had been quietly cultivating in the Black Pearl Wizard Market and rarely went out. He felt that the outside world was changing day by day, as if the sky of the wizard world was about to collapse. For the past 3 years, he had participated as much as possible in every gathering of wizards and auctions in the market. Slowly, he gathered all the ingredients for the Third Circle Meditation Supplementary Potion. With the help of potions, Levi's cultivation speed was finally faster than before. Currently, his spiritual force had already reached 110 points, increasing from 1 point of spiritual force every year to 1.5 points. This speed was more comfortable. This meant that if the supply of potions could be maintained continuously, Levi could cultivate his spiritual force to the limit of 200 points as a third circle wizard when he was about 150 years old. In that case, it would not be a problem to advance to the fourth circle before the age of 200. This speed was no slower than the children of the elements. After all, after reaching the third circle, the difficulty of advancing became higher and higher. Even the children of the elements could not guarantee that they would advance 100%. The money Levi had saved up previously was enough for him to cultivate in peace for a long time. The collection of ingredients for the purification elixir was also proceeding in an orderly manner. The level 7 maximum 5 fireballs technique had also successfully advanced to its superior spell, Sun Flame Explosion. Its power was extraordinary. However, Levi still had not decided on the first innate spell. Sun Flame Explosion was not bad, but Levi was more inclined to create his own third circle spell as an innate spell. This day was Levi's birthday, except maybe he was the only one in the world who knew how special it was. In the Wizard Tower, Levi performed the Dragon Demon breathing technique for the last time. As his proficiency reached level 13, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the can-be fused options of the 4 strength breathing techniques on the proficiency panel. Finally, I can fuse them, now fuse. Levi gave the order. At his heart, the bloodline seeds of the 4 strengths all erupted with majestic auras and began the fusion process. Red Lotus, Dragon Demon, Black Whale, King Kong. The battle between the ancient beasts was playing out in Levi's heart. At first, Levi thought it would last for a long time, but not long after, he realized that Red Lotus seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. This breathing technique had not mutated until now. It was still of the initial quality. It was also a breathing method that could give birth to legendary creatures. The Red Lotus seed was obviously higher than the other levels, even stronger than the mutated Dragon Demon and King Kong. This made Levi realize that some breathing techniques had a legendary limit. It was purely because the server version was only available here. It did not represent its true potential. Thus, from the start to the end, it was Red Lotus who led the fusion process. In the end, the 4 breathing techniques slowly disappeared on the proficiency panel. At the same time, brand new words began to appear. Crimson Emperor Dragon. Chapter 711, The True Form of the Fire Dragon, L. Levi. Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 13, 1/400,000, Special Effect, True Form of the Fire Dragon, Level 1. After this grand fusion, is there only one special effect? Levi looked at the empty panel, feeling a bit uneasy for a moment. True Form of the Fire Dragon, Crimson Emperor Dragon, Flame Dragon of World Annihilation, the Incarnation of Strength. You have initially awakened the true form of the Flame Dragon during the Crimson Emperor Dragon's juvenile years. Having a normalized Flame Dragon true form grants you an extraordinary affinity for flames, unparalleled strength, strong resistance to fire element spells, and a dragon flame attack capable of incinerating everything. Having burned the blood of the Crimson Emperor, depending on the degree of combustion, you unlocked the special forms of the Flame Dragon's true form. At that time, it could be divided into 2 major special forms, the Giant Dragon Warrior and the Furious Dragon Lord. By burning 30% of the Crimson Emperor's blood, and consuming a massive amount of energy, you could enter the Giant Dragon Warrior form. In that form, your body rapidly burned and expanded, granting you an ultimate boost in strength. A single punch possessed overwhelming force, capable of moving mountains and crossing seas, but it reduced attributes such as speed. Burning 50% of the Crimson Emperor's blood ignited the fire within your heart, allowing you to enter the Furious Dragon Lord form. In that form, all your attributes experienced a substantial increase. The higher your rage points, the stronger the Furious Dragon Lord's attribute amplification. Simultaneously, your sanity steadily decreased with rising rage. Please exercise caution when using this form, either returning to normal before completely losing your sanity or using corresponding techniques and elixirs to temper it. The true form of the Flame Dragon was only the first level of the Crimson Emperor Dragon's path. With the increase in the Crimson Emperor Dragon's blood purity, more powerful true form states were unlocked. The Flame Dragon's true form possessed powerful inclusivity. Through the method of fusion, it could enhance the special forms of the Flame Dragon's true form. Levi looked at the introduction of the special effects of the Flame Dragon's true form, feeling that the proficiency panel seemed to have become more user-friendly, even providing him with some minor suggestions. In general, the various special effects of the previous 4 strength systems breathing techniques, all led by the Red Lotus breathing technique, had formed a completely new unified special effect. The fire attribute of the Red Lotus had completely suppressed the breathing techniques of other earth and frost attributes, leading to the disappearance and degeneration of many useless special effects and legendary organs. In their place, a thorough Flame Dragon's true form had emerged. The most regrettable thing was that Levi's Frost Heart special effect was gone too. Was it impossible for ice and fire to coexist? Forget it. It's gone. It just means that my practice of frost spells would be a bit slower. With so many affinities, it wasn't a big problem. Moreover, he could still obtain the frost element talent through other methods in the future. He guessed that the Crimson Emperor Dragon was the epitome of fire and strength, incompatible with other attributes. After the revision, the Crimson Emperor Dragon's breathing technique became simple and straightforward, embodying the principle of simplicity. The true form of Flame Dragon could encompass most of the previous special effects. And the 2 important special effects for Levi, Sea Swallowing Whale and King Kong's Wrath, had turned into 2 special forms of the Flame Dragon's true form. Dragon Warrior, sacrifice some other attributes and pursue the ultimate strength. Furious Dragon Lord, expend a portion of sanity and burn rage points to comprehensively enhance physical qualities. With these 2 special effects, basically, activating one can deal with the enemy. Levi's previously problematic Red Lotus blood, which had significant side effects, was now integrated into the normalized Flame Dragon's true form. The side effects were eliminated, and the normalized Flame Dragon's true form, compared to the previous Hellfire Burning Body special effect, doubled in strength. Now, I have preliminary mastery of the 5 major dimensional breathing techniques: Golden Snake's Defense, Crimson's Speed, Crimson Emperor's Strength, Sky's Endurance, and Death Ember's Physique. I truly look forward to the day when the 6th major dimensional perception breathing technique takes shape. Well, let's go outside and secretly experiment with the power of my Flame Dragon's true form. Levi's heart stirred, and he quietly left the Black Pearl Wizard Market during the night. The training room in his wizard tower was not spacious enough for Levi to unleash his Flame Dragon's true form. Moreover, within the market, there were many strong individuals, making it inconvenient for Levi to display his skills. After leaving Black Pearl Island, Levi chose a direction and flew towards an uninhabited sea area. Half a day later, he arrived at a desolate island with a volcano in the center. This place will do. Levi reached the volcano, an array flags of lightless shield flew out, temporarily concealing the area. Entering the array, Levi summoned Mountain Giant Bogang, Tyrant Il, and Wind Thunder Winged Dragon. Come, the 3 of you attack together. Levi said. Bogang and the others were accustomed to being Levi's sparring partners. Immediately, each using their brute strength or spell abilities, they rushed towards him. Levi activated the Crimson Emperor Dragon's breathing technique, and the normalized Flame Dragon's true form appeared. Under the crimson flames, the dark golden scales had turned into a bright red color. In its normalized form, the Flame Dragon's true form was only about 2 yards tall. The overall appearance was somewhat similar to the Demon Dragon, a red version, from the Jackie Chan adventures. Full of muscles and powerful, complemented by the crimson flames all around, Levi looked extraordinarily imposing, and his appearance was undoubtedly commendable. I, Levi, am not ugly. Levi leaped like a fiery meteor, charging recklessly within the volcano's surroundings. With a sudden palm strike, the mountain giant, known for its strength, was directly forced to retreat continuously. Following that, another strike sent Tyrant Il flying. Chapter 712, The True Form of the Fire Dragon, 2. Levi directly grabbed the tail of the discharging Raja, pulling it down from the sky and slamming it onto the ground, causing its head to buzz. The three colossal beings stood up, once again attacking Levi. Meteors fell, thunder scattered, and a giant axe swept through. For an ordinary third circle wizard, even a senior wizard with control over 2 innate spells would have to temporarily evade such an onslaught, fleeing in despair. However, Levi, standing in the center of the volcano, remained motionless. No matter how fierce the attack, he bathed in it, using simple punches to repel the onslaught. Not long after, the battle concluded. Bogang and Raja were exhausted, unable to rise again. Ace, who controlled Tyrant, was turning into a small flame, evidently drained by Tyrant. Sigh, not lasting at all. I've barely warmed up, and you're done. The flame dragon's true form was too powerful, Levi hadn't even used those 2 special forms. Without suitable sparring partners, I can't determine my maximum. It's so distressing. I wonder if, in close combat situations, with the combination of Giant Dragon Warrior and Furious Dragon Lord, along with Bloodline Dharma Body's 9 Swords Azura, I have a chance to break through the defensive field of a 4th circle wizard and kill them. Although I'm only equivalent to a 3rd circle ordinary wizard after the blood transformation, I am a hexagonal warrior, and my breathing techniques are top-notch. Basically, under the premise of close combat, I can boast a little under the 4th circle, invincible. But I shouldn't get too arrogant. Every villain who calls themselves invincible meets a tragic end. Levi mused to himself, of course, just thoughts and not to be put into practice. It was better to quietly become stronger. If anyone dared to provoke, just crush them. After testing his strength, Levi put away the array and prepared to sneak back to the market. The outside world was too chaotic at the moment. If not necessary, he wouldn't step out. On the way back, Levi activated his intuition and proceeded cautiously. Suddenly, his expression changed. Within his perception range, he saw a familiar face he hadn't seen in a long time. After some hesitation, Levi changed direction, quietly flying towards that figure. On the sea ahead, under the night sky, 2 streaks of light were speeding. One streak was a grey owl flying ahead. Behind the owl was a witch, dressed in vibrant attire, revealing her fair neck. Eve, tell me the coordinates of the sub-dimensional portal and stop running. Although you have a special escape method, you are just a senior 1st circle wizard. Eventually, you cannot escape from my grasp, the pursuing witch sneered. Mia, I don't have the coordinates of the sub-dimensional portal, the owl emitted a cold, feminine voice. You definitely know the portal coordinates. Don't try to deceive me, the chasing witch shouted. The owl remained silent, flying headlong. Don't force me, after all, we were once good friends, she said coldly. Her tone gradually lowered, brimming with a chilling intent. Hee, I don't have friends like you, the owl said calmly. I just want to leave the wizard world. You only need to tell me the coordinates of the portal. What's so difficult about that? The witch behind asked. Mia, don't be stubborn. That sub-dimensional portal is a wild one without a teleportation gate. With your strength, you can't safely pass through the spatial distortion force of the sub-dimensional portal. Your 2nd circle defensive field will be torn apart instantly. I don't want to watch you die helplessly. Believe me. Whether I live or die is my business, not yours. One person and one owl engaged in a frenzied chase. In the next moment, array flags descended from the sky, trapping the 2nd circle witch within. The owl's expression changed, and before she could understand the situation, she was seized by a large hand emerging from the void. In the next moment, she disappeared on the spot. Simultaneously, the array on that side quickly retreated. When the disoriented witch Mia appeared inside, she looked around, and her spiritual force spread across the sea. In the noisy night waves, there was no trace of the owl. She felt both angry and shocked. Angry because she let that woman escape, shocked because the strength of the one who just rescued her must be far superior. She hadn't even detected the arrival of that person. This was the most terrifying part. Only someone with a spiritual force realm far higher than hers, a 2nd circle wizard, could achieve all this unnoticed. Even a third circle wizard might not be able to, possibly a fourth circle wizard. When did Eve know someone of this level? If it weren't for that person harboring no ill intentions toward me, I might already be dead. Could it be that she befriended a powerful figure when she was a messenger? Which Mia shuddered at the thought. She was once Eve's good friend and had learned by chance that when Eve was a messenger, she obtained the coordinates of a wild sub-dimensional portal. Mia had some intentions. Unfortunately, no matter how she persuaded, Eve refused to disclose the coordinates. She had no choice but to resort to a direct approach, chasing Eve all the way. If Eve didn't have a particularly unique escape method, Mia, with her second circle status, would have caught up with her long ago. Now, she discovered that Eve had somehow gained the favor of someone she could only look up to. Mia felt even more bitter. Why hadn't anyone noticed her? Why didn't she have the chance to have a warm and secure haven in this chaotic world? Chapter 713, The True Form of the Fire Dragon. 3. I can only think of another way. I must return to the mortal realm. The wizard world is about to undergo a major upheaval. I don't know how many wizards will fall. Instead of waiting here to die, it's better to return to the mortal realm. As long as I don't provoke the church, with my lifespan, I can easily live through the remaining 100 years. Besides, staying in the wizard world, I have no way to advance to the third circle. The sparse elemental power in the mortal realm doesn't matter to me. Mia stomped her foot in frustration, her face darkening, and then quickly left the place. In the dim underwater world, a simple water avoidance array opened up a small space. Levi sat cross-legged on a rock, spreading out his large hands, with a closed-eyed grey owl in his palm. He had only saved the owl and not killed the witch. Miss Eve? Levi tried to ask. He was very familiar with this owl because, during his time at the Grey Tower, this owl provided mail services to him and Andrew every year. However, Miss Messenger Eve was aloof and busy, rarely exchanging many words with Levi. Miss Messenger Eve, once a formidable first circle wizard in Levi's eyes. Time had passed, and she was still just a senior first circle wizard, while Levi had long since become a third circle wizard. The difference between them was apparent. Not long after, the owl slowly woke up. She looked at the man in front of her, and long-buried memories began to resurface. Sir Levi. That's right. Miss Eve, long time no see, Levi smiled. Feeling Levi's powerful spiritual force fluctuation, Eve's face changed. Thank you, Levi. No, thank you, Senior. Eve quickly expressed her gratitude. No need to be polite, it was just a small effort. After all, Miss Eve provided mail services for us for so long. Senior, these are the duties I should perform. Besides, I am unemployed now. I am no longer a messenger. The Olori has been destroyed by a dark wizard. I managed to escape but was chased to this point by a former friend. If it weren't for Senior's rescue, I might have died here, Eve said. Senior saved me. Could it be for the coordinates of the sub-dimensional portal? Eve suddenly realized and asked. Levi smiled and nodded. I am indeed interested in the sub-dimensional portal. Levi naturally eavesdropped on their conversation and decided to rescue Eve. He didn't want to return to the mortal realm because he couldn't progress there, and the mysterious Church of the Stars Saint Estella had already discovered him. However, if he could control a sub-dimensional portal to the mortal realm, providing himself with another retreat option, it would be a good choice. In other words, if the wizard world became chaotic or if Levi faced a severe crisis, escaping to the mortal realm for a while would also be a good option. Sir. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but the sub-dimensional portal is undeveloped. Without a teleportation portal as protection, even the protective force field of an intermediate wizard may not withstand it. Moreover, with Senior's current cultivation, returning to the mortal realm is undoubtedly self-destructive. Staying there for too long, your cultivation may regress. The reason I didn't want to give the coordinates to my friend was also for her own good. I didn't want to see her die in vain, but she just didn't trust me. Eve seemed reluctant to reveal the coordinates of the sub-dimensional portal. Levi stared at the owl, remaining silent, making his stance clear. After a while, the owl sighed. It then opened its mouth and spat out a memory slate. Levi took the memory slate, which contained the coordinates of the wild sub-dimensional portal. Actually in the 100-eyed demon territory. Well, let's put it away for now. It's not needed temporarily, Levi thought. Then, he looked at the owl and said, Miss Eve, why not transform back into a human? After a moment, the owl replied, for the convenience of delivering messages and increasing escape speed, I have been using the owl transformation technique for a long time. It's challenging to return to human form now. Levi hadn't expected such consequences from the transformation technique. What are Miss Eve's plans now? Levi asked. The owl slumped in Levi's palm, sounding helpless. Apart from delivering messages, I don't seem to have any other skills. Now that I've turned into an owl, I don't know when I can transform back into human form. I'm just a first circle wizard, and the remaining lifespan may not even be 100 years. How about Miss Eve becoming my personal messenger? Levi suggested after giving it some thought. Having a personal messenger could save a lot of trouble. Sir, can this be done? Eve was somewhat excited. Levi had managed to rescue her under Mia's nose without her noticing. That meant Levi's strength was at least at the third circle level. Before the outbreak of war, she was just a small messenger in the wizard world, a pure and low-level laborer. Without special opportunities, it was impossible for her to get close to a powerful figure like Levi. Now, with an opportunity right in front of her, she naturally wouldn't refuse. In reality, many ordinary talented witches in the wizard world dreamed of becoming companions or servants to powerful male wizards. The weaker they were, the more beautiful they tended to make themselves. On the contrary, powerful and confident witches often retained their original appearance, not bothering to use their looks to please male wizards, like Granny Marlene, for example. Chapter 714, The True Form of the Fire Dragon. 4. If it's not a problem, let's settle it this way. Sign this agreement, and you'll provide me with message delivery services. I'll, of course, ensure your safety, Levi said. All right, sir. Thanks for taking me in. The owl extended its wings and bowed in gratitude towards Levi. If it weren't for Levi taking her in, Eve had considered finding a random forest to live out her days as an ordinary owl. And so, within Alice's ring, another special owl was added. In fact, many low and intermediate level wizards often employed a messenger exclusively for themselves. However, in the current chaotic times, being a messenger had become a high-risk occupation. As for high-level wizards, they usually possessed more convenient long-distance communication spells and didn't rely on traditional and inefficient messenger services. Taking advantage of the night, Levi returned to the market. After returning to the wizard tower, he opened a storage bag. This bag contained various memory slates that stored the knowledge and documents he had collected, essentially, Levi's personal library on the go. During this period, Levi's primary research focus was on the purification elixir. With Levi's knowledge of pharmacy, refining the purification elixir wasn't. In the field of pharmacy, whether one was an arcanist or a wizard, as long as they belonged to the spellcaster profession, the principles were quite similar. He could do nothing without ingredients. However, the key ingredients for the purification elixir were saint fruit, forget-me-not, and stonebone flower. Despite searching the Black Pearl Wizard Market and surrounding markets, Levi couldn't find any of them. Levi had a comprehensive book, Complete Guide to Wizard Herbalism, which covered all the herb species possibly used in alchemy by wizards up to the 5th circle. However, these 3 ingredients were not listed. Could it be that these 3 herbs are only found in the Ether plane? Since I can't find them in the wizard world, I need to be resourceful, find alternative materials for these 3 ingredients, and conduct experiments until I find a solution. As for searching other planes, it wasn't practical for a 3rd circle wizard like Levi. Firstly, he didn't have the means to travel to other planes, and secondly, the unknown dangers in other planes could lead to his demise. While Levi was experimenting with alternative materials for the purification elixir ingredients, at the central peak of Black Pearl Island stood the towering White Tower. This was the Wizard Tower of Garcia, the owner of the Black Pearl Market, a 5th circle wizard. Garcia was known by the nickname Black Pearl Kid, a moniker he had chosen for himself. Because he made a fortune by searching for black pearls in the abyss near Black Pearl Island. From an unknown figure, he gradually became a 5th circle wizard. In this Area 5, he became a legendary figure. After all, the plot of an underdog's counterattack was timeless. In the entire Inner Sea region of Area 5, there were about a dozen 5th circle wizards. And Garcia was the only pure nomadic wizard, without the background of a wizard family or organization. After reaching the fifth circle, to remind himself of the hard work in the past, Garcia always referred to himself as the Black Pearl Kid. Due to his nomadic wizard background, Garcia's attitude towards nomadic wizards was quite good, which was also the reason Levi chose to stay in the Black Pearl market. Under Garcia's command, there were 4 fourth circle wizards, all from the Ocean School of Thought, known as the Black Pearl 4 Wizards. Veril, in charge of the Black Pearl gathering, was one of them. And now, Garcia gathered with 4 fourth circle wizards, and everyone's expression was serious, indicating that something significant was about to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I called you from your respective positions today to discuss an important matter. Garcia, a white-haired old man with wisdom shining in his eyes, dressed in a large white robe, held a staff, fitting the popular image of a wizard. Lord Garcia, please speak, Veril said. Garcia sighed and then said, I just received a letter from Area 7. The Thunder Dragon family in Area 7 wanted to acquire our wizard market and turn it into their private property. What? The Thunder Dragon family was too audacious. They had extended their reach from Area 7 to Area 5. Yet, our Black Pearl wizard market had worked hard to develop to its current state. If it was acquired by the Thunder Dragon family, nomadic wizards would have had no future. All resources would have been controlled by these wizard families. What would have been the point? Wasn't this going down the old path of ancient wizards? Sparrow, a wizard, expressed his anger. He was also a nomadic wizard who had been suppressed by wizard families and strongly disdained them. Lord Garcia, I thought we should first see what price the Thunder Dragon family could offer. If it was acceptable, it might have been worth considering. If it wasn't, we certainly couldn't agree. Besides, they couldn't have done anything to us. Their family's sorcerer had just been released by the wizard tribunal. I agreed with that. Wizards expressed their opinions. After hearing this, Garcia showed a helpless expression and said, Area 6 had Riptide City with a military background, so the Thunder Dragon family hadn't dared to intervene. Our Area 5 should have been considered the best area for the development of nomadic wizards in the Inner Sea region. Many nomadic wizards had come here to seek refuge. I hadn't expected the Thunder Dragon family to have revealed their true colors during the current civil war. It had been really excessive. Chapter 715, The True Form of the Fire Dragon, 5. 3 days later, the Black Pearl Wizard Market welcomed an esteemed guest. This guest, adorned in thunderous robes, possessed a handsome countenance and a formidable presence. Seated atop a purple serpent measuring over 100 meters in length, the guest exuded an aura of terror as it circled in mid-air. Nomadic wizards in the wizard market gazed at the terrifying serpent outside the grand array, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Using a fourth circle transcendent creature as a mount, this person is quite extravagant. That's right. Do you know who this is? This is Sorcerer, the Thunder Spear, the head of the Thunder Dragon family in Area 7 of the Inner Sea region. He's reputed to be the strongest in the area, and there's a possibility he might advance to the primordial soul level within 100 years. The guest was indeed Sorcerer. Garcia, wouldn't you welcome a guest who came from afar? Why not come out to greet me? Sorcerer half-jokingly said, his tone filled with arrogance and indifference. Sorcerer's voice rumbled like distant thunder. If he wished, one strike could shatter the so-called protective array. Of course, today he came for negotiation and to assert dominance, not to fight. Even with the Thunder Dragon family's backing, he couldn't afford to be overly arrogant, especially after his recent punishment from the Wizard Tribunal. Soon after, a white-robed wizard, accompanied by 4 fourth circle wizards, approached the grand array, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, I was in seclusion, and unexpectedly, Lord Sorcerer came to visit. I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. Hurry, let Lord Sorcerer in, and have the maids prepare fine wine. Garcia laughed. Sorcerer squinted his eyes, grinned, and said, thank you. Once inside the market, Sorcerer and Garcia, both fifth circle powerhouses, flew side by side in mid-air, drawing the attention of lower-ranking wizards in the market. Sorcerer relished the feeling of towering above the world like a giant dragon, looking down on the insignificant beings. It was the supreme state he sought. In the most remote wizard tower, Levi stood by the window, watching the handsome man in the distance with a solemn expression. The Thunder Spear, why is this troublemaker everywhere? He murmured to himself. Levi hadn't expected to encounter the damned Thunder Spear even in Area 5 of the Inner Sea region. If not for this guy, Levi wouldn't have left Riptide City. Using the resources of Riptide City, Levi's cultivation would have been considerably easier. Moreover, Huffman's death was also inseparable from this guy. After those individuals entered Garcia's wizard tower, Levi arrived at Xavier's doorstep. "Old Xavier, are you home?" Levi transmitted his voice. After a while, old Xavier appeared in front of Levi, looking disheveled. "The workshop exploded just now, a bit embarrassing." "What's up?" Wizard Xavier said. "Do you know why the Thunder Dragon family is here at our market?" "I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. I heard from old John that it seems the Thunder Dragon family wants to acquire this wizard market. They should be here for negotiations now." "Old Xavier, do you want the Thunder Dragon family to buy this place?" "Naturally, I don't want that. The current Black Pearl Wizard market is undoubtedly the best state for us nomadic wizards. If the Thunder Dragon family takes over and brings its family system here, tisk tisk, we nomadic wizards will either become dogs for the Thunder Dragon family or have to leave. But I don't hope for it, and it's not like our wishes matter. How can we, as nomadic wizards, confront such a behemoth as the Thunder Dragon family?" Sigh. Levi and old Xavier couldn't help but sigh simultaneously. Being a nomadic wizard is too tough. "Old Xavier, have you ever considered joining a wizard organization?" Levi suddenly asked. "I haven't. Ordinary wizard organizations don't interest me with my strength. Those good wizard organizations have too many rules, and sometimes you have to sacrifice your life for the organization. It's not worth it. I'm doing well as I am now, making some money with weapon making, enough for my cultivation. Breaking through to the fourth circle would be the best, but if not, it doesn't matter. As a third circle wizard, with a lifespan of 500 years, I still have 200 good years ahead of me. You're quite laid back." Levi admired old Xavier's carefree attitude towards life. He had been keeping an eye on the situation at Garcia's tower. A purple giant serpent coiled high in the sky, waiting for its master to come out. The Thunder Serpent, what a good thing. In this day and age, fourth circle transcendent creatures are rare in the wizard world. It's said that the purple thunder gall of the Thunder Serpent is greatly beneficial for practicing lightning spells in the lightning faction, Levi mumbled to himself, then shifted his gaze away. Not long after, Sarit flew out expressionlessly from the wizard tower and headed towards the waiting serpent. Without saying a word, he flew away, leaving the area. Levi saw Garcia's displeased expression, indicating that the negotiations were not pleasant. "Are we going to change places again? Moving every day, when will it end?" "Well, let's not move for now, let's watch and see what happens." Levi shook his head and returned to the wizard tower. Above the distant sea, the thunder snake soared, and Sarit revealed a cruel smile. "I temporarily can't take Riptide City. Can I not take over a market of nomadic wizards? Once I control both Area 7 and Area 5, Riptide City, surrounded by me, will be mine. Blue Dragon Lady, you wait for me. Not only will I take Riptide City, but I'll also take you, you wretched Dragon Lady. Since that's the case, let the chaos come more violently. Seventh Familiar, come out for me." Chapter 716, 100%. 1. High in the sky, the Thunder Serpent coiled. Sarit's face continuously changed its shape. Sometimes, he appeared as a handsome human face, and at other times, he revealed a terrifying and grotesque demon face with a bird-like beak, incredibly eerie. "Victor!" Sarit roared. He seemed to be speaking to the presence within himself. Before long, a black mist seeped out from Sarit's body. Then, in front of him, it transformed into a shadow wearing a black crown. The shadow wore a raven mask, and its true face couldn't be discerned. Cloaked in a wide cloak woven from black feathers, it wore black heavy armor. Like a solitary king, it sat upon the Feather King throne woven from black feathers. "Sarit, what business do you have to summon me again?" The shadow chuckled with a deep voice. Knowing the reason but still asking. "Victor, I need the power of your seventh familiar," Sarit said coldly. "Is this the attitude you wizards have when asking for help?" Victor sneered. "Victor, don't forget, without me, you would have dispersed into smoke long ago. If you want to successfully return to the abyss, reclaim the throne of your abyss lord on the 223rd level, don't adopt such a lofty posture. We're just cooperating, and I am not your slave, Sorcerer said. I can provide you with the power of the seventh familiar. Now, what's the price? Victor calmly asked. What price do you want? Sorcerer inquired. I need a powerful and perfect vessel, capable of bearing the power of the great Abyss Lord and the noble Black Feather Demon King, Victor said. A body of a fourth circle wizard, is that acceptable? Sorcerer frowned. A fourth circle wizard? Sorcerer, you might misunderstand the powerful strength of an Abyss Lord. With your wizard's feeble body, if you want to bear my power, you'll need at least a sixth circle wizard. Fourth circle wizard? Unless it's a body refining wizard, it's impossible to bear my strength, Victor shook his head, displaying an air of superiority. A sixth circle wizard? This is a high-level wizard, an existence comparable to an Abyss Lord. Where do you expect me to find one for you? Sorcerer laughed angrily. Don't equate those Abyss Lords below the 100th level with me. Even the 100-eyed Demon King, who turned your endless sea upside down when I was at my peak, is not my match. The 100-eyed Demon King is already a thing of the past. He has advanced to become the 1,000-eyed Demon King, reaching the 9th level as a Demon Lord. Now, even at your peak, you're not worthy of comparison. You, just tell me when you're preparing a suitable vessel for me. My power is not something you can casually use, Victor retorted, annoyed by Sorcerer's provocations. High-level primordial soul wizards are impossible. Even if I had the ability, I wouldn't let you inhabit my body. I would have killed you long ago. Next, I will look for a suitable mid-level body refining wizard candidate. Once I find one, I'll send the vessel to you at the earliest, Sorcerer promised. Mid-level body refining wizard? That's acceptable, for now, Victor replied. Now, can you lend me the power of your seventh familiar? Sorcerer asked. Victor remained silent for a moment. Then, he recited complex incantations, akin to the demonic whispers that troubled the mind. Within the misty shadowy form of his body, a massive void appeared, a dark, abyss-like opening leading to the unknown. From this void emerged a seemingly ordinary crow. As soon as the crow appeared, it transformed into a young man with sleek black hair. The seventh familiar, Dark Raven, pays respects to the Lord. The black-haired youth appeared and half knelt in midair, bowing to Victor. Victor, the Lord of the 223rd level of the Abyss, was said to house 18 familiars within him. Among these 18 familiars, the first 7 were demons of upper-level strength comparable to high-level wizards. The remaining ones possessed various special abilities, standing out as middle-level demons. The 7th familiar, Dark Raven, had a true form as a level 6 demon called the Crow Feather Demon. It excelled in duplication, stealth, and assassination. Of course, this Dark Raven was only a manifestation of Victor's fragmented soul, magically condensed within Sorcerer's body, equivalent to the level of a level 4 demon. The actual Dark Raven, along with Victor's true self, remained suppressed by Victor's enemies on the 223rd level of the Abyss. Long ago, Victor had been betrayed by his most powerful and trusted first familiar, who had joined forces with other wandering upper-level demons without territory. Together, they ambushed and severely wounded Victor. Victor's true self, along with the other 17 familiars within him, was subdued and refined by his enemies, making it impossible for them to rise again. Over the course of a long time, Victor's true self's strength had been continually diminishing. At this rate, Victor was bound to perish. Fortunately, Victor had left a hidden card. During the war with the wizard civilization, he had left a fragment of his soul in the mortal realm. This fragment had been dormant until Sorcerer unintentionally stumbled upon it, allowing Victor to invade Sorcerer's body and become the master within. Eventually, through the form of a soul contract, Victor and Sorcerer reached a cooperation agreement. Victor provided demonic power to Sorcerer to fulfill his ambitions, while Sorcerer had to meet Victor's demands. Chapter 717, 100%. 2. Victor aimed to find a suitable physical vessel in the wizard world and merge his fragmented soul with it using a secret technique, forming an avatar. When it was time, this avatar would discover a way to the Ib. For now, he was a pitiful and lonely soul trapped within Sorcerer's body, relying on Sorcerer's strength to act. For now, he was a pitiful and lonely soul trapped within Sorcerer's body, relying on Sorcerer's strength to act. Sorcerer, for now, I will lend you the power of the seventh familiar, Dark Raven. I hope you won't disappoint me, Victor said, gazing at Sarit before transforming into a black mist and merging into Sarit's body. Summoning the power of the seventh familiar proved to be a considerable burden for Victor's already weakened fragmented soul. Sarit, with narrowed eyes exuding a dangerous aura, spoke to the seemingly indifferent Dark Raven. Dark Raven, I want you to go to the Black Pearl Wizard Market, infiltrate it, and create chaos and panic in the coming days. If you get caught by a fifth circle wizard, you can self-destruct. Do not reveal our connection, Sarit instructed. Dark Raven, emotionless like a killer devoid of feelings, calmly responded, as long as it's the Lord's will, I have no problem. For me, it's just losing a magical gasification body. I've been longing for the taste of slaughter for too long. Speaking of slaughter, Dark Raven's expression turned fierce and excited. Demons were inherently like this, it was in their nature. Go, Sarit ordered. Without a word, Dark Raven transformed into a crow and flew towards the Black Pearl Wizard Market. With Dark Raven's stealth and assassination abilities, no wizard below the fourth circle in the Black Pearl Wizard Market can match him. Although Dark Raven is only a level 4 demon, his abilities far surpass an ordinary wizard of the same level. Even a fifth circle wizard would struggle to decipher Dark Raven's stealth and disguise, requiring considerable effort. Old Man Garcia probably wouldn't be able to locate Dark Raven immediately in the Black Pearl Wizard Market. This undoubtedly continued to sow panic in the market, disrupting its normal operations. When people became unsettled, I would make my move. Even if Garcia suspected demons were behind the chaos, he lacked evidence and was helpless against me. It wouldn't be long before Garcia pleaded with me to buy the chaotic Black Pearl Wizard Market. A mere nomadic wizard at the fifth circle, challenging our Thunder Dragon family, was too naive, Sarit mused. Sarit left Area 5 directly, leaving the Black Pearl Wizard Market with no peaceful days ahead. Because demons lurked nearby, choosing their prey. This was the cost of defying the Thunder Dragon family. In Black Pearl Wizard Market, Old John had just returned from searching for potions outside. The resources in the Endless Sea are getting scarcer. It would be great if I had my own resource secret realm, Old John frowned. I wonder if my wizard tool has been repaired by Xavier. Without my wizard tool, I always feel uneasy when traveling. Old John had a third circle wizard tool, his cherished possession that had accompanied him for a long time and saved his life multiple times. Just recently, the idle Xavier finally started repairing his wizard tool. This filled Old John with great anticipation. Suddenly, a black crow descended from the sky, flying toward Old John. Old John sensed something was amiss. His third circle protective force field automatically lit up, surrounding him with waves of sea blue light, shimmering with runic patterns. Third circle spell Deepwater Guardian. However, in the next moment, the black crow's beak effortlessly tore through Old John's protective force field. Old John's expression changed dramatically. He unleashed his only innate attack spell. Ripples emanated from him, spreading in all directions. The force of these ripples was enough to shatter rocks, push waves, and crush enemies. The black crow's feathers shimmered with an eerie light, demonic aura burning, enveloping its entire body and resisting the ripple force. Is this a demon? Old John's soul shuddered, quickly fleeing. The black crow emitted a human-like mocking sound, turning into a black light and surging into Old John's body. Damn it! Old John discovered that black feathers were rapidly growing crazily in his internal organs. These densely packed black feathers appeared on Old John's body and disappeared rapidly. In Old John's mind, the faint image of a handsome young man slowly emerged, confronting Old John's spiritual force. Goodbye, human. The young man sneered, and then darkness descended. It's unclear how much time passed. The struggling Old John finally stopped moving. He stood blankly in midair. A human whose time has come, running around for the materials of life-prolonging potions, tisk tisk. The crow feather demon absorbed some of Old John's memories. Hi, Old John actually knows a body-refining wizard named Levi, but unfortunately, he's only third circle. Definitely not enough to satisfy the king. Oh well, let Sarit find a better body. This incarnation can only last for a month. Next, let the killing begin. Chapter 718, 100%. 3. Dark Raven had the talent to parasitize entities weaker than its spiritual force and peer into their memories. Many mid-level and high-level demons possessed this terrifying talent, among them the infamous Mind Flayers. Because of this, demons were formidable opponents. They often relied on powerful disguises, concealing themselves among humans. If they didn't use demonic aura, it might be impossible to detect them. Old John swiftly flew towards the Black Pearl Wizard Market. They arrived at the entrance of the array. "Lord John, you've been out for quite a while this time," the second circle wizard guarding the entrance said with a smile. "Don't mention it, being a pharmacist is too challenging." "Can't find any materials," Old John sighed. "Yeah, more and more wizards, but resources are becoming scarcer. I guess after this internal war ends, we'll have to start preparing to search for and open up new resource planes again," the guard remarked. Old John presented his identity token, easily deceiving the Grand Array. Dark Raven could effortlessly conceal its demonic aura, it was an innate ability of its race. Navigating through the pristine city, feeling the vibrant human auras, Dark Raven returned to Old John's wizard tower and said excitedly, "Let's begin." Dance of the Raven Flock. Behind Dark Raven, feathers flew out, transforming into black shadows. These shadows entered the earth like black swimming fish, with Old John's wizard tower at the center, spreading out in all directions. Inside the wizard tower, in the laboratory, Levi, clad in his experimental robe, stood before a plethora of experimental apparatuses. In his hand was a cup containing a transparent potion. The eighth experiment, another failure, no purification effect at all. Levi sighed in frustration as he set the potion down, leaving the laboratory. When in doubt, gain experience. Researching the purification elixir wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. This was the crystallization of the bug luminist's wisdom, and each material had its own peculiarities. Finding alternative materials proved to be an exceedingly difficult task. But he wouldn't give up. Levi refused to believe that a purification elixir could best him. Levi gathered various alchemical materials available in the nearby wizard market. If one attempt failed, he would conduct 100, 1,000 experiments, confident he would find a solution. Levi stepped outside the tower, stretching lazily. Around his wizard tower, he had planted some medicinal herbs merely for show, as they were inexpensive. A frost-white giant wolf appeared by Levi's side, gently nuzzling against him with its head. This giant wolf was none other than Algerta. Just yesterday, this white wolf girl seemed to undergo an unexpected change during her breakthrough to legendary. It appeared to be a direct atavism, resembling a miniature version of the legendary Silver Frost Wolf. This was quite different from Levi's legendary experience. Typically, legendary beings only gave birth to a legendary organ, and it shouldn't result in a direct atavism. When Levi tested Algerta's bloodline again after a short while, he made a startling discovery: her Silver Frost Wolf bloodline had significantly surged once more. Levi speculated that this might be some extremely unique atavism. After a brief moment, the giant wolf transformed back into the white wolf girl. "Transforming into a giant wolf is really cool," Algerta happily exclaimed. "Don't get too proud, keep working hard." "This is just the beginning," Levi advised. The other 3 members of the Fur clan were also top-notch Grand Knights. However, they still had a considerable way to go before breaking through to legendary knights. Even for the Fur clan with remarkable talents, the threshold of becoming a legendary knight remained a barrier for the majority. Algerta, however, was quite exceptional. Levi suspected that this young girl might have a connection with the White Wolf god worshipped by the White Wolf clan, the Silver Frost Wolf. "Algerta, keep an eye on the house." "I'm heading to the auction," Levi said, patting the head of the White Wolf girl. "Yes, master. Go ahead and don't worry." Levi quickly made his way to the Black Pearl auction house. The Black Pearl auction house held a large-scale auction event every year, where many valuable items could potentially become available. Levi was currently in need of wizard knowledge and materials, so he wanted to try his luck. If he could find some soul artifact fragments among the leftovers, it would be even better. In front of a white circular building resembling a coliseum, a circle of wizards gathered. These wizards were there to participate in the auction, mostly starting as official wizards. Apprentices had no qualifications for such prestigious auctions. Among them were second circle, third circle, and even fourth circle wizards. "Have you heard? In the past week, nearly 20 official wizards died in the market. It seems like there's a demon involved. Is that true? I haven't heard any news." "Well, I'm planning to temporarily leave this Black Pearl market. I heard the Thunder Dragon family is recruiting official wizards with excellent benefits. I'm thinking of going for an interview. In my opinion, the wizard world has long become a troubled place. It's the same everywhere you go. Wizards stood around, casually discussing some unverified gossip. Levi frowned upon hearing this. He had been busy with his research on the purification elixir and hadn't paid much attention to the market's affairs. Chapter 719, 100%. 4. His first reaction was that the Thunder Dragon family was secretly involved. This pattern, other wizards might not be aware of, but for Levi, who had spent time in Riptide City, it was all too familiar. Riptide City had experienced a similar situation before the major turmoil. First, demons caused chaos, wizards mysteriously died or disappeared, and then the Thunder Dragon family stepped in to clean up the mess. Sorit has just left, and now this wizard market is plagued by demons. The Thunder Dragon family is really shameless now, acting without fear. Could this family possibly collude with demons, aligning themselves with the abyss, and no one is there to stop them? A silent rage burned within Levi. All he wanted was a quiet place for undisturbed cultivation. Yet, the Thunder Dragon family, like annoying flies, was causing trouble in Riptide City and now in Area 5's Black Pearl Wizard Market. Do they really think of the Endless Sea as their backyard? Who exactly is backing the Thunder Dragon family? Levi pondered. A Fifth Circle wizard family was indeed powerful, but in the vast Endless Sea, there were dozens of high-level wizard organizations, and being Fifth Circle only placed them in the middle upper tier, far from being considered a top-tier force. In theory, the Thunder Dragon family shouldn't act so recklessly. Whatever, these power struggles among the lords are not something I can decide. If this market disappears, I'll just leave. Maybe I should try that sub-dimensional portal and see if I can return to the human realm through it. Levi calmed down and waited for the auction to begin. The conversation between the two people didn't use private communication and was intentionally made audible for others to hear, raising suspicions. Whether the information was true or false remained to be verified. The auction was divided into 3 sessions. The first and second auctions were mainly for First Circle and Second Circle wizards. Levi rarely made a move, occasionally buying alchemical materials and recipes he didn't possess. In the private box, spiritual perception was isolated, so Levi wasn't concerned about being targeted by others. Finally, the auction for intermediate wizards like Levi began. Although he didn't know how many Third Circle wizards were participating, there were likely quite a few. The beautiful auction which presented the first item, a Third Circle wizard tool resembling a compass. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Third Circle wizard tool, the Platinum Compass. A rare and exquisite defensive wizard tool that can generate a durable and powerful Third Circle defensive force field, capable of withstanding ordinary Third Circle spell attacks for a period. In addition, this compass can also provide directional positioning and launch magnetic field attacks. Starting bid, 20,000 ether stones, with increments of no less than 1,000 ether stones. Levi noticed that after the auctioneer finished speaking, the eyes of the wizards in the audience began to gleam with excitement. Due to having the golden snake scales and the great black sky curtain, Levi had no need for defensive wizard tools. However, for other Third Circle wizards, having an additional layer of protective force field made the Platinum Compass desirable. Levi, who hadn't mastered the Third Circle defensive force field, initially thought of bidding if he could get it at a low price. However, not long into the bidding, the price for the Platinum Compass surpassed Levi's psychological limit. Unfortunately, this Platinum Compass was different from ordinary defensive wizard tools. While others provided temporary defensive spells, the Platinum Compass offered a lasting defensive force field. This unique feature led many Third Circle and even Fourth Circle wizards to start bidding. For some ordinary Fourth Circle wizards, having an extra Third Circle protective force field was a good choice. In the end, the wizard tool was sold for a whopping 100,000 ether stones, leaving Levi feeling quite astonished. Following that, several wizard tools were auctioned, including some excellent Second Circle wizard tools and Third Circle ones. However, there were no Fourth Circle wizard tools, they were too rare for this nomadic wizard market. Levi didn't manage to acquire any, either because they were useless to him or too expensive. Next up is a rather special item, an ancient spatial ring that's already out of production. The female auctioneer smiled as she held a tray with a black ring placed on it. Why bother auctioning off spatial rings? Just so. Wizards in the audience teased. In this era, spatial ring technology had advanced significantly, offering larger storage space at an affordable price. Even low-level wizards usually didn't need to worry about storage issues. Listen to me, everyone. Since we've brought it to auction, this ancient spatial ring, named the Snake Eye Demon Ring, might seem small in storage space, but it solidifies a lost spell called Snake Eye Demon Art. The Eye Demon Art is an extremely special petrification type spell. It disregards spiritual force assessment and realm, allowing you to launch a petrification attack on your enemy with a constant 1% success rate. For those wizards who consider themselves lucky or enjoy collecting these ancient discontinued wizard tools, consider bidding on it. Even if used as a storage ring, it's still an excellent choice. Of course, there are some points to note. After our testing, the Eye Demon Art has a cooldown period of 7 days after each use. Additionally, we couldn't test its effectiveness on high-level wizards. Chapter 720, 100%. 5. The Snake Eye Demon Ring started with a bid of 10,000 ether stones, with increments not less than 100, announced the auctioneer, sparking excitement in the audience. A 1% chance? In practical combat, that probability is practically zero. This wizard tool is nothing but a disappointment. Well, I think it wouldn't hurt to have it for collection. Apart from a few scattered bids, no one else competed for the ring, just as Levi had anticipated. He decisively won the Snake Eye Demon Ring with a bid of 15,000 ether stones. His decision was purely due to discovering that the forging style and design of the Snake Eye Demon Ring were almost identical to his existing spatial ring, the Trembling Ring, which had a 1% chance of paralysis. Could it be that these misleading rings are actually part of a series? What special effect might I unlock if I gather 10 of these types of rings? Levi pondered as he toyed with the Snake Eye Demon Ring in the palm of his hand. It was evident that both the Trembling Ring and the Snake Eye Demon Ring were crafted by the same weapon craftsman. Intriguing. Levi placed the Snake Eye Demon Ring on his finger. The Ring of the Wind Spirit, Trembling Ring, Snake Eye Demon Ring, Giant Squid Ring, Alice's Ring. Now I'm a knight of the 5 rings. Of course, among the 5 rings, such as the Ring of the Wind Spirit and Giant Squid, were merely first circle rings used to fill the gaps. Levi had grown accustomed to using them, and since his storage space was sufficient, he had not considered replacing them. In the subsequent auction, there was hardly anything of interest to Levi. There were no transcendent creatures or items related to them. In the end, Levi bought a few spells to enrich his spell library. Once he had enough spells, he planned to start creating his own third circle spells. After the auction concluded, Levi quickly left to prevent anyone from tracking him. Due to the prohibition on flying arrays, low-level wizards moved through the streets under the awe-filled gaze of ordinary people. Only a few intermediate wizards, like Levi, soared through the air. He arrived at a shabby residence in the slums of the small city, where the narrow and crowded houses were scattered. Inside one run-down shack lay a body, surrounded by a pool of blood. The figure appeared human, with black feathers protruding from various places like the nostrils, mouth, and ears. Suddenly, a figure descended, dressed in the attire of an enforcer from the market. Another death like this, damn it! What kind of demon is responsible? Frowned Sparrow, the wizard enforcer. Among the 4 wizards under Garcia in the Black Pearl, Sparrow was responsible for maintaining market order and also the most powerful in terms of combat capabilities. He possessed 4 innate spells, 2 third circle and 2 fourth circle, qualifying him as a senior 4th circle wizard. However, despite his strength, Sparrow had personally searched for several days and failed to apprehend the mastermind behind the disturbances. Based on the demonic aura emanating from the deceased, he concluded that they had fallen victim to a demon. Sparrow collected the bodies, placing them in his storage space, which already contained hundreds of such corpses, both of ordinary people and wizards. He intended to present these bodies to scholars specializing in abyssal studies and demons. This way, they could determine which type of demon was causing havoc and devise an appropriate solution. Only skulking around implies that their strength doesn't surpass that of Lord Garcia and me. To silently kill low-level wizards, it's highly likely they are at least third circle. It seems someone in the market has fallen victim to a demon, Sparrow analyzed calmly. Currently, the entrances and exits of the market were closed. Only entry was permitted, not exit. Sparrow had to inspect all the wizards in the market, especially those of the third circle, who were highly susceptible to demonic possession. If Lord Garcia hadn't zoned to the Star Sea these davs, this demon wouldn't have been so audacious. In the White City on Black Pearl Island, a gloom shrouded the entire city as numerous people went missing or died each day. The enforcers responsible for the market had yet to catch the culprit or provide an explanation. Many expressed dissatisfaction with the market. Simultaneously, rumors spread that the Thunder Dragon family planned to acquire the market, recruiting more wizards to expand and strengthen it. As a result, some ordinary people and wizards secretly hoped that the Black Pearl Wizard Market could come under the protection of the Thunder Dragon family, anticipating a better future. The 4 wizards of the Black Pearl made no response to these rumors. At the exit of the magic array, 2 groups of wizards were on the brink of confrontation, their spiritual forces almost clashing through magical duels. Why aren't we allowed to leave? This is a market, and we can come and go as we please. Questioned a third circle wizard. We've already said, we suspect a demon might be present in the city, possibly possessing one of you. Until we identify the murderer, we can't allow any of you to leave, explained an enforcer. I think you're not interested in finding out. You just want us to bury ourselves along with this market. If you want to leave, release your defenses and force field shields. Let me use spiritual perception to examine your bodies and open all your storage bags. If there's no demon possession, you can leave, suggested the enforcer. Are you insane? Every wizard's body and storage items are sacred and inviolable. If you dare to intrude on our privacy, we have the right to defend ourselves according to the law. Chapter 721, 100%. 6. If there's no demon inside you, why fear our investigation? Could there be something fishy going on? Such arguments had been continuously playing out in the market between the residents and the authorities in the past few days. Meanwhile, in an ordinary mansion within the city area, Anna, a high-level apprentice wizard, exchanged the ether stones she had diligently saved for a potion called Kosu's water to aid her breakthrough to the first circle. Anna cautiously opened the bottle of Kosu's water. I must become an official wizard, Anna. Mom is watching you from above, she whispered, encouraging herself. Compared to the prodigies, Anna represented the majority of ordinary apprentice wizards in the wizard world. For them, becoming an official wizard was already a matter of great honor. After drinking Kosu's water, Anna immediately entered a meditative state. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her body trembled continuously. After an unknown duration, Anna opened her eyes. She felt a significant increase in her spiritual force compared to before. Haha, I've become an official wizard, Anna exclaimed, excited by the power of her Children of Chaos innate ability. The next moment, a feathery black shadow suddenly emerged on the wall behind Anna. On the feathers, a pale, terrifying eye opened, revealing a cruel smile. Before long, another corpse appeared in the mansion, covered in black feathers. Weak humans, I am just an incarnation, yet enough to plunge these wizards into panic, the voice echoed within the wizard tower. Inside the wizard tower, old John stood up. As he rose, black shadows converged from all directions behind him, forming shadow soldiers draped in black feathers. Among them, one of the shadow soldiers vaguely resembled the witch Anna. This was the horrifying ability of Dark Raven. Spectre Guard. Behind him, hundreds of Spectre Guards crowded together, comprised of low-level wizards and ordinary people killed by Dark Raven during this period. Although their individual strength was average, they were perfect for sowing chaos when assembled. This incarnation has only 1 day of existence. Next, let this city tremble and boil for me. Countless black shadows followed behind old John, surging towards the sky. The wizard tower collapsed with a deafening roar. Then, these shadows rushed in various directions, initiating the slaughter. The sudden turn of events immediately caught the attention of Sparrow, a 4th circle wizard. He changed his expression, sensing the terrifying demonic aura erupting in the market, tormenting the city. To the 3rd circle wizard tower area. Sparrow immediately commanded, and his wizards swiftly flew there. On the mountainside, a wizard emitting a pitch-black demonic aura laughed madly. It was the 7th familiar, Dark Raven. Old John, it's him. He's been possessed by a demon. Activate the Grand Array, trap the demon. Sparrow ordered. Dark Raven wouldn't sit idly, he transformed into a black light before the Grand Array could activate, disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a 2nd circle wizard. The wizard, unaware of the situation, was torn apart by Dark Raven's claws and turned into a blood mist in mid-air. At that moment, countless water streams surged into the sky, condensing into a long chain. The chain instantly bound Dark Raven, entwining him tightly. Sparrow rushed in from a distance, utilizing his fourth circle innate spell, the Water Lock. Grand Array. This time, with Sparrow's spell entrapping him, the other strategically positioned wizards finally had an opportunity. The array designed to confine enemies emitted a dazzling light, completely trapping Dark Raven. Black light exploded, and numerous black feathers shot out, tearing apart the water chain. In the next moment, countless spell lights engulfed Dark Raven. In front of Sparrow appeared a droplet-shaped object. Fourth circle innate spell, Water Burst. The droplet swiftly descended over Dark Raven, exploding thunderously. A shockwave swept through, catching Dark Raven off guard. Just as he was about to use even more potent strength, he found that old John's body had already shattered and was on the verge of collapse. This human body is indeed fragile. I haven't even used my true abilities yet, and it can't withstand it. I refuse to disappear like this. Dark Raven's thoughts raced. Suddenly, he gathered all the spectre guards, forming a black, yarn-like sphere. Countless twisted souls wailed within, grievances soaring, distorting. Spectre burst. Boom! The explosive force, gathered from hundreds of self-destructing spectre guards, directly tore through the array that trapped Dark Raven. Sparrow's expression changed dramatically, and he swiftly vanished using teleportation, escaping the explosion. When I find a more powerful body, I'll play with you all again. Dark Raven sneered, recalling the body-refining wizard in old John's mind. That wizard had showcased impressive skills during a battle against an invasion of dark wizards, leaving a profound impression on old John. Dark Raven knew that with his current body, he couldn't match that fourth circle wizard. However, if he could occupy the body of that body-refining wizard, he should be able to contend with him. Chase him, don't let him possess again. Sparrow instantly understood Dark Raven's intentions. Simultaneously, Veril, one of the Black Pearl 4 wizards, arrived to join the rescue effort. Chapter 722, 100%. 7. I'll assist you. Veril exclaimed. This demon's abilities are strange, be cautious, Sparrow reminded. He went in that direction, I remember. It's a wizard tower belonging to a third circle pharmacist and a body refining wizard named Levi. Hurry, or that pharmacist may be in grave danger. Even a third circle body refining wizard won't be able to withstand the demon's attack for long. Sparrow and Veril pursued from behind, while Dark Raven had already arrived above his target wizard tower. He flapped his wings, a terrifying hurricane sweeping over the wizard tower, uprooting it along with the external array in the blink of an eye. However, inside the wizard tower, there was nothing, it was empty. Not a soul to be found. Damn it! Where did that body-refining wizard go? Dark Raven wondered. Suddenly, Dark Raven looked up at the sky. In the semi-transparent array, there was a torn gap slowly healing. He instantly understood that the body-refining wizard had probably anticipated the danger, tore a part of the array himself, and left the area. Quickly, before the gap healed completely, Dark Raven chased after him. In the distance, a faint figure was seen escaping ahead. If it wasn't Levi, then who? Levi, at the moment Dark Raven harbored hostile intentions, sensed something was amiss through his spider sensing. He used the golden revolving slash, creating a small opening in the fourth circle array while transforming into blood fog to escape. Although he didn't know how strong Dark Raven was, judging by the standing hairs raised through spider sensing, he was definitely at the fourth circle level. Levi naturally had to flee. He initially intended to rely on the Hermit Rune to escape, but due to his current low realm, his spiritual force was far inferior to Dark Raven's, making it impossible to completely conceal himself. The moment Dark Raven appeared, he noticed Levi from afar. He quickly pursued, intending to possess Levi. One running, the other chasing. Behind Dark Raven, 2 fourth circle wizards were also in hot pursuit. That body-refining wizard tore a corner of the grand array. Even I find it somewhat difficult to tear open a corner. How did he do it? Sparrow was astonished. Don't run, with us here, the demon won't harm you. Veril shouted from behind. Levi's speed couldn't compare to Dark Raven's. Soon, he was caught, and protective force fields shimmered around Levi. Dark Raven sneered and turned into a black arrow, piercing through layer after layer of Levi's force fields. With a bang, it collided with Levi's golden scales, seemingly about to penetrate them and enter Levi's body. Levi instinctively turned into blood fog. "I'll assist you," Veril exclaimed. "This demon's abilities are strange, be cautious," Sparrow reminded. "He went in that direction, I remember. It's a wizard tower belonging to a third circle pharmacist and a body refining wizard named Levi. Hurry, or that pharmacist may be in grave danger. Even a third circle body refining wizard won't be able to withstand the demon's attack for long." Sparrow and Veril pursued from behind, while Dark Raven had already arrived above his target wizard tower. He flapped his wings, a terrifying hurricane sweeping over the wizard tower, uprooting it along with the external array in the blink of an eye. However, inside the wizard tower, there was nothing, it was empty. Not a soul to be found. "Damn it! Where did that body refining wizard go?" Dark Raven wondered. Suddenly, Dark Raven looked up at the sky. In the semi-transparent array, there was a torn gap slowly healing. He instantly understood that the body refining wizard had probably anticipated the danger, tore a part of the array himself, and left the area. Quickly, before the gap healed completely, Dark Raven chased after him. In the distance, a faint figure was seen escaping ahead. If it wasn't Levi, then who? Levi, at the moment Dark Raven harbored hostile intentions, sensed something was amiss through his spider sensing. He used the golden revolving slash, creating a small opening in the fourth circle array while transforming into blood fog to escape. Although he didn't know how strong Dark Raven was, judging by the standing hairs raised through spider sensing, he was definitely at the fourth circle level. Levi naturally had to flee. He initially intended to rely on the Hermit Rune to escape, but due to his current low realm, his spiritual force was far inferior to Dark Raven's, making it impossible to completely conceal himself. The moment Dark Raven appeared, he noticed Levi from afar. He quickly pursued, intending to possess Levi. One running, the other chasing. Behind Dark Raven, two fourth circle wizards were also in hot pursuit. That body refining wizard tore a corner of the grand array. Even I find it somewhat difficult to tear open a corner. How did he do it? Sparrow was astonished. "Don't run, with us here, the demon won't harm you," Veril shouted from behind. Levi's speed couldn't compare to Dark Raven's. Soon, he was caught, and protective force fields shimmered around Levi. Dark Raven sneered and turned into a black arrow, piercing through layer after layer of Levi's force fields. With a bang, it collided with Levi's golden scales, seemingly about to penetrate them and enter Levi's body. Levi instinctively turned into blood fog. However, in the next moment, an endless tide of spiritual force surged from all directions, compressing the blood fog Levi transformed into. In this state, Levi, in blood fog form, was forcibly revealed. "Petty tricks. It's your privilege to be possessed by me," Dark Raven sneered. He continued applying force, tearing apart Levi's protective golden scales. His spiritual force reached Levi's mind, preparing to destroy Levi's consciousness, as he did with Old John. Yet, he found a three-tiered white tower emitting a holy light, securely protecting Levi's mental realm. "A divine tower? You have something like this?" Dark Raven exclaimed. Feeling the intrusion of an enemy's spiritual force, the divine tower automatically began to protect its master. It rapidly rotated, emitting a powerful suction force. Part of Dark Raven's spiritual force began to shatter and be sucked away by the divine tower. "No, I must find a way to break free." At this moment, Dark Raven, who had entered Levi's mental realm, panicked. He too was decisive and resolute, directly severing a significant portion of his own spiritual force, breaking free from the divine tower's constraints. Dark Raven's spiritual force was ground down by the divine tower, which, compared to before, now exhibited an extremely subtle solidity. Not only that, Levi felt that the ring of gaseous spiritual force magic around the divine tower seemed to have grown a bit. Though he hadn't tested it, he could sense that his spiritual force had definitely increased by 1 to 2 points just now. Of course, Levi couldn't afford to think about these matters right now. In his heart, there was more anger and frustration. He couldn't understand why everyone couldn't just quietly cultivate like him. Why did they have to fight day in and day out? Why did these damned demons want to cross mountains and seas to possess him? Picking on the soft ones, he thought. Just because I keep a low profile, every Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to take a bite out of me. I'm really tired of this. Anger surged, and the blood of the Crimson Emperor Dragon began to circulate around Levi's body from his heart. Levi stopped running, he stood still. He lowered his head, silent fury burning within him. 70%, 80%, 90%. 100%. The moment Levi's anger reached 100%. His eyes turned crimson, reflecting a world filled with molten lava and a sea of fire. In the center of this world, a red dragon that coiled in the sky opened its cold, profound golden eyes, emitting a dragon roar. Golden scales overlapped madly, layer upon layer. In the state of the furious Dragon Lord, Levi's attributes began to skyrocket. The usual 2-meter-tall true form of the fire dragon now looked completely different under the furious Dragon Lord state. Organisms resembling antlers grew on Levi's head, and a robust dragon tail trailed behind him. Since awakening the true form of the fire dragon, Levi had never used the furious Dragon Lord form until now. Chapter 723, 100%. 8. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold back. He lifted his head, feeling the energy surging within him like a tide, experiencing an indescribable sense of power. So, this is the true strength. Levi grinned, lifting his head to gaze at Dark Raven. He could vaguely see the bloodied and blurred face of Old John. Old John was a decent person, although they hadn't spent much time together, he was diligent and straightforward. Boom! Levi suddenly disappeared from his original position, moving so fast that it seemed there was still a flame phantom in the same spot. Bang! Levi's dragon claw gripped the protective steel like wings of Dark Raven. Golden iron clashed, sparks flying. This blow sent Dark Raven's figure retreating several hundred meters directly. This isn't the strength a third circle body refining wizard should have, this is fourth circle. Dark Raven was astonished. Levi attacked again, resembling an enraged bull. Dark Raven, being a demon, wasn't overly fearful despite the feeble body of the possessed Old John. He relied on his innate abilities and demonic aura, showing no excessive fear. What he dreaded more were the two fourth circle wizards chasing after him. Veril and Sparrow were about to go forward to assist Levi. Get lost! Levi's voice swept through. The two high and mighty fourth circle wizards unexpectedly stopped simultaneously, their faces displaying some surprise and disbelief. Is he going to deal with a level 4 demon alone? Veril furrowed his brow. I think that's the case. Sparrow smiled bitterly. Since becoming a fourth circle wizard, this was the first time he had been scolded by a third circle wizard. Let's just watch and see. It's a good opportunity for him to test the strength of this demon. We can intervene later. His temperament, indeed worthy of a body refining wizard. No, he should be a dragon descendant body refining wizard, the physique of a dragon descendant, coupled with a powerful body refining technique, it's no wonder he can resist the attacks of a level 4 demon with only the realm of a third circle wizard. However, this explosive state of his probably won't last long, it's just a brief confrontation with a level 1+ demon. To completely defeat it is basically impossible. In the furious Dragon Lord state, Levi would utter some harsh words that were otherwise incompatible with his usual character. This loss of rationality was unpleasant, which was also why Levi was reluctant to use this state. Boom! The crimson figure and the black figure clashed high above the sky. The crimson flames and demonic aura seemed to turn the sky into two separate worlds. Levi wielded the Frostmourne, and with the augmentation of flames, Frostmourne seemed to transform into a fiery sword of world-ending flames. Every slash was engulfed in flames, every strike a critical hit. Dark Raven was, after all, a level 4 demon and the incarnation of a level 6 demon. Despite the limitations imposed by the possessed body, he quickly gained the upper hand after initially being suppressed by Levi. Countless black feathers fell from the sky, converging into a 10-yard-long black feather greatsword in Dark Raven's hands. The greatsword descended, cleaving through the clouds and piercing the azure sky. Boom! Levi blocked with Frostmourne. Crack! His pure luminant gold longsword was unexpectedly severed. The greatsword continued its descent, and Levi blocked with both arms. The impact sent him crashing into the ground, creating a large crater. As the dust settled, Levi, with severed arms, bellowed. Ashes of death twined around him, and the fires of ashen fire burned relentlessly. He soared into the sky, and his arms had already regenerated. What kind of monster is this? Dark Raven, a demon himself, was dumbfounded. This surpassed his understanding of body-refining wizards. In theory, body-refining wizards had average strength among wizard groups. Moreover, the opponent was only a third circle wizard, while he himself was a level 4 demon. Die! Dark Raven completely gave up old John's body. He only had 5 minutes left, and the dignity of being a high-level demon compelled him to slay Levi before dissipating. A column of berserk demonic aura rose, reaching the heavens and the earth, soaring to 100 yards. Raven Demon True Form. The charming and beautiful young man instantly transformed into a crow demon with wings spanning 5 yards on each side. To use my true form as a third circle wizard, interesting, very interesting. Ha ha ha. The black wings spun, resembling a black tornado sweeping through the sky, unleashing countless feather blades. Levi roared, his body growing against the wind. Like a sea-swallowing whale, an abundance of energy surged instantly. Pinnacle of Strength. Giant Dragon Warrior. A giant dragon warrior, also reaching a height of 5 yards, whipped its massive tail. Boom! The two terrifying giants collided in the sky, and the shockwave dispersed all clouds within a radius of several kilometers, revealing a clear blue sky. I feel like there's no need for us to intervene. He should be a fourth circle body refining wizard, but it seems his spiritual force cultivation hasn't caught up, Sparrow said, somewhat shocked. But aren't body refining wizards also relying on spiritual force to cultivate body refining spells? Veril questioned. That should be due to his dragon descendant status. This wizard, a dragon descendant, might have pure dragon blood running in his veins, Sparrow explained. While the two fourth circle wizards were discussing, Levi looked at the gradually fading true form of Dark Raven in the sky. Don't run! Levi roared. Terrifying flames surged, swallowing the true form. Humans, when the war drum between the Abyss and Wizards beats again, I, Dark Raven, will return. Dark Raven's unwilling voice echoed. His strength, according to the rune language, was completely depleted, dissolving into nothingness. Meanwhile, in the Thunder Dragon family, Sorit was resting when Victor's voice echoed in his mind, Dark Raven's incarnation is dead. No matter, I believe my purpose has been achieved. Sorit opened his eyes, and the thunderous light flashed, resonating through the void ahead. Chapter 724, Return Home. In mid-air, Levi released the strength in his body until a cold liquid suddenly flowed through his blood and spread to his limbs. Levi's anger slowly dissipated. He panted heavily, and the true form of the giant dragon warrior and the furious dragon lord gradually faded. Phew, the tranquil water that was reserved in the blood sac has taken effect. I should try to use the special effect of the furious dragon lord less in the future. That would prevent him from entering the furious dragon lord state for too long. If he is not able to come back from that state, he will become a complete lunatic. Levi had previously refined a third circle potion called Calming Water, which was stored in the blood sacs. This potion was an essential potion used by some wizards to prevent themselves from going berserk during cultivation. It could also have a very strong calming effect. Looking at it now, the effect was excellent. Once Levi's body reached a certain critical point, the potion would be automatically released to suppress the madness and anger. I'll refine more of it in the future as a backup. He looked at old John's storage item in his hand and glanced at it. There were not many things. What a loss, Levi was a little annoyed. He did not want to reveal his strength, but in the previous situation, he might have been in danger if he did not reveal it. By the time Levi was almost fully recovered, in the distance, two fourth circle wizards finally arrived in front of Levi. This was also a way to show respect to Levi, telling him that they had no ill intentions and would not take advantage of the situation. Sir Levi, you're really hiding your strength. Sparrow smiled and said, oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Sparrow, the captain of the Black Pearl Wizard Market's Law Enforcement Team. This is Veril. If you often attend Black Pearl Wizard gatherings, you should have known him long ago. Veril nodded and said, I have some potions that can help you recover faster. Do you need them? Levi's strength had already won the respect of these two, so they did not look down on him like a fourth circle wizard facing a third circle wizard. Instead, they treated Levi as an equal. There is no need. Thank you. Regarding this matter,
We understand. We're rogue cultivators. We don't have any backers in this world. Everyone nas fnelver secrets fnat fnat wantedners to know. We brothers naturally understand this. Sparrow answered with a smile. Levi said gratefully, thank you, both of you. If it weren't for the both of you, I wouldn't have dared to fight a level 4 demon. However, it doesn't seem like a level 4 demon. It's just an incarnation. That's right. It's just an incarnation, but it's already so difficult to deal with. This guy's main body should be a 5th circle superior demon that's comparable to a primordial soul wizard. In the abyss, this is an absolute powerhouse. Such an existence appeared in our Black Pearl Wizard Market. When Lord Garcia returns, we must report this matter. Sparrow said with a solemn expression. However, if you don't like to be exposed, and if you don't mind, Sparrow and I can just say that we killed him together. But this way we would be taking your credit, and we're afraid that you'll feel uncomfortable, said Veril. That's even better. I just want to find a quiet place to cultivate. I don't want to cause trouble, and I don't have any ill intentions. I just don't want to be disturbed. I hope the two of you can understand. Levi said with a smile. Understood, Sir Levi. May I ask if you are a member of the Dragon Descendant Priory, asked Sparrow. Levi shook his head and smiled bitterly. He replied, I'm not. Maybe I will be in the future. I'm just a nameless dragon descendant wizard right now. He now realized that he could create the persona of a dragon descendant wizard and a body refining sorcerer in the future. The cultivation of a knight to this point was too shocking. No one would believe it even if he told them. An existence like Levi had never appeared in history before. Moreover, at his current level, Levi, who possessed 5 breathing techniques of the dragon clan, was essentially no different from a dragon descendant. It was not a problem to call him a dragon descendant. Oh, I see. I know a senior from the Dragon Descendant Priory. If you want to join the Dragon Descendant Priory, I can recommend you to that senior, said Sparrow. Levi shook his head and said, no need for now. Thank you for your kindness, Sir Sparrow. By the way, who is this senior? Is it convenient for you to reveal their identity? Blue Dragon Lady. She is currently the Castellan of the Riptide City. She is a high-ranking member of the Dragon Descendants Priory. She will definitely become a primordial soul wizard in the future, said Sparrow. Levi was glad that he had refused. If he went to Riptide City now, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? Although the Blue Dragon Lady was not as evil as Sorit, she was definitely not someone to be trifled with. It could be said that if Huffman really died, Levi felt that both Blue Dragon Lady and Sorit were responsible. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. If you need to refine potions in the future, you can come and find me. He had already exposed his strength in front of the two of them. Levi had no choice. He could not kill the two of them. Moreover, he did not have the strength to kill them, so he could not force them to sign a confidentiality agreement. He might as well go with the flow and take this opportunity to befriend them. This way, he could also be considered to have a good relationship with the higher-ups of the Black Pearl Market, which would facilitate his future actions. Chapter 725, New Home. No problem, Sir Levi. Right, I'll get my men to prepare a new wizard tower for you. Veril said as he looked at Levi. Thank you very much. A month later, Garcia rushed back from Star Sea and returned to the wizard market. When he heard about the demons causing a ruckus in the market, he quickly called the Black Pearl's 4 wizards for a meeting. The 5 wizards sat together and were discussing an important matter. That demon must have been completely dealt with. This thing is the hardest to deal with. It has many strange abilities and is impossible to guard against, said Garcia. Lord, we saw the demon disappear with our own eyes. We then checked the entire market again. The demon should be completely dead, said Sparrow. That's good. This demon's origins are strange. It's intriguing. Garcia muttered. Lord, in my opinion, that demon is definitely related to Sorit. There's no doubt that the Thunder Dragon family is determined to take our market away. Not only that, but they also want to poach all the low-level wizards and third-circle wizards from our market. Sparrow said angrily. Sparrow, there's no evidence at the moment. Don't talk nonsense, said Garcia. Lord, what evidence is needed?
Anyone with eyes can see it. In short, don't jump to conclusions without evidence. Otherwise, if someone catches you saying that and claims that you're slandering and insulting him, wouldn't you be falling into the enemy's trap and giving him an excuse to make a move? At that time, the villain can complain first. After all, colluding with the demons and joining the abyss is a great crime that betrays the entire wizard civilization. If this is made public, even many dark wizards will mock this person. Garcia said calmly. What Lord said is reasonable. I was rude. Sigh, I just can't take this lying down. Sparrow's heart burned with anger when he thought of those who were killed by the demons. He was a rogue cultivator who grew up in the Black Pearl Wizard Market, so he still had some feelings for this place. If those people want to leave, we can't do anything about it. The market was originally a trading center for rogue cultivators. There are not so many restrictions and rules. This is also the original intention of our Black Pearl Wizard Market. If the Thunder Dragon family wants this market, then he can have it. If the four of you want to follow the Thunder Dragon family, I won't stop you. I, Garcia, have already exhausted my life's hard work, luck, and potential to cultivate and attain the fifth circle realm. It can be said that the hope of becoming a primordial soul is slim. Perhaps for you, the Thunder Dragon family is a good place to go. Sorit is the first person in thousands of years who has the highest possibility of breaking through to the primordial soul stage in the Thunder Dragon family. There is no problem for him to become a primordial soul cultivator in the future. If you follow him, you might be able to advance further. As for me, I plan to head to the Star Sea and establish a true wizard organization there to continue my legacy, said Garcia. Lord, I, Sparrow, will never join any wizarding family no matter how poor I am in this life, even if I am so poor that I don't have a single piece of ether stone. Sparrow said firmly. We, the four Black Pearl Wizards, have always advanced and retreated together. If you don't mind, sir, then the four of us will also join your wizard organization, Veril added. It's a good idea to establish a wizard organization. If we want to improve our strength, a loose wizard market is not enough. We need to establish a wizard organization. There will be more low-level wizards collecting resources, and we will provide knowledge and protection. This will form a good cycle, said Sparrow. That makes sense. I want to establish a wizard organization that is similar to an academy. Then, I want to recruit some wizards from various large guilds who are good at research. Whether it's a popular guild or a small guild, as long as they have the ability and talent, they can join and become teachers of the academy. Garcia spoke of his idea. In general, it was to add some details and perfection to the traditional wizard organization system to prevent the academy from becoming the same as a wizard family in the later stages of development. Sparrow and Veril nodded in agreement and began to discuss the plan to leave Area 5 and head to Star Sea. A month later. Inside the wizard tower, Levi looked at his new home and sighed. He originally wanted to leave the Black Pearl Wizard Market, but after thinking about it, in this situation, if he were to go to other places, there was a high chance that it would be the same. It would not be any better. Therefore, he continued to settle down in the Black Pearl Wizard Market. Just as Veril had said, Levi had regained his wizard tower and territory on the other side of the mountain. This was a gift from Veril to Levi as a reward for killing the demon in secret. It's a pity that it won't be so convenient to visit old Xavier's house in the future. After moving into his new house, Levi remembered old Xavier who was still living there. The new house was very far from the previous place, but with the speed of a third circle wizard, it was only a few minutes away. After the battle with that level 4 demon, it can be seen that in my current Furious Dragon Lord form, I already have the strength to fight against a 4th circle wizard by relying on the accumulation of attributes in the hexagon. Of course, this was only the initial confrontation. That level 4 demon was only an incarnation, and his strength was almost exhausted. If he hadn't automatically dissipated in the end, I might have become a lunatic and wouldn't have been able to kill him. Chapter 726, Returning to Star Sea. After all, from the looks of it now, if I didn't have the polygon panel, the first transformation of the blood source realm would only be able to compete with an ordinary 3rd circle wizard. If I wanted to compete with 4th circle wizard, I would have to be at least at the 3rd transformation of the blood source realm. When my 5-dimensional breathing technique advances to the 2nd transformation of the blood source realm, I should have the strength and confidence to fight against an ordinary 4th circle wizard. With the Furious Dragon Lord and the Giant Dragon Warrior, I should be able to easily kill ordinary 4th circle wizards in close combat. Levi analyzed the process of the battle. By using this level 4 demon, he had basically measured the limits of his current strength. But I still can't be arrogant. After all, I can't use Furious Dragon Lord's state often. Levi warned himself. As for old John's storage bag, there wasn't much inside. Most of it was medicinal materials that weren't worth much. In addition, there were more than 60,000 ether stones, some potion formulas, spells, and a wizard tool that old John loved. Levi also planned to find an opportunity to get rid of it. The next day. At home, Levi continued to study the purification elixir. As for ingredients like the saint fruit, which did not exist in the wizard world, Levi had no way to analyze its composition and compare it with the medicinal herbs in the wizard world to find a specific target. He could only rely on his imagination and guesses, combined with the effects of the herbs that already existed in the wizard world, to try them one by one. This was no doubt a laborious task, but Levi was happy about it. Even if the final purification potion research failed, he could still gain and accumulate a lot of pharmaceutical knowledge and practical experience. These were all invisible wealth. At this moment, old Xavier's voice came from outside the door. "Levi, are you home?" With a thought, the door opened automatically, and the magic array opened a path for old Xavier. Old Xavier walked in a gloomy mood. Algerta silently poured old Xavier his favorite wine. "Thank you, Algerta." Old Xavier picked up his wine and drank it quietly. Sigh, old John left just like that. He was the first friend I made when I first came to this wizard's market. At that time, we were just apprentice wizards. Old Xavier said emotionally. "My condolences, old Xavier." Levi also took a glass of wine and gulped it down. "We were still not strong enough, old Sheh had been hit hard by John Sr.'s death. The cultivation of a wizard was lonely, and it was not easy to have a true old friend. Levi, I heard that the Black Pearl Wizard Market is going to be bought by the Thunder Dragon family. In the future, this place will become one of the Thunder Dragon family's bases. Lord Garcia is leaving the wizard market. In his place, a 5th circle wizard from the Thunder Dragon family will be stationed here." Old Xavier suddenly said. "Is this news true?" Levi frowned. "The news is spreading around, so it shouldn't be fake." Garcia and the Black Pearl 4 wizards didn't come out to refute the rumors. "As far as I know, a few 4th circle wizards have already left the Black Pearl Wizard Market and gone to other places," said old Xavier. I just got here, and my butt hasn't even warmed up yet." Levi smiled bitterly. "It can't be helped. In recent years, the wizard world has become more and more chaotic. Many wizard families have taken advantage of the chaos to wantonly acquire small wizard organizations or markets to strengthen their family's power. As you know, the traditional wizard family system and the new wizard organization system have always conflicted. Some large wizard families have long been dissatisfied with the rule of the Wizard Council because many of the reforms and innovations initiated by the Council had touched their interests. It is said that those conservative legendary wizards are the patriarchs of several top wizard families in the current wizard world, so you understand why some people don't want the war to end. Some big shots were taking advantage of the war to make profits. Even legendary wizards were no exception. One could imagine the situation on the ground. In fact, this is normal. Every man for himself, even the heavens would destroy the earth, especially the wizards. At the beginning of the establishment of the council, many of the actions of the wizard ancestor Sauron won the favor of many low-level wizards, but there was no doubt that it also touched the interests of a small number of upper-level wizards. Before Sauron disappeared, he relied on the deterrence of the wizard ancestor status to deter other upper-level wizards from making trouble. But now, it's impossible. Sauron was in existence in ancient times. Now, there is a high probability that he had fallen in a foreign land. Unless he was truly promoted to a god, even a legendary wizard would only have a lifespan of 10,000 years. His influence had long faded. "I have a feeling that we will have to live our peaceful days day by day now." Old Xavier sighed. With the establishment of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council as a node, the wizards divided the history of the wizard civilization into 2 stages. Before the council was established, it was the ancient era. After that, it was the modern and contemporary era ruled by the council. Old Xavier had done a lot of research in this area. When he was free, he liked to study the history of the wizard civilization, and he highly respected the ancestors of the wizards, Sauron, and his ideas. So, what do you plan to do next? Levi asked. I'm leaving the Black Pearl Wizard Market as well. I'll most likely head to the Starseed to see if I can get an interview to join a high-ranking wizard organization. Old Xavier was not very confident. The requirements of high-level wizard organizations, especially those in the Starsea, were very high. With his aptitude and age, there was not much hope. Chapter 727, Everyone Heading to Starsea. Starsea. Yes, in the beginning, the Starsea was also called the Sea of Six Towers. The six steeples were the rulers of the Starsea. Later, in order to facilitate the management of the Endless Sea, under the leadership of the Wizard Council, the six steeples formed the Star Tower. However, the establishment of the six steeples still exists today, and they became the masters behind the scenes of the Star Tower. That's pretty good. There are more opportunities in Starsea, said Levi. Levi had also heard of the six steeples that formed the Star Tower, and the famous Seven Waters steeple was one of them. It was said that the Black Sun steeple was once one of the six towers, but Black Sun Adam led the Black Sun steeple to rebel and was removed from the Star Tower. It was said that each of the six towers had an eight-circle primordial soul wizard overseeing them. In history, there had even been a nine-circle grand wizard. Aren't you going? Old Xavier asked. I won't be going for the time being. Levi shook his head. He was not ready to head to Starsea yet. If he couldn't stay here anymore, he would go to the Hundred-Eyed Demon territory and see if he could return to the human world through the spatial node. If possible, he might as well hide in the human world for a while. Moving back and forth in the wizard world was not a solution. If he couldn't go to the human world, he would make other plans. Alright, then if you go to Starsea in the future, we'll find a way to contact each other, Levi, my friend. Old Xavier gave Levi a hug. Levi patted Old Xavier's shoulder with a strange expression. It had been a long time since Levi had encountered such a way to express his emotions. Wizasa were always on guard against each other. Even if they were friends, they were all reserved friends. Goodbye, Old Xavier. I wish you a safe journey. I wish you a bright future in Starsea. Levi sincerely sent his blessings. Old Xavier nodded and left. The next day, after Old Xavier packed his luggage, he left the Black Pearl Wizard Market. Levi's only friend who he could speak to had also left. As they bid farewell, Levi looked at Old Xavier's departing back and felt a little emotional. This is the norm of life. After sending Old Xavier off, Levi returned home. He saw a wizard in a blue robe standing on the path in front of the wizard tower. It was Wizard Sparrow. Sir Levi, you're finally back, said Sparrow. Sir Sparrow, what's the matter? Come in and have a seat. Levi said. The White Wolf maid brewed the herbal tea that Levi had planted himself. Sir Sparrow, have a taste. Although this tea is bitter, it is good for cultivation. Levi smiled. Sparrow nodded. He took a sip but obviously did not drink it. Good tea. He praised sincerely. Tell me what you want to say, Sir Sparrow. Levi looked at Sparrow. It's like this. I'm sure Sir Levi has heard that the Thunder Dragon family intends to purchase the Black Pearl Wizard Market. Yes. Then I'll cut to the chase. On behalf of Wizard Garcia, I invite you to join the Starfire Sorcerer Academy as the Dean of the Pharmaceutical Academy. As the Dean, you can receive a reward of 10,000 Ether Stones every 10 years. Sparrow said. Starfire Wizard Academy. That's right. Master Garcia wants to establish an academy-type wizard organization. The 4 Black Pearl Wizards have already joined it. However, we are still lacking manpower, so we are currently recruiting talents, said Sparrow. Where will the Wizard Academy be? Levi asked after pondering for a moment. Starsea. It is the most prosperous place of the Endless Seas wizard civilization. There are currently more than 60 high-level sorcerer organizations in the Endless Sea, and nearly half of them are concentrated in the Starsea. That is the stage where the middle-level and high-level sorcerers display their talents, said Sparrow. Levi said with a smile, Sir Sparrow, I have some matters to attend to, so I can't go to Starsea for the time being. When I'm done, I'll go to Starsea to look for you. If there's still a vacancy in your school, just arrange a pharmacy teacher position for me. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to be the dean with my talent. Sparrow thought for a moment. Levi's answer was within his expectations. After all, he could tell that Levi did not like joining wizard organizations. He was already very satisfied to be able to get a promise from Levi. But I have a friend called Xavier. He has already gone to the Star Sea. When the time comes, Sir Sparrow can look for him in the Star Sea. With his knowledge in weapon making, he should be able to take on the position of a Wizard Academy's weapon-making teacher. I know Xavier. I was going to ask him, but I didn't expect him to leave already. Sparrow was somewhat helpless. Then I won't disturb you any further. If we're fated, we'll meet again in the Star Sea. Sparrow left in satisfaction. The door of the wizard tower slowly closed, and Levi drank his tea alone. They are all going to the Star Sea. No wonder people say that the Star Sea is a dreamland. Speaking of which, Salmon, the founder of the Grey Tower, the Flower Knight, the Rose Witch, and Wizard Nut are all in the Star Sea. But now, the war is spreading in the Endless Sea. Even if we go to the Star Sea, we might face a disaster. I won't join in the fun for the time being. Chapter 728, Area 6. Year 1081 of the Holy Brilliance Calendar, the month of flowers. The Thunder Dragon family officially announced that they would be purchasing the Black Pearl Wizard Market and would be taking over this place within a month. Hearing this news, some people were happy while others were sad. More than half of the intermediate wizards had left. Those who could cultivate this realm generally did not like to be restricted by a wizard family. As for low-level wizards and apprentice wizards, they had no better place to go, so they could only stay here. To them, it was the same no matter where they went in the Inner Sea region. They were all low-level wizard who were ordered around. However, if they were to go to the Outer Sea region where the elemental power was thin, then they would not be willing to give up the good cultivation environment here. Unlike people like Levi who had a proficiency panel, these low-level wizards who had average talent and no resources or background had to think of ways to increase their cultivation speed in order to break through to a higher realm in their lifetime. Levi's wizard tower was already empty. The Fur clan had already packed up everything and stored them in Alice's ring. Let's go. Levi threw out the flying shark. Kulam piloted the airship and quickly left the Black Pearl Island, flying towards Area 6 of the Inner Sea region. Coincidentally, at this moment, a 1,000-meter-long giant wizard airship broke through the clouds in the sky and cast a huge shadow on the sea. It was very oppressive. This was the top model Cloud Whale 380 developed by the Seven Waters Steeple. Compared to this airship, Levi's wizard airship was like a firefly against the bright moon. On the side of the Cloud Whale airship, there was a purple thunder dragon that was roaring ferociously. Its wings covered the sky, and endless thunder fell from the sky, destroying the world. This was the emblem of the Thunder Dragon family, which revealed their arrogant and powerful family style. Levi retracted his gaze, and the flying shark quickly left the horizon, turning into a glimmer of light. On the huge Cloud Whale airship, a fifth circle wizard looked at the flying airship with an indifferent gaze. He was Rex's father, the oldest member of the Thunder family, Thunderblade Tyrell. In this turbulent era, ants are exhausted and at a loss. Only the strong can do whatever they want. Tyrell sighed. He had no idea that the ant who had fled earlier was the murderer of his good son, Rex. The Cloud Whale airship slowly descended above the Grand Array. The Grand Array slowly opened, allowing the Cloud Whale airship to enter. Tyrell was escorted by a team of intermediate wizards as he moved. In front of him was the white-robed wizard with an old and kind face, Garcia. Behind Garcia, the four fourth circle wizards were expressionless. Sparrow clenched his fists and lowered his head in silence. Sir Tyrell, I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry to take over. Garcia smiled. Black Pearl Kid, you made a wise choice. The Black Pearl Wizard Market has been established for thousands of years. During its heyday, there was even a sixth-circle primordial soul wizard here. But now, it has fallen into decline and is no longer as prosperous as it used to be. Our Thunder Dragon family is here to change this situation. I believe that under the leadership of the Thunder Dragon family, the future of the Black Pearl Wizard Market will definitely be better than the present. Tyrell said loudly, and the wizard of the Thunder Dragon family behind him applauded. Among the crowd in the city, some people started to clap, cheer, and jump for joy. Thunder Dragon family! Thunder Dragon family! Sparrow looked at all of this, his heart turning cold. Sparrow, don't forget, nothing is more important than staying alive. I'm fine, Veril. Garcia's old voice sounded, from now on, this Black Pearl Wizard Market will be managed by the Thunder Dragon family. He didn't say much. He had made his fortune here and became the legendary Black Pearl Kid who had made a comeback. But now, he was leaving. Let's go, said Garcia. He flew forward without looking back. Sparrow glanced at Tyrell and left quickly under Veril's urging. The remaining 2 of the 4 Black Pearl Wizards stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. Sparrow and Veril's expressions changed. They asked, Crone, Monet, what's the meaning of this? I'm sorry, Sparrow. We thought about it and decided not to leave. We can't bear to leave this place. Crone's smile was bitter, clearly hiding something. I hope that the 2 of you will go further and further on the path of pursuing the truth together with Lord Garcia. I feel that the future of the wizard civilization described by Lord Garcia is really good. I look forward to seeing that day, said Monet. You guys, Sparrow looked at Tyrell. The old man had a half-smile on his face. He was obviously very proud of himself. Let's go. Everyone has their own aspirations. Don't force it. Garcia's calm voice came from the front. Sparrow and Veril quickly followed and disappeared into the horizon. Crone, Monet, you won't regret following the Thunder Dragon family, said Tyrell. Thank you for taking us in. A month later, the Thunder Dragon family took over the Black Pearl Wizard Assembly and named it Pearl Island. They built the Thunder Dragon family's wizard tower on top of it and stationed their wizard team there. After leaving the Black Pearl Market and with the Flying Shark, Levi arrived at the familiar Area 6 within half a month. He didn't go to Riptide City. Instead, he went straight to 100-eyed Demon Territory. Chapter 729, Magma Ocean. Due to the demonic aura of the 1,000-eyed Demon King, the 100-eyed Demon Territory became a forbidden land in the human world, where demons wreaked havoc. However, as time passed and the demon-hunting wizards in Riptide City worked hard, Levi did not see a single monster while he was traveling in the 100-eyed Demon Territory. A beautiful witch was sitting in a wizard airship, leading Levi. Senior, that sub-dimensional portal node is closer to the center of 100-eyed Demon Territory. There might be some powerful monsters left behind. You have to be careful, said Miss Messenger Eve. Eve now respected and worshipped Levi more than before. Some time ago, when Levi was researching the purification elixir, he had accidentally developed a special potion formula. Although this potion formula could not achieve the purification effect that Levi needed, it could at least remove some of the after effects of casting spells. After Levi's experiment, the effect of the potion was very good. After he gave the potion to the owl, Miss Eve actually changed back. Levi called this potion Water of Eve. The invention of the Water of Eve excited Levi for a while. The one who was more excited than Levi was Eve, who could turn over a new leaf. After all, she could only cast simple spells in her owl form. She couldn't meditate, and her cultivation level stagnated. Not long after, Levi arrived at the coordinates of the sub-dimensional portal node under Eve's lead. This sub-dimensional portal node was located in a cluster of underwater volcanoes. Lava erupted and condensed at the bottom of the sea. White smoke filled the air, and the smell of sulfur filled the air. Such a large-scale land of underground fire is quite suitable for cultivating the burning faction, said Eve. The fire elemental power inside is mixed with the demonic aura of the demon lord. If I cultivate it, I will definitely go berserk. Levi shook his head. I see. Senior, the sub-dimensional portal node is on the ocean plains ahead. Eve reminded him. She had passed by this place when she sent a message. She felt the dense fire elemental power in this sea area and thought that she was still lacking a stalk of crimson fire grass, so she came down to look for it. Who would have thought that she would encounter a wild sub-dimensional portal node? Levi came to the plains that Eve had mentioned and was slightly stunned. There were no plains in front of him, only a huge pit with a diameter of nearly 1,000 miles. It was filled with extremely high-temperature underground fire lava. It was also an underground fire, but the temperature was several times higher than the underground fire on Blackfire Island. Why is such a large plain gone? Senior, I didn't lie to you. This is where the sub-dimensional portal node is. Eve's expression changed. She was obviously very anxious, worried that Levi would vent his anger on her. Don't panic. It should be here. Levi pondered for a moment before calling Joanne out from Alice's ring. Senior. Ayo, it's so hot. Before Joanne could fawn over Levi, he discovered a boundless sea of magma in the deep pit ahead. There was actually such a magical place at the bottom of the sea. Joanne, use your knowledge as a ruin hunter to determine if this deep pit was once the location of an ancient ruin. All right, Senior. Let me take a look. Traces of light flickered in Joanne's eyes. In his world, the omnipresent magnetic force was circulating in an orderly manner. However, in the deep pit, the magnetic force was chaotic and disorderly. After a long while, Joanne said with a serious expression, Senior, there seem to be traces of an ancient wizard relic here. From the magnetic field, the space here seems to be distorted. Also, I felt a strong spell fluctuation in this magma sea. This wasn't formed naturally. It's man-made. Levi nodded and said, it seems like this ancient wizard relic place is where the 100-eyed Demon King was sealed. What? Then isn't this place very dangerous? Senior, let's leave quickly, said Eve. It doesn't matter. From what I can sense with my perception, there are no more demons in the 100-eyed demon territory. The demons have either been killed or have already infiltrated the wizard's gathering place. They won't stay here obediently. This deep pit was probably formed after the legendary forbidden spell struck the abyss well. The legendary forbidden spell had changed the landscape here, turning the plains into a deep pit. The lava also spewed out and drowned the place. The two of you can enter the ring. I'll be entering the magma ocean after that. With both of your cultivation, you guys won't be able to last more than a minute before you're burned to ashes, said Levi. All right, be careful, Senior. At the edge of the huge magma ocean, Levi was as tiny as an ant. Is this the power of a legendary wizard? It truly changes the world, and it has the unfathomable power of gods and ghosts. Levi muttered. He could feel a magical radiation from the lava. The radiation was actually trying to invade and change Levi's body. Unfortunately, Levi's body was too strong, and the radiation could not do anything to him. Even the residual radiation is so powerful. Levi's protective force field lit up. He had to go down and see if the sub-dimensional portal node was still there. With the power of a legendary spell, it was very likely to be destroyed. The moment he entered the lava, the terrifying heat burned Levi's protective force field. With his second circle protective force field, he would not be able to hold on for long before he was melted. Chapter 730, Spatial Vortex. He decided not to waste any more spell power. Golden scales covered his body, and the true form of the fire dragon appeared. He directly used his body to resist the power of the lava. He released Ace from Alice's ring. Ace jumped into the magma ocean like a fish in water, feeling very carefree. Ace, you're in charge of keeping me alert. My perception is affected here, said Levi. Perhaps due to the obstruction of the terrifyingly high-temperature lava and the fluctuations of the legendary spell, both the wizard's spiritual perception and Levi's intuition were affected to varying degrees. Although it was unlikely that there were living creatures in the sea of lava, Levi could not let his guard down. Ace nodded and immediately began to patrol around Levi. His body turned into countless fire elemental particles that were full of spirituality and fused into the lava. This way, he could expand the range of detection. After revealing his fire dragon's true form, Levi's resistance was comparable to that of a flame giant, so the lava was not as hot to him anymore. Levi carefully explored the bottom of the lava. When he could no longer hold on, he would crawl out of the magma ocean and mark the places he had patrolled. This cycle continued for 3 days. In the end, Levi found a swirling lava vortex in the northeast corner of the magma ocean. It should be here. This vortex is probably driven by the distorted spatial power. Levi casually took out an alchemical creature he had created and sent it into the vortex before it was melted by the lava. In an instant, Levi saw the alchemical creature begin to disintegrate into nothingness. A first circle alchemical creature that was mixed with mithril was instantly disintegrated. This is the power of space distortion. No wonder we need to make a teleportation portal. Otherwise, the protective force field of a low-level wizard would not be much better. I just don't know if my body can withstand this power of space distortion. Levi walked forward. His spider sensing only sensed a faint sense of danger, which meant that the power of space distortion should be dangerous, but not very dangerous. He pondered for a moment, then his right arm suddenly turned into a bloody fog. It continued to extend and finally stopped in front of the vortex. At the end of the blood fog, flesh and blood condensed, and dark golden scales covered his palm. Levi extended his arm into the vortex, ready to cut it off at any moment. Then, an ear-piercing friction sound came from the vortex. The friction of the spatial power caused Levi's golden scales to produce sparks. After about a minute, Levi's scales were all shattered. Before Levi could reach out his palm, the palm quickly disintegrated and became a bloody mess. Levi stretched his arm back and looked at the death ember power repairing his arm calmly. It's not as terrifying as I imagined. If I resist with all my might, coupled with those spells, protective force fields, and the great black sky curtain, I should be able to hold on for a while. Compared to the power of space distortion between different planes, the power of space distortion between the different sub-dimensional portals of the same plane was not very exaggerated. As far as Levi knew, the reason why only high-level wizards could travel between planes was because only high-level wizards' protective force fields could pass through the dimensional portal formed by dimensional spells. This way, I can enter the sub-dimensional portal node after I've made some preparations. Levi was Guoamo. Damn the Thunder Dragon family, damn the Dark Wizard. They've turned the wizard world into a mess. Rather than being disturbed here every day, I'd rather go back to the human world and hide. The only thing I need to worry about is Saint Estella, but it's still better than being in the wizard world. As for the problem of the elemental power being too thin, there was a small elemental conversion array in the Book of Cipher that could convert the elemental power of the ether stone for my cultivation. Although this is a waste of ether stone, it can't be helped. Moreover, with the awakening of the dark wave, the elemental power in the human world is also constantly increasing. It should be no problem for me to at least cultivate. Levi had a premonition. The convergence of the heavenly sphere, the awakening of the dark wave, the great expedition of the wizard world, and the dark and righteous war all happened at the same time. The old order and structure would be broken. The human world was the origin of the wizards. It was definitely not as simple as it seemed. The agreement between the wizards and the seven gods that they would not disturb each other could also be broken because of this incident. At that time, the human world would be interesting. No matter what, if I can't make a decision, I'll just hide in the human world. At the very least, the saints in the human world are stronger than me, but there's a limit to their strength. The gods can't directly reach their hands into the human world to hit me. But those big shots in the wizard world are much stronger than me. Thinking of the Thunder Dragon family that had broken his peaceful life time and time again, Levi felt a wave of despair. And the Thunder Dragon family was just a dog raised by a true big shot in the wizard world. The waters are too deep. The next day, after Levi finished all the preparations, he returned to the space vortex. However, when he was about to step into the spatial vortex, his spider sensing signaled to him a stronger sense of danger. Levi quietly took a few steps back. Why don't I learn a third circle defensive spell first? It's safer this way. With the principle of quality over quantity, Levi had not cultivated any third circle defensive spell until now. But now, he had no choice but to start cultivating it in advance. Chapter 731, Return Home. He left the spatial vortex and found a place to stay. He said to himself. Actually, I don't have to go back in such a hurry. This place is actually not bad. No one will disturb me. I might as well cultivate here for a while, sort out my spell library, and fuse an original spell that belongs to me. Therefore, in order to pass through the sub-dimensional portal node without any risk, Levi began to research his original third circle defensive spell. At present, Levi's spell library has 536 cantrip spells, 124 first ring spells, 35 second circle spells, and only 8 third circle spells. Most of the spells in my current spell library are from the Ocean faction. I'll combine a few and get a third circle Ocean faction defensive spell. Levi opened up a cave abode at the bottom of the sea and set up all kinds of arrays. He also asked Mountain Giant and the others to protect him. He began his long journey of spell research. To synthesize a third circle spell, Levi would need to master at least a dozen similar cantrip and first ring spells, which would take a lot of time. Cultivation had no time limit. Year 1085 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of flowing fire. The 49th year of the Great Expedition. The wizard world was in constant war. The dispute between the dark and the righteous had entered an even more intense stage. There were more than 240 regions in the Outer Sea region, and nearly 100 regions had already been taken by the Dark Wizard. This was because the Star Tower had already given up on the Outer Sea region and focused on attacking the Dark Wizard forces in the Inner Sea region. Both sides were attacking with a strategy of inflicting 1000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to themselves. War was like a meat grinder, causing the wizard civilization to suffer heavy losses. In comparison, the situation at the front line of the 5-sector expedition was much better. Under the leadership of the 5 legendary wizards, the expeditionary army had won time and time again. The battles between the 4 evil gods of chaos and the legendary wizards were also repeatedly at a disadvantage. However, it was not enough to help the Wizard Council. For the Wizard Council, the most important thing now was not the 5-sector expedition. Losing 5 planes was a huge loss, but if they lost this civil war, it would be the end. And in the Star Sea, amidst the flames of war, a 5th Circle Wizard organization named Starfire Wizard Academy quietly rose up. The Starfire Wizard Academy did not set a wizard talent threshold. Anyone with wizard talent, even if they were children of chaos, could enter and enjoy wizard education after paying a relatively low tuition fee. This allowed Starfire Wizard Academy to gather a large number of apprentice wizards and wizards in a short period of time. Among them, most of them were nomadic wizards. The teachers and students of Starfire Wizard Academy were also actively involved in the war against the Dark Wizards and received strong support from the Star Tower. Of course, the rise of Starfire Wizard Academy naturally had many obstacles. It was said that its principal, Garcia, had encountered several failed assassinations. As for whether the mastermind behind the assassination was from the Dark Wizard or the Righteous Wizard organization, that was unknown. In Area 7, the Thunder Dragon family used various methods to merge with other forces, eventually forming a large-scale Thunder Dragon battle group. After the Thunder Dragon battle group was established, it also strongly supported the Star Tower's cause of fighting against the Dark Wizards. This caused the reputation of Thunder Spear Sorit to soar in Area 7. The other 2 5th Circle Wizard families that were passively resisting the Dark Wizards were strongly condemned by the outside world. The outside world was stormy and lively. At the center of the 100-eyed demon territory, on the shore of the huge magma ocean. Unknowingly, 4 years had passed. In his mind, next to the gaseous spiritual force magic ring, there were many spell models revolving around the magic ring. There were cantrip models, 1st and 2nd circle spells, and only 3 third circle spells. Sun Flame Explosion, Glacial Sword Finger, and a brand new spell model. Levi opened his eyes, and as he chanted a spell, black water as thick as ink gathered around him from all directions, forming a wriggling ball of ink. Occasionally, a drop of this black water would fall on the ground, and it was enough to create a deep pit. It could be seen how heavy and dense the black water was. Bo Gang, attack me fiercely. After receiving the order, the mountain giant fiercely attacked outside the ink ball. The ink ball kept trembling, but it steadily blocked Bo Gang's 3rd circle spell attack and brute force attack. It only shattered after a minute. My self-created 3rd circle spell, Heavy Water Barrier, is finally completed. This defense is really good. The defensive strength of the Heavy Water Barrier should be a grade A spell among the 3rd circle spells. It was already the top-notch 3rd circle defensive spell. With the addition of the Ether Dominance special effect, the actual defensive strength was no different from a grade S. After all, a grade S spell was 1 in 10,000. It was not easy to create them. Otherwise, they would not be called top-grade spells. The Heavy Water Barrier was Levi's 3rd circle protective force field, so it was completely qualified. Once it reaches grade S, it will be qualified to be my first innate spell. With the enhancement of the Ether Rule special effect, it's equivalent to me mastering a 4th circle innate spell in advance. What a pity! However, there's still a chance to improve its quality in the future. There's no hurry. Apart from that, his proficiency in the Golden Snake breathing technique had also reached 4/5 of level 13, and he was closer to the 2nd change of the Blood Source realm. After level 13, the cultivation speed of the night breathing technique was obviously much slower. One of the main reasons was that the quality of Levi's secret medicine could not keep up with the increase in his realm. The resources of transcendent creatures in the wizard world had been depleted over the years, and they were getting lesser and lesser. There were only a few of them, and they were all hidden in their own resource secret realms by the large organizations. It was not for Levi, who was a nomadic wizard. This was an almost unsolvable problem unless Levi could find a new plane. Levi left the cave abode and put Bogang and the others away. Unknowingly, he had been cultivating in this place for 4 years. Other than loneliness and boredom, there was no other danger. His spiritual force had reached 115 points. The glacial sword finger was already at the peak of level 8. This was a spell he had created when he had advanced to the 3rd circle. It was relatively ordinary and could not keep up with the progress of his strength. As for the sun flame explosion, it was being cultivated methodically, and its power was slowly increasing, making up for Levi's lack of spell attacks. Now that everything was ready, he felt that he could go to the sub-dimensional portal node to take a look. Not long after, Levi arrived in front of the spatial vortex again. It's still here. Layers of protective spells lit up around his body. The heavy water barrier covered him, and the golden scales assembled. It could be said that stacked armors were stacked to the extreme. He used the same trick again, using his broken arm as the price to experiment. This time, due to the increase in his proficiency with the golden snake breathing technique, Levi was able to last longer. With the protection of the barrier, there should be no problem. Levi arrived less than a meter away from the vortex. His spider sensing only sensed a faint sense of danger. After hesitating for a moment, Levi stepped in with a determined expression. Without the protection of the sub-dimension portal gate, Levi was able to see everything that was happening outside of the sub-dimensional portal. Darkness, deathly stillness, shattering, and nothingness were the main melody. The spatial energy in the passage tore apart Levi's defensive field. The heavy water barrier was broken after a while, and the defensive field below was also destroyed layer by layer. As soon as the power of space distortion touched Levi's golden snake scales, he disappeared from the tunnel. And in the human world, in the boundless sea, and on an active volcanic island filled with black smoke, a group of lizardmen covered in fine scales and holding spears were holding a sacrifice under a volcano. The sacrificial offerings were sailors who were tied up. There seemed to be a young knight among them. A huge lizardman chief, who was 20 feet tall, held a staff in his hand and wore bone armor. He put his hands together, stuck out his forked tongue, and chanted, "The ring that circles the world. The primate of all scale insects. The Holy Spirit that controls reincarnation. Great Supreme Holy Snake. Yegu. Your pious servant sincerely pleads you to advise us." As soon as the chief finished speaking, a terrifying explosion sounded from the crater with a loud bang. The chief and the lizardmen looked at the place filled with black smoke with solemn expressions. A raging pillar of fire rose from the sky and reached the heavens. This active volcano had erupted. Chapter 732, Ancient Saint. 1. Kelvin's life trajectory was not ideal. As a genius knight of the Silver Mountain family, he became famous at a young age and broke through to the Grand Knight realm at the age of 25. This speed was comparable to the White Horse Knight Edward in history. His grandfather was the son of the former Silver Mountain Knight of the Northern Seven Flying Cavalry. His grandfather told Kelvin that Kelvin's talent was even greater than his great-grandfather's. Therefore, Kelvin had always lived up to everyone's expectations. He was also very hard-working and had long broken through to the Grand Knight realm. The ancestral Silver Mountain Dragon breathing technique had already undergone the second transformation of the life seed. Originally, Kelvin's life might have been to take over the position of Earl of Silver Mountain in Icewine City and protect his family's territory until he died. It would be even better if he could become a legendary knight before he died. Until one day, a strange person in a wizard robe who only had blue frost bones left appeared in Icewine City. Accompanied by the Blue Frost undead army behind the strange person, Icewine City had fallen in less than a day. Kelvin's father and grandfather had all died in battle. In front of that terrifying monster, the top-notch Grand Knight's grandfather was quickly drowned by the Blue Frost undead. At that moment, Kelvin knew what true despair and helplessness was. Under the protection of his family's guards and elders, Kelvin escaped with the help of the family's secret passage. He saw Icewine City freeze in the terrifying Blue Frost fire. The Silver Mountain family's loyal soldiers and citizens had all turned into ice sculptures. The soul fire in the eyes of the strange man in the wizard robe was so cold that it made people tremble. Behind the strange man were thousands of Blue Frost undead. Later on, Kelvin heard that a four-winged holy knight from the Church of Holy Light had rushed to Icewine City and had an earth-shattering battle with that strange person. The final outcome was unknown, but Kelvin didn't care anymore. Without his family and fief, he became a wandering knight. He headed south. When he passed by Peacock City, the head of the guards in the capital invited Kevin to join the guards, but he refused. He couldn't even protect his own city well, let alone guard someone else's city. He headed south. After arriving at the lush forest province and passing by Tulip Hill, Baron Reed of Flower City also extended an olive branch to Kelvin. Oh, right. Baron Reed was the grandson of Baron Levi. It was said that this fallen Baron Levi used to be good friends with his great-grandfather. However, the disheartened Kelvin only wanted to wander. What was the use of him working so hard to cultivate the path of a knight? In the end, he couldn't even defeat the summoned creatures under the strange man. Mortals were ultimately ants. The glorious era of knights was gone. In this era where werewolves, blood clan, ghouls, blue frost undead, and other monsters fought to appear, what were knights? They were just old antiques that looked good but were useless. Even the most powerful legendary knights would feel sad in the face of this era. They could not catch up with those transcendent creatures in their entire lives. Kelvin arrived at the seaside. He had heard of a secret organization called the Holy Snake Guild. It was said that the Holy Snake Guild had holy water that could make humans powerful. It was called Holy Snake Saliva. After consuming a drop of Holy Snake Saliva, an ordinary person would be able to kill a mountain wolf with bare hands. If one consumed 10 drops of Holy Snake Saliva, even an ordinary person could obtain the combat power of an official knight. It was said that the senior members of the Holy Snake Guild had all consumed more than 100 drops of Holy Snake's saliva. Their strength was comparable to that of a Grand Knight, and some were as powerful as top-notch Grand Imites. They could even fight transcendent creatures like werewolves and the Blood Clan head-on after consuming thousands of drops. As for the so-called ancient saints of the Holy Snake Guild, they were all existences who had consumed tens of thousands of drops of Holy Snake saliva. Their strength had already surpassed the legendary realm and reached an unimaginable realm. Killing legendary knights was as easy as taking something out of their pockets. Kelvin, who had just experienced the destruction of his family and yearned for strength and revenge, joined this organization. Under the guidance of an online person, he took a boat and arrived at a deserted island in the sea. He did not see the Holy Snake saliva. He only saw a group of ferocious and terrifying scaled people. These people were divided into two types. One was a lizardman who was no different from a human, except that he was covered in scales. The other type was a naga with degenerated legs and a slender snake body supporting his body. Then, he was suddenly attacked and fainted. When he woke up, he was already tied up with the ignorant sailors who had come to find the Holy Snake saliva and was placed on a strange altar. The altar was simply made of white bones. It seemed to be the skeleton of some huge snake-like creature. It was obvious that he was being used as a sacrifice to a certain evil god by the burly and tall lizardman leader in front of him. My life can finally come to an end. Kelvin sighed inwardly. He had gotten over it. The expected death didn't come. Kelvin opened his eyes and saw the dazed nagas and lizardmen. Even the leader in charge of sacrificing to the evil gods was stunned. Kelvin looked in the direction they were looking. In the crater, lava that had been silent for a long time broke through the sky. Waves of heat swept over, and volcanic ash quickly spread to the surroundings of the island. Chapter 733, Ancient Saint 2. After the lizardmen reacted, they panicked and fled in all directions. Amidst this terrifying apocalyptic scene, accompanied by the rain of lava that fell from the sky, a huge scarlet object fell to the ground with a bang. The earth split open, cracks spread, dust flew, and a deep pit appeared. When the dust settled, a burly middle-aged man shook his head and stretched his muscles before climbing out. His majestic body slowly appeared in the smoke, and his golden scales shone brightly in the fire. Heavens, his body was emitting flames. Was he human? It should be some more powerful lizardman. Kelvin's heart fell into the valley. Could this be the evil god that these lizardmen wanted to sacrifice to? That wasn't right. He hadn't even enjoyed his offerings and the evil god had already descended. He no longer cared. He embraced the destruction. He was tired. Thank God I'm back. Levi was dizzy. Without the protection of the spatial door, this teleportation was too dizzy. However, just as he expected, he successfully passed the sub-dimensional portal node. The power of space distortion dissipated as soon as it touched Levi's golden scales. This proved that his self-created heavy water barrier was handy. However, he did not expect the exit of this node to be in the volcano. Moreover, perhaps because of Levi's teleportation, the volcano erupted. He was directly swept into the sky by the terrifying lava flow. Then, he fell onto the island in a daze. Levi exhaled a cloud of volcanic ash. Lava rained down on Levi's naked body and splattered everywhere. He was like a demon god that had crawled out of hell, bathing in the rain of fire without any scruples. What kind of monster is this? Kelvin's knowledge was overturned. A hot breath came from above his head, and he saw a huge rock that had been burned red by the magma fall. If it hit, Kelvin and these sacrificial sailors would not survive. Levi leaped up and lashed out with his leg. Boom! Perhaps 100 tons of rock was sent flying and fell into the sea in front of him in a perfect parabola. Such a familiar aura. You are the descendant of the Silver Mountain Knight, right? Levi tore open the ropes. After carefully sizing up Kelvin didn't dare to make a sound. He only reacted after a while. Yes, Lord. I'm Kelvin Silver Mountain. I see, Levi said calmly. He looked at the sailors and sighed. He waved his hand and sent these people into Alice's ring. He turned around and left the volcanic island. He had just sensed that a group of strange guys seemed to have jumped into the sea to escape. Levi released Tyrant Il and Mountain Giant Bo Gang. Go and catch those little bugs that escaped, Levi said. Levi, on the other hand, found an uninhabited island and rested for a while. Then, he judged his current location so that he could make plans. He naturally had to bring the descendants of the Silver Mountain family to the Twilight Knights Hall. As for the sailors, Levi planned to use the Maximum Dream Infiltration Wind spell to modify their memories and erase the traces of their appearance in their minds. He looked at the endless sea and waited for Bo Gang and the others to return. What's on the other side of the sea? Levi suddenly had a thought. From the geography knowledge obtained by the church, the human world was centered on the vast continent where the Seven Kingdoms were located. He called the place outside the Seven Kingdoms continent the Outer Sea region. However, just how big was the Outer Sea region? What was on the other side of the sea? The church's knowledge was not involved. They only said that the deeper one went into the Outer Sea region, the more violent the sea would become. If ignorant mortals stepped into it, their ships would definitely be destroyed and they would die. In the history of the Jade Kingdom, many navigators had tried to explore the borders of the Outer Sea region. Some navigators even raised their guesses that the human world was a super huge ball. The Seven Kingdoms continent was just a small piece of land on the sphere. Of course, this guess was mercilessly shattered by the church. The navigator was even listed as a heretic by the church and burned. The place where the light of a benevolent father shines is the human world. Other than that, it's all the domain of darkness. If an ignorant mortal casually abandons the light of a benevolent father, what will greet him will be demons and devils, countless dark creatures. The Pope said at the meeting where the heretics were burned to death. After that, very few navigators went to explore the Outer Sea region. That place had become a forbidden area in the eyes of mortals. A destructive storm, an indescribable horror, and the corpses of countless adventurers were hidden there. However, in the wizard world, Levi obtained another version of geographical knowledge. In the human world, there was indeed only one continent in the past. That was in ancient times, before the parliament was established and before the rise of Sauron, the ancestor of wizards. At that time, mortals, wizards, the church, the transcendent creatures of the human world, and the creatures from other planes that came along with the convergence of the heavenly spheres all lived on a boundless continent. In the Church of the Holy Light's words, this continent was called the Land of Divine Light. In the Church of the Dragon God's words, it was called the Land of the Soaring Dragon. In short, the Seven Gods Church, who competed with each other and argued, had their name for this continent. It was easier to deceive the world and harvest faith. Chapter 734, Ancient Saint. 3. However, for the Outer Sea region where the faith of the Seven Gods Church could not radiate, the titles were quite uniform. The Forsaken Land of the God. It meant that it was a barren land abandoned by the gods. There were dangers everywhere, and there was no future. Darkness enveloped it, and it was filled with ominousness. In the early era of antiquity, the book Nora's Geography was left behind by the ancient geography master Wegener. He called the earliest continent the Nora continent, which was also known as the Land of Man and Land of Fertility. Wei Gena also obtained another term from a native who was isolated from the world. Those natives called this continent the Ancient Pan continent. Ancient Pan. In the local language, it meant ancient, primitive, chaotic, and open. In short, from the knowledge of the wizard world, the human world in the early ancient times was far larger than the human world Levi had seen. However, with the outbreak of the ancient war and the pressure of the gods, Sauron, who had already advanced to legendary, led the wizard civilization and engaged in a protracted war with the angels the seven gods. In this war, the legendary forbidden technique and the power of the seven gods were used for a long time. The continental plates began to become unstable. In the end, after the earth-shattering battle that almost reconstructed earth, fire, wind, and water, the continent fell apart and continued to disintegrate. And the appearance of the sub-dimensional portal node was very likely related to that battle of gods. In short, the elemental power of the human world was constantly thinning, but the sub-dimensional portal was constantly expanding on its original foundation. Gradually, it relied on the human world to form its own ecological layout and also became a paradise for sorcerers. The sorcerer civilization, which was no longer in conflict with the gods, quickly conquered the sub-dimensional portal and became the ruler of this place after conquering natives like the Sea Clan. Furthermore, they relied on this to explore other planes and become a new civilization that was comparable to some of the older and more powerful civilizations in multiple planes. The Seven Kingdoms continent in the human world became the last remaining land of the seven gods. The seven gods and wizards did not interfere with each other and did not interact with each other until they died of old age. It was considered peaceful. Thinking about it, it was normal. The human world and the sub-dimensional portal were two dimensions of a big ball. The subspace was the sphere outside. Inside, there was a bubble-like realm of the unbelievers. These realm of the unbelievers might only be the size of a secret realm, and the area might be similar to the territory of a lord in the human world. The largest realm of the unbelievers was the Endless Sea. From the current detection of the wizard world, the size of the Endless Sea should be equivalent to the sum of the realm of the unbelievers of the other large sects. It was countless times larger than the Seven Kingdoms continent. However, because most of them were oceans and there were very few land masses, the area that could be used for wizards' cultivation was relatively small. In fact, Levi guessed that the sub-dimensional portal should be an extension of the human world or a place where the projection was magnified. This was because he realized that every time he teleported to the human world from the Endless Sea, he would appear on the sea. Did this mean that the Endless Sea was actually an extension or reflection of the overseas land of the human world? The area of the Outer Sea region was much larger than the Seven Kingdoms continent. No one knew where the border of the Outer Sea region was. The Endless Sea was also much larger than the other realm of the unbelievers. Was all of this a coincidence? Perhaps, in the ancient era before the appearance of wizards, before the appearance of the seven gods' faith, the so-called human world and the sub-dimensional portal were originally one. However, for some reason, these two dimensions began to separate. Some rose, and some sank. This part of history had long been buried in the endless river of time. Perhaps it could only be seen in the myths and legends of some ancient races. I wonder if the Sea Clan knows this part of history? The Sea Clan existed before the wizards descended on the Endless Sea. They should have lived there since ancient times. It's also possible that they're an ancient race from ancient times. Levi pondered. If there was a chance, Levi wanted to explore the borders of the Outer Sea region and see if there were other isolated continents and other civilizations on the other side of the sea. At this moment, accompanied by rumbling waves, Bogang and Tyrant Il each brought a group of struggling lizardmen and Nagas to the island where Levi lived. These lizardmen were all beaten up and covered in wounds. At this moment, they looked at the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the huge rock in front of them in fear. The tall lizardman chief prostrated himself on the ground and placed his staff on the ground. Esteemed ancient saint lord, we have no intention of disturbing you. We are only offering sacrifices to the Lord Holy Snake. We didn't know that you were sleeping in this volcano. The chief used the language of the human world. Levi stared at the chief, who did not even dare to breathe. The dark wave's resurgence has intensified. Even the lizardmen have come out, Levi muttered in his heart. Franken's monster manual also had an introduction to the lizardmen. This was a race that was widely distributed across many planes. Together with the Nagas, they were known as crawlers. It was said that this race all believed in a supreme existence called the Holy Snake. It was said that it was a huge snake that surrounded the entire plane. It was a little like the black snake with a candle, the family emblem of the Levi family. No one knew what the relationship between the two was. Chapter 735, Ancient Saint. 4. Of course, the legends were exaggerated. The giant snake that surrounded the plane was probably an artistic process. However, Levi estimated that the Holy Snake was at least a god-like existence comparable to a legendary wizard. Otherwise, it would not be so influential and spread all over the multidimensional plane. The human world is getting more and more lively. Levi felt that returning to the human world for the time being seemed like a good choice. In the unknown outer sea region, there were more and more items that could revive the dark wave. This also meant that more opportunities were waiting for Levi in the human world. He felt that after not returning for 50 years, the concentration of elemental power in the human world this time was several times higher than before he left last time. Although it was still incomparable to the realm of the unbelievers, with his elemental conversion array and some elemental convergence array, it was barely enough for a third circle wizard like Levi to cultivate. While his cultivation level would not decrease, he would just be slower than the wizard world. The wizard world was too chaotic now. Levi planned to stay in the human world longer this time. Other wizards might be very concerned about the density of elemental power, but Levi did not care. He had the proficiency panel, various elemental affinity talents, and the potion materials he had collected in the wizard world over the years. It was enough for him to live a carefree life in the human world for a while. Sometimes, he could not give himself too much pressure. Just like in his previous life, if he could not survive in a big city, he could just stay in a small city. There was no need to go to the inner circle. It was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. What the ancients said made sense. Seeing Levi ignore him, the lizardman chief felt uneasy. He didn't expect to meet a powerful ancient saint in a foreign land. He and his tribe were not natives of this world, but the ancient saint empire from another world. The ancient saint empire was a powerful empire where everyone believed in the Holy Snake. Its members were all kinds of lizardmen, nagas, and other crawlers. They fervently believed in the Holy Snake and worked hard to spread and revive the glory of the Holy Snake. During a tribal hunt, they unintentionally found an altar in a dilapidated ancient saint temple in a primitive forest. On the altar, they saw another blue world. Curiosity drove them through the altar. When they appeared again, they were already in another world. The lizardmen were a race that was good at disguising. They infiltrated human civilization and gradually learned human language, history, politics, and culture. They discovered that from the looks of it, this plane's strength was inferior to the plane where his ancient saint empire was located. The strongest among them, the so-called legendary knights, were only at the level of tribal chiefs like him in the ancient saint empire. There might be some experts comparable to the ancient saints in the church, but there were not many of them. Hence, they were at ease and bold enough to start preaching in the alternate world. They also established the Holy Snake Guild and used the fabricated Holy Snake saliva as an excuse to trick humans into joining the guild. Then, they would sacrifice it to the Holy Snake in exchange for the real Holy Snake's gift. There was no such thing as becoming stronger after drinking Lord Holy Snake's saliva. Only these stupid humans would believe it. However, the person in front of him was definitely an ancient saint hidden in the mortal world. In the ancient saint empire, the strongest expert in the crawler's race since ancient times had given birth to the blood of the Holy Snake. Those who had reached a higher level were known as the ancient saints. Currently, the ancient saint empire only had 13 ancient saints. All of them listened to the ruler of the empire, the ancient saint emperor, Lord Clint. This person in front of him gave off an oppressive feeling. The aura of an ancient saint made the tribal chief prostrate on the ground. Levi sized up these lizardmen with interest. He suddenly said, "I've been asleep for a long time. Tell me about the current situation. If I'm in a good mood, I'll let you live." He guessed that these lizardmen might be from another plane. The strongest among these people was the chief, who was only at the level of a first circle wizard. The other lizardmen were only at the level of apprentices. They could all come to the human world safely through the spatial node. Did that mean that they could also use the spatial node to counter-invade the other dimensions? Levi was worried about the secret medicine of the night-breathing technique every day. It would be best if he could have his own plane that had yet to be developed by wizards. The wizard civilization was like locusts. All the planes they conquered had their resources firmly controlled by their respective classes. It was too difficult for ordinary wizards to obtain resources. Only the New World could solve Levi's current dilemma. He planned to take this opportunity to start with these lizardmen and understand the situation on the other side first. Then, according to the danger level, he would quietly develop a new world of his own. Let that group of wizards fight. I shall lead the Twilight Knights on a leisurely discovery voyage in the human world. By the time they find out, I will be rolling in money. Levi began to fantasize. In front of Levi, the lizardman chief told Levi everything about his experience in the human world. Levi even indirectly obtained a lot of information from him. In the end, it was more or less what Levi had guessed. These people were foreigners who had come after the Dark Wave revival. Chapter 736, Ancient Saint. 5. The plane where the Ancient Saint Empire is located has already experienced a plane convergence with the human world. From the description of these fellows, they had come here through an altar. From the looks of it, that altar was the spatial node between the Ancient Saint plane and the human world. Show me the altar, Levi said. Yes, Ancient Saint Lord. This lizardman chief was called Keku. He had a small tribe of dozens of crawlers under his command. In the Ancient Saint Empire, there were hundreds and thousands of such tribes. Levi learned that there were only 13 ancient saints like him in the Ancient Saint Empire. From the looks of it, the Ancient Saint Empire seemed to be very weak as well. Of course, the Ancient Saint Empire might only be one of the forces in that plane. It could not represent the highest combat power of that plane. However, in general, if a group of weak lizardmen could build a powerful empire in this dimension, it meant that the overall combat power of this dimension would not be too high. Perhaps a high-level primordial soul wizard could completely subdue it. Hence, such a plane should be the lowest level small plane. It could not be compared to the Blue Frost and the Blood River, let alone the Abyss and Hell. Soon, Levi arrived at the place where they had just come to the human world under the leadership of the chief. There was an uninhabited island filled with dense primitive forests here. It seemed to be very far from the continent. On the island, Levi discovered an ancient altar. The altar seemed to be made of some powerful giant snake bone. After countless years, it was still intact. There were runes on it that Levi could not understand. However, from the style, it was obvious that it was the rune system of an ancient wizard. An ancient wizard once went to the Ancient Saint plane because of the convergence of the heavenly spheres. He even left this altar behind for passage. However, as the convergence of the heavenly spheres ended, this altar most likely lost its function. It was only when the convergence of the heavenly spheres arrived that the passageway between the two worlds was opened again. Levi guessed in his heart after combining the information of the lizardman chief. How many of you have come to this world this time? Levi asked. The lizardman chief smiled awkwardly and said, Lord, only our tribe came. We haven't told the other tribes and the Ancient Saint Empire about this. Obviously, he had the same thoughts as Levi and wanted to monopolize it. He definitely could not tell anyone else about this discovery. I see. Go over and come back. Don't trv to dlov tricks in front of me, Levi casually called a lizardman and said. The lizardman trembled and nodded crazily. He stood on the altar and disappeared. Before long, he appeared again. Levi's heart skipped a beat. He released a sailor from Alice's ring. When the mortal sailor saw that he was surrounded by so many lizardmen, he instantly fainted again. Levi had no choice but to call someone braver. An old sailor stood there trembling, not knowing what to do. Levi pulled out a bag of gold coins. Go in and come back. This bag of gold coins will be yours. The old sailor didn't dare say no. He stared at the coins, then stepped into the altar and disappeared. When he reappeared, the old sailor was already in a lush primeval forest. Any tree here was easily 100 meters tall. From time to time, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from the forest, and the earth trembled slightly. As for the old sailor himself, he seemed to be in a dilapidated temple. A tattered statue of an ancient saint covered in scales and with two wings on its back seemed to be looking at the old sailor with a ferocious expression. What the hell is this place? In the sky, there were shadows cast on the ground. A pterosaur-like creature with a wingspan of dozens of meters soared in the clouds. A monster. The old sailor returned to the center of the altar. He saw the blue world on the other side of the altar. It seemed to be the human world he was in. He stepped onto it. When he opened his eyes again, a bag of gold coins appeared in the old sailor's hand. Levi looked excited. Even mortals can pass through this altar. This is unbelievable. This is completely different from a wizard taking the initiative to travel through a dimensional space door. Is this the power of the convergence of heavenly spheres? From the old man's description, it was no different from the description of this group of lizardmen. On the other side, it was definitely a brand new world. Moreover, although wizards had explored it before, it was still from ancient times. Now, there was a high chance that the wizard had also died. It was very likely that he would be the first person to discover this new plane. Suppressing his emotions, Levi exuded a powerful might and released his dragon's might. Holy Snake Aura. This is the Holy Snake Aura, a true ancient saint. Lizardman Chief looked excited. What did he do to face a Lord Ancient Saint? That was a figure who stood at the pinnacle of the Ancient Saint Empire. You guys stay here and guard the altar, Levi asked Bogang and Tyrant to keep an eye on these lizardmen. He thought for a moment, then stepped into the center of the altar. Without the slightest discomfort or the terrifying power of space distortion, Levi arrived at a new world. He opened his eyes and breathed in an even more primitive and wild aura, as well as elemental power that was not inferior to the wizard world. With his perception, he could easily sense that many powerful transcendent creatures were lying dormant in this vast primitive forest. The earth would tremble from time to time. It was a battle between transcendent creatures. I have to hide this altar from the other experts of the Ancient Saint Empire. I must be the only one who knows about this place. Levi hurriedly began to set up an array. He used all his array skills to hide the altar and this temple in the forest. It's not enough. I have to hurry up and find the blueprint of the third circle array and become a third circle array wizard. I have to hide and protect this place better. Now that I know the sub-dimensional portal nodes between the wizard world and the human world and have an altar that leads to this alternate world, I can come and go as I please. Levi took a deep breath and disappeared into the center of the altar, returning to the mortal world. Levi looked at the sky and the sea, feeling happy. A new era has arrived. Chapter 737, Dream Dragon. 1. On the nameless deserted island. The altar. As Levi continued to cast spells, the array item was inserted into the surroundings of the altar, and light soared into the sky. A circle of ripples enveloped the altar. Then, the altar disappeared into thin air in front of the lizardmen. Looking at the miraculous operation, the lizardmen were dumbfounded. Their civilization also had spellcasters, but their casting techniques were extremely backward and primitive. It was completely incomparable to Levi's operation. Other than a few geniuses, such as Chief Keku, most crawlers did not have the talent to become spellcasters. Levi guessed that the spellcasting inheritance of the ancient Saint Empire might have come from the ancient wizard who had entered this new world. After the lizardman unintentionally obtained his inheritance, after a long time, some rare spellcasters were gradually born. All in all, this was a very weak civilization. Levi looked at these lizardmen. How to deal with them was a problem. In the end, he decided to keep these guys for the time being. This way, when he explored that new world in the future, he would have a guide. Levi needed to understand the situation of the ancient saints in advance through these fellows, including the 13 ancient saints. I'm going to be away for a while. You guys stay here and guard the altar. No one is allowed to approach, Levi said to Chief Keku. Yes, Ancient Saint Lord, said the chief. This group of lizardmen worshipped the ancient saints very much, which could be seen from the ancient saint temple over there. If the holy snake was the god in their hearts, then the ancient saint was the saint equivalent in the human world. Levi only needed to release some ancient saint aura to make all these lizardmen submit. In fact, in Levi's opinion, the so-called ancient saint aura was actually the dragon's might or the dragon clan's aura. The ancient saints that these lizardmen were talking about should be the powerhouses among the lizardman race who had given birth to dragon blood. The holy snake might be a pure-blooded dragon clan with the appearance of a giant snake like the black snake with a candle. Dragons and snakes were not separated. When Levi had the chance to go to the ancient saint empire, he wanted to see what the holy snake they believed in was. He had a feeling that the holy snake and the black snake might be the same kind of existence. Bogang, Stay on this island and guard the altar. No one is allowed to approach this place. Levi thought for a moment and felt that he had to leave a powerful combatant here. Bo Gang was a third circle mountain giant, and a giant wizard at that. In the current world, unless the saint of the church came personally, no one would be a match for Bo Gang. Bo Gang silently sat on the ground, his body starting to merge with the ground. In the end, Bo Gang turned into a huge pile of rocks and hid there. Once someone accidentally entered this place, they would be surrounded by the Lizardman tribe and Bo Gang. Levi then left the island. Levi did not know where he was now, but since these sailors could take a ship here, they must not be far from the Seven Kingdoms continent. Otherwise, they would have long been swallowed by the storm in the sea. He found a direction and tore through the air. With Levi's current speed, he could see the coastline in a few days. I'm back. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1085, Month of Northern Wind. Storm City by the Sea. In the Shining Tavern, Levi was sitting in a private room. In front of him was a cup of Lion King's spirit. This reminded him of the Jostar family in the Yellow Earth continent. He did not know what their current situation was. Across from Levi, Kelvin sat there in a restrained manner, nervously telling Levi about the past. Kevin was puzzled. This ancient Saint Lord might have slept in the volcano for too long. He didn't know what year it was. The Emerald Kingdom is gone. Levi felt a little emotional. The last time he came back to the human world, although the Emerald Kingdom was already at the end of its rope, it had not perished. He did not expect that a kingdom would be gone in just 50 years. He could be considered a witness to history. Empires will be destroyed, families will disappear, but not me. This was what Levi sought, it was his long-term vision. Ancient Saint Lord. How do you know my great-grandfather? Kevin asked. He still did not know Levi's true identity, and Levi did not mention to him that Kelvin needed to be tested to join the Twilight Knights. It did not mean that one could join just because they were talented. He had just returned to the human world. He planned to let Kelvin follow him in the future and test the bloodline of this old friend. Your great-grandfather is a good lord. I met him once, Levi said. My great-grandfather actually knew such a powerful existence like Senior. He never mentioned it to us juniors, Kelvin said. I see that your life seed has already transformed and reached the level of a human Grand Knight. The Silver Mountain family has produced a good junior, Levi said with a smile. Senior, do you also know the way of knights? This time, Kevin was even more shocked. This ancient Saint Lord knew so much about human knights. Didn't this mean that this group of lizardmen had already infiltrated the human world? After living for so long, I know a little about everything. Levi sighed. These days, Levi was not in a hurry to go to Dusk Island. Instead, he planned to observe the current situation in the human world. 50 years might not be enough to change the world, but things had indeed changed. Chapter 738, Dream Dragon. 2. Your knight talent is not bad, but to advance to legendary, your temperament and perseverance are indispensable. If you're interested, you can train with me for a while. It won't be difficult for you to advance to legendary in the future, Levi said casually. Senior, I'm willing. Kelvin said. He could tell that this ancient Saint Lord did not seem to have much malice towards humans. He was like an outsider, watching the changes in the world. This was the real powerhouse. Regardless of whether the other party was a Imite, as long as he could train with him, it would not be difficult for him to become a legendary knight in the future. Levi did this out of nostalgia for the Earl of Silver Mountain. He had made his fortune in the Blackwater Valley. Icewine City had been of great help to him. There, he had completed his first transformation and gradually escaped the threat of the Duke of Montenegro's demonic claws. Levi led Kelvin to Flower City. They rode on horses and advanced leisurely. The city in his memory appeared in front of him. Levi felt excited to return to his hometown. The big horse slowly stopped in front of the city gate of Flower Castle. 2 Grand Knights were guarding the door. Not bad. They can spare a Grand Knight to guard the door. But this is a little high profile. Andrew still hasn't learned my essence of hiding. I have to teach him a lesson. Levi felt helpless. Who are you? The Grand Knight Guard asked coldly. I'm here to visit the master of the castle. Go and inform him that Gerald has come to pay a visit. Levi could sneak in, but he felt that it was a little strange that he could not go back to his house openly. Gerald was the identity he used when he returned to the human world. It was also the secret code between him and Andrew. "Senior, do you know Baron Reed?" Kevin asked. Levi nodded and said, "Old friends." Kelvin didn't expect that Baron Reed, who looked ordinary, would know such a terrifying existence like the ancient saint. Back then, Baron Reed invited him to join an organization with limitless light and future. He rejected it without thinking. From the looks of it, his decision was still too rash. Although the Grand Knight Guard did not know who Gerald was, he was addressed as senior by a young Grand Knight, so he must not be an ordinary person. He had a discerning eye and immediately went to report. Not long after, Baron Reed, played by Andrew, appeared at the door. "My dear Gerald, welcome." Andrew beamed with joy. He had been looking forward to the stars and the moon. His master had finally returned. "Baron Reed, how have you been?" Levi smiled. The master and servant entered the castle, and the iron gate slowly closed. In a secret room, Levi set up a silent array and said, "Well done. I didn't expect this territory to be here still. The current king is the younger brother of a member of the Twilight Knights. It's easy for him to protect our territory," Andrew said with a smile. On the other side, Kelvin was confused. He felt that he seemed to have come into contact with an extremely powerful secret organization, and the ancient Saint Lord was the leader of this secret organization. The Twilight Knights. Is this the organization that Baron Reed invited me to join? I actually rejected it. Calvin's heart was in a mess. Ever since his family was destroyed, his state of mind had been in a mess. No wonder ancient Saint Lord was so proficient in the path of knights. He was the leader of a knight regiment. Levi learned more about the current situation of the human world from Andrew. The Church of the Moon God, the Death Society, the Werewolf Brotherhood, the Ghoul Hut, the Wilderness Brotherhood, the Silent Monastery, the God of War Temple, and other major factions and sects were all restless in the Seven Kingdoms continent and began to plan for the revival of the Dark Wave. Originally, there was a new Holy Snake Guild. However, before this organization could rise, it collapsed and was directly controlled by Levi. Next, the world will usher in a true struggle. Isn't this also my chance? My strength might be average in the wizard world and I can't be ranked among the big shots, but in the human world, I'm a hidden big shot. Even the saints of the church might not be stronger than me now. I really should take the initiative to provoke the church. This human world is very promising." Andrew took out a storage bag and handed it to Levi respectfully. "These are the things I've collected over the years. They're all of interest to you." Levi nodded. He took the storage bags and took a cursory look. After 50 years of collection, there were more than 300 breathing technique inheritance diagrams inside. They were all replicated with special recording slates, and their functions were similar to cameras in his previous life. This was the item that Levi gave Andrew when he left the human world last time. It was convenient for Andrew to make deals with emmites or nobles who had breathing techniques. After all, the breathing technique was a legacy item of the family. It would be too difficult to collect it directly. However, the difficulty would be greatly reduced if he only collected copies. Among them, 10 were perfect or legendary, 40 were excellent, and the rest were shallow. The reason why Andrew could collect so many breathing techniques was also because of the Dusk Holy Temple. The Dusk Holy Temple attracted many emmites from many clans, and Andrew was able to collect so many breathing techniques because of the Dusk Holy Temple. Of course, some of them were found by Andrew himself. Chapter 739, Dream Dragon. 3. In that case, I don't have to worry about my breathing techniques breaking through for the time being. Levi was in a good mood. After obtaining the breathing technique inheritance diagram, Levi bid farewell to Andrew and Kelvin before continuing to travel to the Peacock Kingdom. On one hand, it was nostalgia. On the other hand, he could personally witness some changes in the human world through his travels and analyze the situation in the human world so that it would be convenient for his subsequent actions. During the month of winter, Levi ended his trip with Kelvin. Kelvin had passed all kinds of tests. He took Kelvin across the ocean to Devil's Sea and saw the island hidden in the fog. I wonder how the knights are developing. As soon as he landed on Dusk Island, Kelvin looked at the magnificent holy temple hidden in the mountains. After spending some time with Levi, Kevin learned that the ancient saint was the commander of the Twilight Knights. Only legendary knights were qualified to be an official member of the Twilight Knights. This was completely beyond Kelvin's imagination. What kind of organization had a legendary knight as the minimum requirement? Could they recruit people in the human world? However, when he arrived at the Dusk Holy Temple and saw the few powerful knights guiding the reserve members of the knights on the training ground, he knew that he had entered a new world. The Blood Knight, Black Knight, and Divine Light Knight were guarding Dusk Island. Dusk Island had always been in seclusion. Unless Levi's territory was in danger, they rarely took action. Therefore, most of the time, these three experts were cultivating and training the knights on Dusk Island. Among them, the Divine Light Knight was the last to join, so Levi did not know this person at all. Seeing Levi's arrival, the Blood Knight and the Black Knight were excited. Divine Light Knight, let us introduce you to a big shot, hee, the Black Knight said happily. The Divine Light Knight's expression changed as she followed behind the Black Knight and the Blood Knight. She felt uneasy. Could it be that the Supreme Knight who had stepped into the Supreme Realm of Knights had arrived? With an uneasy feeling, the Divine Light Knight saw this important person. The big shot was wearing ordinary knight armor and looked ordinary. His silver hair was scattered, and his angular face revealed the vicissitudes of life. It was obvious that he had experienced many things. His eyes were deep and distant. Commander! You're finally back. You've been gone for 50 years. The Black Knight laughed loudly. That's right. In the blink of an eye, 50 years have passed. Levi sighed. Staying in the wizard world for a long time made it easy for people to forget the passage of time. It seems that the two of you have broken through the legendary shackles and stepped into the second step of the path of knights. Levi sensed the powerful vitality of the two of them, which was similar to Emperor Muse. Without you to guide us, even if we die of old age, we won't be able to step into a new realm. The Black Knight sighed. By the way, Commander, this is the Divine Light Knight, our new member. She's from the current royal family of the Peacock Kingdom. The Blood Knight said. As the Vice Commander, he was also qualified to recruit new members. Levi also trusted the Blood Knight's judgment. Welcome, Divine Light Knight. I am the Commander of the Twilight Knights, a Supreme Knight. Divine Light Knight Denise greets Commander. Denise stabbed her sword into the ground in front of her and knelt on one knee, bowing to Levi. This was a great bow from a knight to her lord in human culture. Please rise. Levi raised his hand gently, and Denise's kneeling body stood up uncontrollably. This was a very ordinary second ring spell. Levi did not show off this move to show off. He hadn't been back for a long time, so he needed to establish his prestige among the knights. And where the prestige of a knight came from was strength. Thank you, Commander. Denise stood straight at the side, looking valiant. Kelvin's expression was extremely colorful. The Blood Knight and Black Knight are the legendary figures mentioned by the bards. They are still alive. Not only are they still alive, but they have also long broken through the legendary realm and stepped into a realm that no other legendary knight in history has ever reached. Then how powerful is the ancient Saint Lord who founded the Knights, or the Supreme Knight? If the path of Knights, legendary, is only the first step, then I'm not a Grand Knight yet, am I? At this moment, Kelvin finally realized that knights were not antiques from the old era. He was just ignorant. In this uninhabited outer sea region, this group of secluded knights had already opened up a new path of knights. There's also a chance for me to take revenge. Kelvin thought of the strange blue frost undead who had easily destroyed his territory. If he had the strength of the Blood Knight, perhaps he would be able to fight that strange person. Baron Reed didn't lie to him. This was indeed an organization with limitless light and future. Now, our Twilight Knights are filled with talents. Next, the human world will welcome the convergence of the heavenly spheres and the drastic change of the Dark Wave revival. I've returned this time to lead everyone to welcome the ongoing changes of the era. Let our Twilight Knights rely on this new wave to soar 90,000 miles. Levi said confidently. He had been hiding for nearly 100 years. Along the way, he had silently accumulated and cultivated his experience. He had never made it known. Chapter 740, Dream Dragon. 4. Now, all of this had finally come to fruition. Next, the Twilight Knights would become a giant force behind the scenes in the human world. They would stir up the wind and clouds and sing loudly. After returning to Dusk Island, Levi listened to the Blood Knight's report on the Twilight Knights in his commander's hall. So far, excluding Levi and the branch he had established in the wizard world. The Twilight Knights in the human world had a total of 4 legendary knights, the Blood Knight, the Black Knight, the Divine Light Knight, and Nighthawk. Among them, Nighthawk quietly developed in the Seven Kingdoms continent with the East Pole Empire as the center. He secretly searched for some potential knights in the various large families. After passing the assessment, he was sent to Dusk Island and became a reserve member. In addition to the assessment, every reserve member of the knights had to sign a special contract. Once they violated the contract, they would be hunted down by all the other members. The Blood Knight and the Black Knight were the 2 pillars of the Twilight Knights. In the past 50 years, they had resolved countless difficulties and obstacles. The Divine Light Knight had just joined and had yet to break through the legendary barrier. She was mainly responsible for teaching combat skills to the Immites and guiding their training. In addition, there were more than 20 Grand Knights on Dusk Island. Among them, there were 4 top-notch Grand Knights and 1 quasi-legendary expert like the Fist of the Empire. As for the low-level, middle-level, high-level, and peak knights, there were nearly 200 of them. Putting aside legendary knights, before the Dark Wave revival, it was like slaying gods. According to Levi's previous estimation, in the history of the Emerald Kingdom, under normal circumstances, there were only more than 100 surviving Grand Knights. This meant that his Twilight Knights were already 1/5 as powerful as the Grand Knights of a country. The Northern 7 Flying Cavalry, 7 Godly Swords, and 7 Holy Knights of the world were nothing compared to the Twilight Knights. In addition to the personnel, according to statistics, a large portion of the members of the Twilight Knights were nobles from the 7 kingdoms. This meant that the Twilight Knights also indirectly controlled many territories in the 7 kingdoms and formed an extremely powerful network of connections and intelligence. As for his gold coins and wealth, he did not lack them. Good. Not bad at all. You've worked hard all these years. Levi was in a good mood as he listened to the Blood Knight's report. There are still many problems that we can't solve with our current abilities, the Blood Knight said. What's the problem? Tell me. For example, the confidentiality of the organization by reserve members. The current contract is more of a deterrence. There's no way to truly form a soul contract with the wizard world. I'm worried that if there are too many people, there will inevitably be some black sheep in the future who will leak the existence of the organization to a faction like the Church. In that case, it will bring a considerable disaster to the organization that still needs to develop. There's also the problem of the secret medicine of the night breathing technique. As more and more knights enter the island, our holy temple's secret medicine has long been insufficient. For example, the earthly dragon beast ambergris that many powerful breathing techniques require is almost extinct because of our wanton hunting. Later on, we realized that this could not be sustained, so we tried to capture the earthly dragon beasts alive and then artificially breed them, but we failed. The lack of secret medicines makes it difficult for most knights to cultivate without secret medicines. Their cultivation speed is not ideal. The Blood Knight sighed and explained the predicament the knights were facing. I've been thinking about the 2 problems you mentioned recently. The first one is that I plan to rely on my wizard knowledge to research a contract. Wizard tool. This wizard tool can collect a trace of soul power. In the future, every new reserve member who joins the Dusk Holy Temple needs to contribute a trace of soul power to the wizard tool. Only then can we truly control these members and prevent some spies or traitors from harming the organization. As for the second problem, I also have a solution, but it will take some time to prepare. The Dusk Holy Temple is not a charity organization. In the future, every reserve member needs a corresponding equivalent exchange if they want to obtain night knowledge and secret medicine. This is the trading standard advocated by many wizards. We can do the same. Moreover, there was no way to give birth to a true knight in the Ivory Tower. Knights had to experience battles of blood and fire to be trained. The Dark Wave revival is also an opportunity to let these knights participate in more battles to train their combat skills and consciousness and temper their breathing techniques. Indeed, I can feel that the activities of the dark creatures are becoming more and more frequent, the Blood Knight said solemnly. After the Blood Knight finished reporting his work, Levi began to carefully study the breathing techniques he had learned from Andrew. Among the hundreds of breathing techniques, there were only 6 perception breathing techniques. They were the jellyfish breathing technique, the mirage beast breathing technique, the cloud insect breathing technique, the great nightmare breathing technique, the space butterfly breathing technique, and the dream dragon breathing technique. The jellyfish, cloud insect, and space butterfly breathing techniques were all of shallow quality. As for the mirage beast and the great nightmare breathing techniques, they were of excellent quality. As for the final dream dragon breathing technique, it was actually perfect grade. Chapter 741, Dream Dragon 5. This put Levi in a good mood. I reckon that Andrew has collected almost all the breathing techniques that can be collected in the human world in the past 50 years. It will be very difficult to collect new breathing techniques in the future unless we find the forsaken land of the god. With so many breathing techniques, it was enough for him to deduce the perception type breathing technique to the level of the other 5 dimensions. In the near future, the embryonic form of his 6th dimension would also appear. The only problem is that the secret medicine ingredients required for these perception type breathing techniques are too strange. Apart from the jellyfish, Levi had never heard of the other 5 secret medicines. Forget it. Since I don't have any secret medicine, I'll use the proficiency panel to cultivate directly. In any case, with my current realm, these shallow and excellent breathing techniques won't take long. The more troublesome thing is the perfect dream dragon breathing technique. The dream dragon breathing technique required a creature called the nightmare lizard. This creature should have been extinct in the human world long ago. Levi had never heard of it in the wizard world. The dream dragon breathing technique was an antique that Andrew had bought from an antique merchant. In this era, there were no longer any cultivators. I'll cultivate other breathing techniques first. I'll think about the dream dragon breathing technique later. Perhaps there are nightmare lizards or similar creatures in that alternate plane. Levi calmed his mind and devoted himself to the cultivation of these perception-type breathing techniques. At the same time, the exploration plan for the alternate plane was also in preparation. Levi planned to explore alone after his golden snake breathing technique reached level 4, which was the second transformation of the blood source. He wanted to get a rough understanding of the situation in the alternate plane. In any case, he could pretend to be an ancient saint or lizardman and should be able to sneak in. After figuring out the situation, he would lead the Twilight Knights to the other world to collect resources. It could also be considered a training for them. In the future, Levi wanted to move the headquarters of the Twilight Knights to an alternate plane and let the Twilight Knights dominate this plane. As for himself, he would be plain Lord Levi. Levi also wanted to explore the Outer Sea region to see if there were any so-called forsaken land of the god. Similarly, he could not cut off his connection with the wizard world. He still had to go to the wizard world regularly to collect wizard knowledge. He could not fall behind in his path as a wizard. If possible, bring Emperor Mu, Dinos, and the trusted companions of the Grey Tower back from the chaotic wizard world. With the Grey Tower as the foundation, it was still too difficult for the knights to grow to be comparable to wizards in the short term. Moreover, knights' long-range combat ability was still too weak compared to wizards. In the future, when exploring new planes, with the help of wizards, it should be a dimensional reduction attack on the so-called ancient saint civilization. Levi now had 2 secret passages that no one knew about. He could freely enter and exit the 3 worlds. In the future, he might even be able to become Master Deo and obtain some resources that he did not need from the alternate planes to exchange for what he needed in the wizard world. In short, these 2 passages were Levi's capital to rise in the future. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Levi had been in the human world for 2 years. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1087, month of flowers. The new Peacock Kingdom had encountered all kinds of calamities in the past few years. The terrifying Blue Frost Freak was known as the Blue Frost Wizard by the church. He destroyed Icewind City and killed the 4-winged Holy Knight of the church. The saint was furious. He sent one of the 7 saints with a sealing sacred object to chase after the Blue Frost Wizard. In the end, the Blue Frost Wizard escaped into the Evernight Kingdom, passed through the Blue Light, and entered the Blue Frost Plain. This matter had come to an end. However, what followed was an even more terrifying disaster. A year ago, a strange plague suddenly spread in some cities of the Tuva Empire next door. The mortals who were infected with the plague had abscesses on their bodies and were in extreme pain. Many mortals died in pain, especially the old, weak, sick, and disabled. They did not survive the winter of the past year. The priest of the Church of the Lord of Storms hurriedly used the concocted holy water to cure the plague, but the effect was minimal. Soon, the plague spread from the Tuva Empire to the south of the Peacock Kingdom along with the business troops. Now, plagues began to appear in many noble territories of the Peacock Kingdom. This made the kingdom flustered. They could only pin their hopes on the Church of Holy Light. The church sent saints to investigate, and the priests were also working hard to develop holy water. In Flower City, Andrew frowned as he looked at the cremated corpse. Lord, the corpses of the people infected by the plague in the city have all been cremated. The servants were all wearing special bird beak masks and chemical protective suits that were tightly wrapped to prevent them from being infected. These things were all developed by Levi and could effectively reduce the probability of being infected by the plague. There's something strange about this plague. A knight died from it, Andrew murmured. He felt that the plague was not as simple as everyone thought. It's a pity that Master is in seclusion. Otherwise, with his knowledge, he should be able to solve this problem. Ever since he obtained those perception-type breathing techniques, Levi had entered seclusion for 2 years. During this period, he stayed in the Holy Temple in the Outer Sea region and experienced the joy of being an ancestor of the sect. He could arrange for his subordinates to do anything. There was no need for him to do it himself. The Divine Light Knight and the Blood Knight were the ones who resolved the dark creatures' attacks on his territory. Levi completely enjoyed the benefits of their effort. It's better to be a chicken head. How can I enjoy such treatment in the wizard world? Levi walked out of his retreat. He breathed in the fresh air outside. After 2 years of seclusion, he had already reached the maximum of all the other perception-type breathing techniques other than the Dream Dragon breathing technique. Also, after some fusion, a level 11 legendary breathing technique was born. Levi. Heavenly Nightmare breathing technique, level 11, maximum, special effect, intuition, level 3, danger perception, Nightmare Walker, Heavenly Wind Heart. Chapter 742, Mortal Barrier. 1. Dusk Holy Temple. Extreme Path Palace. The level 3 intuition special effect covers a wider range. The accuracy of intuition has also increased. At the same time, the resistance of perception has greatly increased. In addition, the previous favored by the night transformed into a brand new special effect Nightmare Walker after fusing with other breathing techniques. Nightmare Walker, when the sun sets and everything is silent, the child will crawl into bed and fall asleep. The night monster that represents fear will descend to the mortal world. According to the old legends, its name is Nightmare. In the dark state, your various attributes will increase significantly. Without night, you can create night. Close your eyes and consume all the heavenly nightmare power in your body. With you as the center, the area within 100 meters will fall into night. The duration of the night is related to your endurance attribute. Nightmare Walker is equivalent to a strengthened version of the favored by the night form. Without conditions, forcefully create conditions that are no longer restricted by the environment and fully utilize the subjective mobility of the breathing technique. Levi was excited. In this way, after the fusion, other than the giant dragon warrior and the furious dragon lord, there is another form, the nightmare form. Of the remaining 2 special effects, danger perception was actually spider sensing, but the effect was slightly stronger than spider sensing. The heavenly wind heart did not change. In short, the greatest gain is Nightmare Walker. It's time to come out of seclusion. It seems that there's a troublesome matter in the territory that needs my help. Levi walked out of the Extreme Path Palace. The Extreme Path Palace was the name he gave to his great hall. Every official member of the Twilight Knights had their own special hall. The Divine Light Knights' 5-colored palace, the Blood Knights' Blood Palace, the Black Knights' Night Palace, and Nighthawk's Ashen Palace. Commander, Andrew has something urgent to discuss with you, the Blood Knight said when he saw Levi come out of seclusion. I understand. I came out of seclusion to resolve this matter. I'm leaving Dusk Island for a period of time. I'll leave this place to you guys, Levi said. Understood, Commander. How are the results of Kelvin's training? Levi asked. Kelvin is very talented. According to his current progress, he will definitely reach legendary in the future, the Blood Knight said. Pay more attention to him in the future. He's the descendant of an old friend of mine. With that, Levi left. Flower City. It was the month of flowers. On the plain outside the city, flowers bloomed and wild bees danced. It was full of vitality. On the other hand, there were some haggard people with abscesses everywhere in the city. Levi watched everything calmly. Although technology in this era is backward, with transcendent power like the Church, logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a large-scale plague. The plague came too suddenly. There should be a faction secretly causing trouble. Levi met Andrew in the castle. He was arranging for people to burn the corpses. "How many people have died?" Levi asked. "Ever since the plague appeared in the city, hundreds of people have died in a month. We tried all kinds of medicines and methods, but we couldn't cure the plague," Andrew said. "What's the Church of Holy Light doing?" "These residents are their believers," Levi said calmly as he looked at the church in the distance. To be honest, the current territory was not of much use to Levi. He had already found the alternate plane. When the time came, he wanted to use the alternate plane as his Twilight Knight's base and his future base. However, he had relied on his territory to gradually develop. Now that he had the ability, he could not bear to see so many citizens in the city die from the plague. The church no longer cares about Flower City. Many cities in the south have suffered from the plague. Compared to Flower City's disaster is the smallest because of the protective equipment you made, Andrew said. "I understand. Go and find me a patient infected with the plague." "Will do." Not long after, Andrew brought a girl over. This girl looked to be about 20 years old. She was an ordinary farm girl. Her hands were covered in calluses because she worked in agriculture. On the back of her hand, there was a foul-smelling abscess. Her expression was numb because not long ago, the plague had already taken away the lives of all her relatives. They did not even have the chance to be buried and could only be taken away and cremated. Levi brought the girl named Kuili to a secret room. Then, he gently tapped Kuili's forehead and she fainted. This was a very simple cantrip that could hypnotize people. "Let me see what's causing this." After saying that, Levi's right arm suddenly turned into a blood fog and surged into Kuili's chest. Not long after, when the blood fog returned, Levi's expression was cold. Zombie plague. Levi was a third-circle pharmacist and had some knowledge and research on plagues. His initial guess was that the plague was caused by a zombie plague. If Levi did not guess wrongly, it should be a ghoul. According to Franken's monster manual, ghouls lived in dirty and rotten ancient tombs all year round and liked to be accompanied by corpses. These guys liked to sneak into the tombs and secretly eat the corpses of the rotten tomb owners, and they always carried all kinds of germs with them. There were many potions to treat the plague in the wizard world. Although there was no one specialized in treating the zombie plague, Levi felt that it was only a matter of time before he concocted a suitable potion with his potion knowledge. Chapter 743, Mortal Barrier. 2. Mixed Venom. Levi placed his palm between Kuili's eyes. The mixed venom true form appeared, and the asphalt-like toxic swarm turned into a thin line that surged in. Then, the corpse poison particles in Kuili's body were all devoured by the toxic swarm. After a period of time, Levi withdrew his palm. An incomparably foul-smelling substance appeared in his palm. Even the toxic swarm can't eat it. This is really too disgusting. The toxic swarm could devour all kinds of poison, but it could only suck out this corpse poison and not digest it. Ghouls were an extremely dirty race. It was said that they believed in the Father of Plagues, one of the 4 evil gods of chaos. They believed that the Father of Plagues was the source of all poisons and the most impure person in the world. Levi was not in the mood to find the mastermind behind this plague. That was what the church should do. He only wanted to develop a special potion formula so that his people and soldiers could take the potion and be immune to the zombie plague. Putting away his mixed venom true form, Levi pointed at Kuili's glabella. In a daze, Kuili woke up and rubbed her eyes. She looked at the back of her hand. Although the abscess was still there, the pain was gone, and the stench began to dissipate. She knew that the Lord in front of her had saved her. "Thank you, Lord." "You're welcome. I've only temporarily forced the source of the plague out of your body. You might still be infected by the plague." Generally speaking, although knights were also infected with the plague, the probability was far lower than that of mortals. Therefore, apart from potions, physique was also the key to resisting the plague. However, the ordinary people in this world did not have the qualifications to cultivate the night breathing technique. This must be the sorrow of the lower class. Levi was not a god, and he could not save these people. It could only be said that if he could help, he would not reject it. For the rest of the time, Levi studied medicine, pharmaceutics, plagues, ghouls, and other related knowledge in the Flower Castle all day long. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. 3 months later, Levi finally successfully developed a drug to fight the corpse poison. Because it was developed in Flower City, he called it the 100 Flowers Potion. The materials needed for the 100 Flowers Potion were not high-level materials. They were all very common potions in the wizard world. They were also distributed in some places in the human world. After all, this corpse poison was not a very difficult virus. In Levi's opinion, the reason why the plague could wreak havoc for such a long time was purely because these people from the church were obsessed with power and money, but they did not have true research ability. After the 100 Flowers Potion was successfully developed, Levi immediately conducted experiments in his territory. The results were quite good. After taking the potion, the symptoms of the infected quickly eased. A month later, they returned to normal. Other than some scars, they were no different from ordinary people. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1088, Month of Beginning. In the past period, the plague in Flower City and Storm City was gradually contained. It was said that there was a wandering doctor called Watson who often appeared on the streets and alleys of these two cities, selling a medicine called 100 Flowers Potion. All the patients who took the 100 Flowers Potion soon recovered. The 100 Flowers Potion was very cheap. Even the most ordinary serf could afford it. Gradually, titles like Miracle Dr. Watson and 100 Flowers Doctor spread widely in the southern region. Many aristocratic lords were looking for this doctor anxiously. However, this doctor's whereabouts were uncertain. Until now, no one had seen his appearance. The mortals who bought the potions only said that Miracle Dr. Watson was wearing a common bird's beak mask and was tall and thin. As for his specific characteristics, no one could say for sure. After that, the legend of Miracle Dr. Watson also appeared in Redbud City, Emerald Tree City, and other cities in the south. Not long after, the plague in these cities subsided. Miracle Dr. Watson appeared in more than 10 southern cities one after another and disappeared without a trace. No one found any traces of him again. Some people said that because Miracle Dr. Watson had been fighting the plague for a long time, he had encountered an even more terrifying plague and died. Some people said that Miracle Dr. Watson had obstructed the financial path of some people who had made a fortune from the plague and was killed. In short, Miracle Dr. Watson had disappeared. However, many cities were still suffering from the plague. The mortals were praying for the appearance of Miracle Dr. Watson, but their hopes were disappointed time and time again. In the end, they could only pray to the gods in their hearts. Peacock Capital. Headquarters of the Church of Holy Light. At the peak of Heavenly Mountain, a young man in sackcloth was sitting under the statue of the Heavenly Father. A saint hurriedly flew in front of him and bent down to deliver a small bottle of medicine to the young man in sackcloth. Lord Saint, this is the 100 Flowers Potion. Saint Yelin took the bottle of potion and sized it up calmly. It's obviously the work of a wizard, Yelin said with a smile. Lord, do you need us to intensify our efforts to find that Miracle Dr. Watson? The saint asked. There's no need. This bottle of medicine is enough. To be able to develop a targeted medicine in such a short period of time, the other party's cultivation realm and knowledge must not be low. If he wants to hide, you won't be able to find him, Saint Yelin said. Chapter 744, Mortal Barrier. 3. Then I'll get the priest to analyze the ingredients of this potion and replicate it to develop our holy water. Because we didn't deal with the plague in time, some believers of the people started to lose their faith. Some people even secretly set up a lewd temple for Miracle Dr. Watson to worship him. It's simply disrespectful to the Heavenly Father. We've already destroyed it, the saint said. This plague started in the Tuva Empire and spread to the Peacock Kingdom. Someone is deliberately targeting us. As for who it is, I think I already know, but I still need to verify it, the saint said. Lord, it seems that our church has been silent for too long, and some forces are starting to stir. Next, we need to do something to establish our prestige and consolidate the faith of a benevolent Father, the saint said with a gloomy expression. That's right. We have to deal with the plague. It doesn't matter if a few people die. It's a big deal if it affects the faith of a benevolent Father. Recently, the astral world has also welcomed some turmoil. The person in the chaotic wilderness has started to cause trouble again. The kind Father and the Holy Mother have to deal with it carefully. Among the 7 gods, other than the Holy Mother who is trustworthy, the other 5 all have ulterior motives and are difficult to trust. The next dark wave is destined to be a chaotic era. Due to the convergence of the heavenly spheres around the mortal barrier of the 7 kingdoms continent, the strength brought about by the collision of planes also is starting to tremble. After the battle of the gods, some of them stayed on the other side of the mortal barrier. They might not have died yet. These might be our enemies. We need to be prepared in advance. The saint's expression changed slightly when he heard the mortal barrier. Lord, will the mortal barrier be broken? The saint looked at the saint calmly and said softly, the mortal barrier will definitely be broken. It's just a matter of time. Nothing is eternal. Divine power is not lasting. Gods can also fall. If you were in the astral world now, you could see that in the boundless land of darkness, there are already many planes around Nora that were attracted over and are about to converge with Nora's plane. This is the power of the plane. Even the gods cannot stop it. Moreover, this plane convergence is the largest and longest-lasting convergence in history. After this convergence, some small planes might be integrated into Nora's plane forever. Nora's plane will expand again, and its plane level will undergo a transition. Those sub-dimensional portals that are folded on the surface of Nora's plane will also return to Nora's plane. What does this mean? Do you know? The saint's expression was solemn as he muttered, the wizards will return. That's right. Not only will wizards return, but because of the plane transition in Nora, the upper limit of legendary wizards will increase again. In that case, the gap between legendary wizards and the 7 gods will be infinitely narrowed. The gap between some powerful legendary wizards and gods will be close to none. The wizard civilization will be even stronger, the saint said. In that case, the deterrence of the gods to the wizards will be even smaller. Those blasphemers will be even more unscrupulous, the saint said. In theory, that's the case. However, the convergence of the heavenly spheres is a very long process. For a long time, the wizard civilization and the gods will still be peaceful. However, we have to be prepared. Faith is the foundation of the gods. If the entire Nora plane, including the forsaken land of the god, can become the place of faith of a benevolent father, then the strength of the benevolent father will rise to a higher level. Wizards can become stronger, and so can God. Therefore, our goal is to sow the faith of a benevolent father in the entire Nora plane and spread the glory of a benevolent father. I know what to do. After the saint finished speaking, he took the 100 flowers potion and left quickly. The saint's gaze was deep as he muttered to himself, 100 flowers. Potion. Could it be that flower knight who entered the wizard world? The saint naturally knew a little about the famous legendary knights in history. As far as he knew, the flower knight stepped into the wizard world after reaching the legendary realm and became a wizard. This potion was developed by a wizard, also known as the 100 flowers potion. That miracle Dr. Watson was most likely the flower knight. About a month later, the church announced that they had successfully developed holy water No. 99 that could resist the plague. After the holy water was released, it was quickly bought out by the major nobles and members of the royal family. In addition, the Church of Holy Light also gave the holy water to high-quality believers or fanatics first. This way, they could consolidate their faith. Then, the spread of the plague in the cities in the south of the Peacock Kingdom was gradually stopped. Dusk Island. Holy Temple. Levi held a holy water number 99 in his hand. Plagiarism. Infringing on my intellectual property rights. This church is really shameless. Levi was indignant. Forget it. In that case, I've achieved my goal. After all, my original intention was to save these miserable mortals. It's fine as long as the outcome is good. Levi calmed himself down. Miracle Dr. Watson was naturally himself. The reason why he spread the potion in so many southern cities was partly to save more people, and partly to prevent Flower City and Storm City from being too outstanding and being suspected by the church or the mastermind behind the plague. After all, Flower City and Storm City were both fiefs of the Black Snake family. If Levi only saved these 2 cities, some people would make the connection and might dig Levi out. Chapter 745, Mortal Barrier. 4. As for being plagiarized by the church, he did not care. The sock puppet of the miracle Dr. Watson would end here. If the influence of the miracle doctor continued to increase and seriously threatened the foundation of the church's faith, the church would do everything to find the miracle Dr. Watson. To Levi, it was not worth it. Although he was powerful now, he would not clash with these unreasonable fellows from the church as much as possible. In that case, the plague problem is resolved. Next, I'll focus on cultivating the golden snake breathing technique. I'll cultivate the golden snake to level 14 as soon as possible and advance to the second transformation of the blood source. Then, I'll go to an alternate plane to investigate the situation. Levi's plan was proceeding in an orderly manner. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1090, Month of Vitality. The 59th year of the Great Expedition. The realm of frost was also known as the realm of ice. Compared to the realm of azure cloud, which occupied the entire endless sea, the area of the realm of ice might not even be 1% of the endless sea. The entire realm of ice was white as far as the eye could see. Snow mountain, snowfield, frigid earth, glacier, ice river. These formed this world that only had winter. Ultimately, it was because the frost elements here were too dense. Although the flames of war in the realm of ice were not as intense as in the endless sea, they could not be underestimated. Silver Dragon Snow Mountain was a group of snow mountains located in the northern part of the realm of ice. In the snow, a team of wizards was fighting. The two groups were the White Bear Tower and the Polar Cave. The White Bear Tower was a second circle wizard organization in the Silver Dragon Snow Mountain region. It belonged to the Righteous Wizard faction. The Polar Cave was a dark wizard organization. It was also a second circle wizard organization. The wizards of this organization lived underground all year round, and their members were mostly wanted criminals or murderers. These two wizard organizations were already the strongest in the Silver Dragon Snow Mountain area. A witch wearing a bear fur coat was carrying a spear on her back and holding a staff in her hand. She was fighting the enemy. Her enemy was a bald man with a bare upper body. The burly man was not afraid of the cold of the Silver Dragon Snow Mountain at all. He was a rare first circle body refining wizard. Madam Elsa, I heard that you're a queen in the human world. Why don't you come to our polar cave and let you experience the joy of being a queen in the crypt? The bald wizard grinned. His fists were covered in frost, and his arms were like ice sculptures as he threw them at the Elsa witch. The ferocious fist shattered the ice arrow that Elsa shot over, and the arrow turned into ashes. My body tempering technique has already reached the small accomplishment realm. Ordinary first circle ice spells are almost useless against me. With your strength, you should obediently surrender. This way, after you're captured alive by me, you can avoid some physical pain. Hee. The bald wizard shot out explosively, and his ice palm grabbed towards Elsa's chest. Don't even think about it. Elsa threw away the magic wand and pulled out the spear on her back in anger. This was the weapon she had forged for herself, the Evernight spear. It was made of mithril and mixed with a lot of luminant gold. There was a click. The spear repelled the ice hand. Elsa used the momentum to retreat. Then, her spear shot out like a dragon, and the silver spear light charged towards the enemy. Interesting. I've long heard that you're a legendary knight in the human world. It's true. Tisk, 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 such a woman is even more exciting. A legendary female knight, the queen of a country, and a female wizard. I'm drooling. The bald wizard did not retreat but advanced. His body tempering technique was called the ice body tempering technique. It was a body tempering technique that he had unintentionally obtained from an ancient wizard relic. This technique used the ice meditation art as the foundation. It combined the ice crystal body, ice skin, ice muscle jade bone technique, and many other spells of the school of ice to form this set of wizard's ice body tempering techniques. After mastering it, he could give birth to the ice true form. With a raise of his hand, he could transform his body into eternal ice and obtain an increase in defense and strength. If it was refined successfully, it was said to be comparable to the legendary Frost Giant race. The Frost Giant was one of the most powerful races among the giants. The average strength of its members was comparable to intermediate wizards. He had only attained small accomplishment in the ice body tempering technique, but it was already comparable to a first circle wizard. The power of this body tempering technique was obvious. Elsa was furious at being humiliated, but she quickly regained her rationality. Her talent as a wizard was not bad. It was a relatively rare talent for water and wind elements. This kind of double affinity was extremely suitable for practicing the spells of the School of Ice. Water and wind gave birth to ice. If it were a double affinity like fire, wind, or earth, they would not be able to cultivate ice spells. Other than those extremely rare possessors of special talents, water and wind affinity was the first grade talent of the School of Ice. However, it was too late for Elsa to embark on the path of a wizard. She had already missed the best time to cultivate. Although she relied on her talent to catch up, she had only cultivated to the realm of an ordinary first circle wizard and was still a little short of a senior first circle. Fortunately, she was also a legendary knight in the human world and practiced the aurora breathing technique of the Evernight royal family. Aurora bird. Legend had it that it was a divine bird that was pure white. It was said that this kind of bird lived in the land of darkness all year round. Every time it woke up, the lustrous white light would spread throughout the Evernight kingdom. Wherever it passed, the night would dissipate and the light would remain forever. Hence, it was called the Aurora bird. Chapter 746, Mortal Barrier. 5. This was a powerful divine bird that was as famous as the Undying bird. It had unparalleled speed. If the Jade Dragon was the multi-element green light, then the Aurora bird was the eternal aurora. It was said that when the Aurora bird used its full strength, even that light could only follow behind it. At this moment, a white light suddenly lit up around Elsa. She was almost one with the vast snow mountain. Her body emitted a sparkling white light before disappearing without a trace. One of the most mystical aspects of the Aurora bird breathing technique was invisibility. Immediately after, a snow thread suddenly came from the snow in front of them. Invisibility? What a petty trick! The bald wizard's eyes flickered. This was a cantrip that could see through common low-level invisibility spells. However, the bald wizard was shocked to discover that his spell eye was actually unable to see any traces of the other party. Humph, with the snow thread, I can still find your tracks, unless you can step on the snow without leaving a trace. The bald wizard snorted. He smashed his fist in the direction of the snow thread. However, he realized that he had missed her. The speed of your body tempering technique is too slow. A cold female voice came from behind. Then, a spear flashed with white light and pierced through the air towards the bald wizard. Ice crystal armor condensed behind the bald wizard. Extreme ice, go! The power of the Evernight spear was concentrated at one point, relying on its terrifying speed and penetrating power. Crack! The ice armor shattered. The bald wizard cried out in pain. Splat! Blood flowed out. You actually broke my ice armor. The bald wizard's expression was ferocious. In the next moment, more and more snow threads appeared around him. There seemed to be many Elsas running around. It made it impossible for the bald wizard to tell where the real Elsa was. Ice light slash! Accompanied by a gorgeous beam of light. The bald wizard's head had already fallen to the ground. The next moment, his corpse disappeared from the spot. Taking advantage of the chaos, a figure rose into the air and quickly left the battlefield. At night. Somewhere in the Silver Dragon Snow Mountain, in a deep crack in the ice cave. Elsa leaned against the ice wall, panting. Using the life seed at a high burden consumes too much of my stamina. She frowned slightly. At her heart, a beautiful white divine bird was quietly lying dormant. It looked as tired as her. Unknowingly, I've been in the wizard world for so long, but I'm still a first circle wizard. Sigh. Elsa ate food and drank potions to replenish her strength. She took out the bald wizard's storage bag and checked it. There are actually 2,000 ether stones. This is great. I can buy some more meditation supplementary potions. It's enough for me to cultivate for some time and strive to break through to a senior first circle wizard as soon as possible. What is this? Ice, body tempering technique. Elsa looked at the blue slate in her hand, which was emitting a cold aura. She took a closer look. This was not a slate, but some kind of solid ice that could not melt. There was a powerful body tempering technique recorded on it. Ice Body Tempering Technique, by Frost Faction Wizard, Ice Fist Wizard Melon. After reading this body tempering technique, Elsa looked rather excited. No wonder that Baldy's body is as strong as a legendary knight. He's a rare body refining wizard. My aurora breathing technique focuses on speed, causing my physique, defense, and strength to be relatively weak. If I have this body tempering technique, my body's attributes will be even more comprehensive, especially my defense. Coupled with the spells of the School of Ice, my strength will soon be comparable to the top senior first circle wizards. It's a pity that there's no other way after the legendary level. Otherwise, the Aurora breathing technique would be very promising. When my wizard level advances to the second circle, my breathing technique will be dispensable. Elsa sighed. This was the predicament of the Path of Knights. The next day, Elsa, who had recuperated, walked towards the White Bear Tower. In the distance, she saw that half of a white steeple had already been broken. Broken walls and ruins were scattered all over. Teacher! Elsa arrived at the empty White Bear Tower. There were broken corpses everywhere, like broken ice sculpture parts. These were all wizard corpses that had been frozen by powerful ice spells and then smashed to pieces. Senior sister, Elsa looked at the cracked witch's head in front of her. This was the senior who had brought Elsa to the wizard world back then. Polar Cave. Anger gathered in Elsa's heart. She knew that the outcome of the battle between the White Bear Tower and the Polar Cave had been decided. Her organization had been destroyed. The inheritance of the organization, including the storage bags on the dead. Even the herb garden in front of the wizard tower that was planted with ice-type medicinal herbs was empty. This was the war between wizards, cruel and bloody. Elsa did not find her teacher's corpse. He must have been completely destroyed or captured. This is not a place to stay for long. I shall leave first. Teacher, senior sister, I will avenge you. Elsa swore in her heart as her figure disappeared into the vast snowfield and mountain range. Her companions had already passed away. She was the only one left on the road. Chapter 747, Level 14. 1. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1080, Month of Grass. Dusk Island. Extreme Path Palace. In the secret room, a burly middle-aged man gently tore off a layer of scales on his body. Slash. Like a painting, the scales were taken off unscathed. It's the second transformation. Speaking of which, I wonder if this old snake skin can be used for weapon refinement. Using what I have on me feels strange for weapon refinement. Levi neatly folded the snake skin he had shed and placed it in a box. In this box, Levi's previous snake skin was also placed. It's the same as when I changed my teeth and hid them when I was young in my previous life. This is all a testament to my growth, Levi muttered. 100 years old, second transformation of the blood source realm, another breakthrough in the Path of Knights. 100-year-old Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Golden Snake Breathing Technique, Level 14, 1/600,000. Special Effects, Transformation Scales, Level 2, Dragon's Intimidation, Golden Snake Playing with Water. In short, the change from Level 13 to Level 14 was not very big. It was just a simple increase in quantity and defense. This was also what Levi expected. After Levi's test, the defense of the Level 2 Golden Snake Scales should be at the level of a Grade S third circle defensive spell, similar to Levi's Ether Dominance's Heavy Water Barrier. However, the durability of the Golden Snake Scales was higher than the Heavy Water Barrier. Moreover, as its proficiency increased, its defense would also increase slightly. It was just that it could not undergo a huge change like leveling up. When the Golden Snake reached Level 14 perfection, Levi estimated that its defense should be at the level of a fourth circle spell. Compared to the night breathing technique which had improved greatly over the Vares, the death of Wizardry was relatively weak. The cultivation speed of the human world was definitely inferior to that of the wizard world. Even if Levi set up an elemental conversion array, it could only alleviate this problem and could not cure it. Of course, the slowness was relative. Levi's spiritual force had reached 120 points, and his spell power was more than 4,700 points. This speed was still better than most wizards of the same realm in the wizard world. In addition, in terms of spells, there were the level 8 maximum glacial sword finger, the level 8 but not maximum sun flame explosion, the heavy water barrier, and so on. With my current strength, it would be safer for me to face Ancient Saint experts from Ancient Saint Empire. It's time for me to set off for Ancient Saint Empire. Levi left the Extreme Path Palace. Levi had only mentioned this trip to the Blood Knight, but he did not say where he was going. 3 days later, Levi followed the previously recorded coordinates and arrived at the island with the altar. On the island, Bogang had been in a semi-sleep state for several years. The lizardmen had settled down on the island and fished for a living. They had even built a temple, and there was a statue in the temple. It was Levi's fire dragon true form. The person in the statue had a dignified expression. He was muscular and his muscles were bulging. His entire body was burning with flames and his scales were clearly defined. His snake tongue was flung far away. Ancient Saint Volcano statue. Levi did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. He did not expect that one day, he would be worshipped by a group of lizardmen and become their idol. However, the level of the sculpture was very ordinary. It was rough and did not have 1/10 of Levi's charm and handsomeness. Levi almost could not recognize him. Forget it, so be it. Levi didn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of these lizardmen to worship him. He also needed the lizardmen to cooperate to explore the other world. Bogang, continue to guard this place. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter or leave this place, Levi said. A huge head poked out from the pile of rocks before him and nodded. Keku, follow me. The rest of you, stay here. Levi called out to Chief Keku. There was no need to bring the others. Yes, Lord. Chief Keku looked excited. He could be alone with the Ancient Saint Lord. This was how highly Ancient Saint Lord thought of him. I, Keku, am indeed the Lizard of Destiny. Levi and Keku stepped into the center of the altar and disappeared. 7 Kingdoms Continent. In the far north, in the Evernight Kingdom. Snow Capital City. The Church of Snow stood tall on the top floor of the church. From here, he could overlook the entire Snow Capital City and see the statue of the Snow Goddess in the square outside the city. A young noble lady in a blue palace dress had a cold expression as cold as ice. In her eyes, snowflakes were revolving like a hexagram. Her silver hair draped over her shoulders and fell to her waist. She was Elsa's daughter, the saint of the Church of Snow, Caroline. Lord Saint, the emissary of the Church of Holy Light is here to see you. The old granny's voice came from outside the door. Let him in, the silver-haired saint said. A tall knight in silver armor walked in with a helmet. Tell me, why is Yelin looking for me? Caroline asked. Saint Yelin wants to work with you, Saint Caroline. Oh? He wants to work with me? It seems that our two families are not that close. Besides, if Yelin cooperates with me, what will that woman from the Church of Earth think? Caroline said expressionlessly. Of course, I've already informed the one from the Church of Earth, the saint said with a smile. Tell me, what's the collaboration? Caroline asked. In the next great era, we will stick together for warmth, the saint said. Stick together for warmth? Do we saints need to stick together for warmth? This is something only the weak would do. Caroline sneered. Chapter 748, Level 14. 2. Lord Saint, you're wrong. The 7 gods live in the astral world and are also trapped in the astral world. The next era will be extraordinary. I'm sure you know that. Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at the blue frost in your Evernight Kingdom. It's not like you haven't solved it yet, right? The saint smiled and said. Are you mocking me? Caroline's eyes were cold. Everything in the room instantly froze and turned into frost. The saint's body shone with milky white power, resisting the power of ice. I'm not mocking you, Lord Saint. I'm just stating the facts. Our Church of the 7 Gods is facing a serious crisis. Only by joining forces can we deal with the next enemy. After we eliminate all the enemies, the 7 families will compete for Nora's position as the master with our own abilities, the saint said solemnly. Saint Caroline was silent for a moment. She gently played with her silver hair. I'll think about it, she said. The saint left in satisfaction. He had been entrusted by Saint Yelin to rope in the other churches and face the upcoming crisis together. Needless to say, the Church of Earth had always been on the same side as the Heavenly Father and the Mother of Earth. As a result, in many legends, these two were a couple. Caroline looked at the saints who disappeared and pondered. Currently, the saints of the 7 major churches had all descended, although the 7 saints had not fought with each other so far. But everyone knew very well that the saint of the Church of Storm was currently the strongest. In other words, the Saint Groudon. Generally speaking, the strength of a saint was related to the god they represented. Among the 7 gods, the Lord of Storm was currently in the limelight. It could be seen from his title. After all, he controlled 3 god authorities at the same time: wind, thunder, and ocean. With that person's personality, there was a high chance that he would not agree to work with Yelin. After all, the relationship between the Heavenly Father and the Lord of Storm was rather ordinary. However, just as Yelin had said, the Church would no longer be the only protagonist of the Nora plane in the coming era. The multidimensional plane, the wizards, and those existences in the forsaken land of the god. Currently, the strongest saint, Groudon, could already suppress all enemies in the world after decades of growth. However, according to the grading standards of wizards, he was only at level 5. Any high-level wizard organization in the wizard civilization could destroy him. As for the other saints, most of them were only at level 4. If a saint wanted to grow up completely and truly become the representative of the gods in the human world, it would also take time. This was why the gods had begun to plan in the early stages of the Dark Wave. However, these were not what Saint Caroline was most concerned about. She just wanted to find her mother. The former queen of the kingdom of Evernight, Elsa. Although she was the saint of the snow goddess, the personality that belonged to her in her body was still there, and this personality was still the dominant one. She had never seen her mother since she was young. She knew that her mother had left her because of the church. Therefore, her attitude towards those old women in the church was not very good. Mother should have gone to the wizard world. I can vaguely sense that mother is still alive, Caroline muttered. Molten Kingdom. Located in the southernmost part of the Seven Kingdoms continent, it was hot and dry all year round. The hot wind swept through everything, making people unable to raise their spirits. Eternal fire was the only god in this kingdom. Legend had it that the eternal fire was an inextinguishable flame. According to the first chapter of Eternal Genesis, before the universe was born, the first light was born in the endless land of darkness. This light came from the original fire, which was also the eternal fire. Therefore, the Eternal Church firmly believed that the eternal fire was the oldest god in the astral world. He had witnessed the rise and fall of the ancient gods and the evolution and change of many civilizations. The legendary undying bird was a mythical creature born from the eternal fire. Therefore, it inherited a portion of the eternal fire's divinity and had the characteristic of immortality. The headquarters of the Church of Eternity was located at the end of Skyfire Avenue in the holy city of the Molten Kingdom. A majestic red church stood there. There was an endless stream of believers in red robes who came to worship the eternal fire. One day, a handsome young nobleman arrived at Skyfire Avenue. He wore a hat and stopped by the side of the road. After a moment's observation, he found an alley and entered. At the end of the alley, there was a dilapidated mansion. As the door slowly opened, an old man appeared at the door. "Earl Johnson, you're finally here," the old man said. "Let's go in and talk," the young noble said calmly. "In a quiet room in the mansion. Although the plague has been resolved, our mission has been completed. The Church of Holy Light has suffered heavy losses this time. You should be satisfied, right?" the young noble said. "Have you investigated the background of that miracle Dr. Watson?" the head priest Elkson asked. "It should be a wizard. As for who he is, we're still investigating. Every time he appears, the place he appears is very random, and no one has seen his true appearance. I guess he should be a wizard from a city in the south of the Peacock Kingdom. He might be a famous flower knight in the history of the Emerald Kingdom," the young noble said. Chapter 749, Level 14. 3. The Flower Knight is already a person from hundreds of years ago. If she's still alive, she's already an intermediate wizard now, the head priest muttered. Back to the main topic, Lord Head Priest. According to our cooperation agreement, shouldn't the church return the item that belongs to us ghouls? The young noble asked when he saw that the head priest kept changing the topic. The head priest coughed and said, "That thing will be returned, but your mission is not perfect." "Why? Lord Head Priest, are you trying to go back on your word?" "I'm here with the sincerity of the ghoul hut." The young man's eyes turned pitch black, and a surging corpse aura appeared behind him, turning into a terrifying squirming evil spirit. The flame emblem on the head priest's chest flickered. He smiled and said, "Don't be anxious, Earl Johnson. This is Skyfire City. If you want to attack me, the saint will immediately sense it. At that time, with your ghoul Earl's strength, there's a high chance that you won't be able to escape."
Humans are dishonest creatures. Indeed, I can't defeat a saint, but I'm confident that before the saint kills me, I can bury Skyfire City with me. Without faith, you're nothing. The young man threatened. My friend, I've already said that we, the church, will do what we promised. Don't try to clash with us. In the upcoming era, without the support of the church, it will be difficult for your ghoul hut to gain a foothold. That thing can be returned to you in a few days. I, Elkson, swear by the eternal fire that I am not lying, the head priest said. I hope so, the young noble said coldly. After the discussion, the young noble left. 10 days later, under an abandoned mass grave in the Molten Kingdom, the young noble received the item sent by the head priest, a green ghost claw. If your ghoul hut intends to use this to perform an evil ritual, we won't interfere as long as it doesn't happen in the Molten Kingdom. Otherwise, don't even think about getting the other parts of the ghoul prince. My suggestion is to go to the Peacock Kingdom. After the matter is done, we can also return the other parts of the ghoul prince to its original owner. The head priest revealed a sinister smile after saying that. Don't worry, we're partners, the young noble smiled and said. After the head priest left, the young noble carefully sized up the claw. It was rotten and densely covered in dancing maggots and red hair. It emitted an extremely thick stench of corpses and an ominous aura. Ordinary people might fall into endless madness just by looking at it. This was the ghoul prince's claw, the remains of a level 6 existence. In the later stages of the last convergence of the heavenly spheres, this prince was dismembered after being suppressed by the saint of the Church of Eternity and sealed in the forbidden area of the church. With it, the incarnation of the saint that can summon the father of plagues will descend. The young noble looked excited. Above his head, a black corpse aura soared into the sky like dark clouds, enveloping the mass grave. How can there be no stage for the ghouls in such an exciting and interesting new era? Prepare to welcome the arrival of the ancestor of the ghouls, the source of all evil and the unclean great ones. In the lush forest of giant trees, Levi and Keku appeared from the altar. He stretched his muscles and breathed in the air that was different from the air on the other side of the altar. The density of elemental power should be about the same as the outer sea region of the Endless Sea. Of course, this is only the density of this area. It might not represent the other areas of this plane. In short, the cultivation of wizards is unaffected here. I have to take down this plane. At the very least, I have to become an overlord and gain a foothold. Levi was determined. He looked at the fallen statue on the other side of the altar, the strange scaled man with wings on his back. According to the information he got from Keku, this two-winged crawler was an ancient saint from a long time ago. It was called Winged Hand Ancient Saint. Winged Hand Ancient Saint came from the Flying Lizard clan. This clan of crawlers had wings similar to that of pterosaurs. They were one of the few crawlers that could fly. Currently, among the 13 ancient saints of the Ancient Saint Empire, the third ancient saint, Skybreaking Ancient Saint, was a flying lizardman. In the civilization of the Ancient Saint Empire, the highest existence among the crawlers was the Ancient Saint. Below Ancient Saints, there were 4 levels: insect, lizard, snake, and ancient serpent. The insect level was the most common crawler, like the ordinary lizardmen of the Keku tribe. Their strength was basically between the level of mortals and knights, and some elites might be at the level of grand knights. Lizard level, like the chief, who was comparable to a legendary knight and even had some ability to cast spells, were usually the commanders of small tribes. Snake level, on the other hand, was the commander of a medium-sized tribe with hundreds or thousands of people. They could match second circle wizards. The ancient serpent level was the commander of a large tribe with more than 10,000 people. It was comparable to a third circle wizard. In the entire ancient Saint Empire, there were only 100 such tribes. Above the ancient serpent was the birth of the blood of the holy snake. Those who grasped the ancient saint aura and possessed the dignity of an ancient saint were ancient saints. From the looks of it, the ancient saint should be a fourth circle wizard. Perhaps because of the breathing technique, the dragon clan's aura was too dense, and these lizardmen mistook him for an ancient saint. Chapter 750, Level 14. 4. Every ancient saint was the commander of a tribe with at least a few 100,000 members. They controlled a large area of the ancient saint empire. And with Keku's experience, he had no idea what was outside the ancient saint empire. The ancient saint empire was filled with ferocious beasts, and there were even ancient beasts that were comparable to ancient saints.
Ancient beasts were descendants of powerful ancient bloodlines. Their physical bodies were comparable to ancient saints, they even grasped supernatural abilities that could destroy the world. If not for the 13 ancient saints guarding the empire and deterring those ancient beasts, a small tribe like Keku's would have long been flattened by powerful ferocious beasts. Therefore, for most ordinary lizardmen, it was impossible for them to leave the ancient saint empire in their entire lives. They did not know much about the outside world. Levi explored the temple and activated his intuition. He did not miss a single trace. In the end, he found nothing. This was a completely abandoned temple. Other than the altar, there was nothing special about it. Levi also did not find anything left behind by that ancient wizard. Let's begin. The main purpose of this operation is to understand the situation in the ancient saint empire and this plane. It would be best if the cultivation method of ancient saints could subdue an ancient beast. Levi let Keku enter Alice's ring while he walked alone. He no longer used the transformation ability of the Scarlet Dragon. Instead, he revealed his true form of the Fire Dragon. After some changes, Levi looked like an ordinary fire lizardman. Crimson scales, a ghastly snake tongue, and a hideous lizardman's head covered in scales. According to Keku, the fire lizardman tribe was one of the strongest tribes in the ancient saint empire. Their commander was the second ancient saint, Hellfire Ancient Saint. The fire lizardman was one of the few crawlers who could naturally use simple fire-type spells. The strongest, Hellfire Ancient Saint, had even developed this ability to the extreme. It was Levi's first time here, so he didn't dare to fly. Instead, he moved quietly on the ground. Not long after, a creature that looked like a two-legged velociraptor appeared in Levi's vision. He used the first ring spell, Wizard's Hand, and grasped the air. Levi dragged the velociraptor over. Levi immediately drew out its blood and tested it through the rolling crystal. After the test, he frowned slightly. It's just an ordinary wild beast, not a transcendent creature, let alone a mixed blood dragon clan. I feel that the creatures in this plane are a little similar to the dinosaur era in my previous life. They are all mainly reptiles. Could it be that these reptiles evolved from these reptiles? Levi suddenly thought of the fur clan. That clan might have evolved from various fur beasts. These two races had some similarities. Not long after, Levi found an ordinary-looking herb at the root of a huge tree. The plants emitted a green fluorescent light and a strange fragrance. Green heart grass. The ingredients needed to refine the third circle meditation supplementary potion are extinct in the wizard world. They can only be found in some resource secret realms and shadow realms. They are controlled by the wizard families and wizard organizations. Even if nomadic wizards have money, they can't buy it. Levi's eyes glowed. He immediately collected the green heart grass. He had left the wizard world for many years and had already used up all the meditation supplementary potions he had accumulated. Due to the lack of materials, he had pharmacy skills, but he could not refine meditation supplementary potions for himself. He relied on the proficiency panel to cultivate bit by bit. Unexpectedly, not long after he started exploring this alternate plane, he discovered a precious material he needed. This is indeed an undeveloped treasure land. These crawler civilizations are too backward. They haven't developed a pharmacist and weapon craftsman system like wizards. Therefore, the demand for resources is far inferior to the wizard world. I wonder if there are any ether stone mines in this plane. If there are, I'll be really rich. I'll just sit on the gold mine and lie flat. There's no need to work so hard. Levi began to fantasize. After that, Levi was not in a hurry to leave the forest. Instead, he kept searching for other potion materials. Foxtail grass, duck-tongue grass, rooster flower, heaven silkworm flower. Levi took all kinds of precious medicinal herbs from the forest. With his knowledge as a third circle pharmacist, there were many medicinal herbs that he did not recognize, but that did not stop him from putting them away. He had to go back and slowly study these medicinal herbs to see where they could be used. Of course, Levi did not take away the unripe medicinal herbs. That would be destroying the sustainable ecology here. In the future, his Dusk Holy Temple would be established here, so he naturally could not drain the pond of all the fish. A day later, Levi was still happily collecting herbs in this primitive forest. Relying on intuition, he could avoid most wild beasts in advance, allowing him to quietly search for herbs. In one day, he had collected 26 known herbs and 7 unknown herbs. Levi had collected several types of ingredients to refine the third circle meditation supplementary potion. Suddenly, there was movement in front of them. Trees crumbled, and something huge seemed to be charging toward Levi. Roar! A 20-foot-long beast covered in green scales rushed over aggressively. It's at the level of a first circle transcendent creature. Chapter 751, Level 14. 5. He gently dodged the giant beast's attack and slapped it away. Levi stepped on the giant beast's head, immobilizing it. As usual, he extracted its bloodline and tested it. Green iguana bloodline 68%, Titan snake bloodline 54%. Jade dragon bloodline 1.5%. It actually contains the jade dragon bloodline. Although it's not of much use to me now, it's not bad to collect it to fill the extraordinary bloodline library. Take it all away. With Levi's realm and the richness of the dragon clan's bloodline, it was not difficult for him to tame these ordinary first circle mixed blood dragons. Before long, Levi sent the green-scaled beast into Alice's ring. This giant beast was most likely a new species. Levi named it Jade Dragon Lizard. The existence of a mixed blood dragon clan is a good sign. This plane is probably also a plane left behind by the dragon clan. There should be other mixed blood dragon clans. I have a plan for my breathing technique secret medicine. According to Levi's research and experiments during his time in the human world. After the fusion, Levi's current 6-dimensional breathing technique required a certain amount of secret medicine compared to before. Take the Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique as an example. It was a combination of King Kong, Red Lotus, Black Whale, and Dragon Demon's strength breathing techniques. Before fusing, the secret medicine Levi needed to cultivate these 4 breathing techniques was very mixed. The Frost Giant and Saint Ape of the King Kong breathing technique, the Ostrich Mountain of the Dragon Demon and Musk Bull, the Red Lotus, the Black Whale, and so on needed to find secret medicines to cultivate. A verve ingredient was very important. After the fusion, all the breathing techniques were combined into a dragon element breathing technique, which was the Crimson Emperor Dragon created by Levi. Such benefits were obvious. The main ingredient for the Crimson Emperor Dragon's breathing technique cultivation had become the bloodline of the fire element mixed blood dragon clan. Based on satisfying this condition, the higher the level of the mixed blood dragon clan, the better the cultivation effect. As for the complicated Frost Giant, Holy Infant, Black Whale, and Ostrich Mountain Bird, they became secondary materials. Compared to the main ingredients, the quality of these secondary ingredients was insignificant because they had a lower effect on the cultivation speed of the breathing technique. Even if he didn't, it wouldn't affect him much. After all, he had the proficiency panel. In theory, he could cultivate without the secret medicine, but the speed was too slow. Therefore, Levi's goal for infiltrating the alternate plane this time was very clear. Other than various medicinal herbs and minerals, he also needed various types of mixed blood dragon clan creatures to enrich his bloodline library. As for the Crimson Emperor Dragon, Levi only had a second circle dragon finch to support him. He couldn't keep up with his strength. He was not in a hurry for the wind and lightning attribute sky dragon for the time being. He could still cultivate the third circle wind thunder winged dragon for a long time. As for what the golden snake, death ember, and scarlet dragon needed, they were somewhat special. So far, the main ingredients for the golden snake's secret medicine had come from Gustav of the water element and the three-horned dragon king of the earth element. Levi felt that the golden snake breathing technique still had room for fusion and advancement. There were still some perfect and excellent defensive breathing techniques in the breathing technique library that he had mastered. When he had time, he would cultivate them and fuse them with the golden snake again to mutate a stronger breathing technique. Otherwise, he always felt that the golden snake was a little low. It paled in comparison to the Crimson Emperor Dragon in the strength dimension. As for the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique, whether it was the blood beasts that focused on blood or the jade dragons that focused on poison, they did not have the usual elemental attributes. After Levi studied it, he categorized it as a negative energy attribute based on the classification of various factions by wizards. Unfortunately, negative energy attributes were too rare. If he wanted to completely solve the problem of the Scarlet Dragon's secret medicine, he might have to go to hell, the abyss, the underworld, and other places where negative energy gathered to search. Currently, the Scarlet Dragon's secret medicine was still mainly made up of Blood Clan and ordinary Dragon Clan bloodlines. In the end, the death ember breathing technique, which was mutated by the undying bird and the ash dragon, might be from the dragon clan, but Levi found that its main secret medicine still could not be separated from the critical first circle, the undying bird. The powerful self-healing ability of the undying bird bloodline was the core of the death ember. Earth, fire, wind, water, thunder, and negative energy dragon clan, coupled with the undying bird bloodline, were all goals that Levi would have to fight for a long time. As his breathing technique changed, it might increase or decrease. In the following days, Levi wandered in the primeval forest for half a month. It was really because there were too many medicinal herbs and resources here that he couldn't stop and didn't want to leave. No, it's time to get down to business. I can't waste time searching for materials. It's better to let the knights do this in the future. Collecting resources is a matter of strength. No matter how fast I collect them, it's a waste of time. Levi released Keiku from Alice's ring and said, "Take me to the nearest gathering place." After Keiku came out of the ring, he couldn't calm down for a long time. There was such a real small world in ancient Saint Lord's personal space. In the small world, there was the sky, earth, and the sea. There were also many powerful transcendent creatures. Keiku was inside, trembling in fear, afraid of being beaten. Now, he was finally out. Ancient Saint Lord's ability was like that of a god. It was unfathomable. In terms of transcendent technology, compared to the wizard civilization, the ancient saint civilization was similar to the difference between the primitive and modern people in Levi's previous life. According to Keiku's knowledge, a few years ago, there were two ancient saints who fought over an ancient magic ring with a storage function. In fact, the storage ability of that ancient magic ring might not even be 1,000th of Levi's Alice's ring. That was why Keiku was so surprised by the small world in Alice's ring. 3 days later, Keiku led Levi to the nearest crawlers gathering place in the ancient Saint Empire. Black Line City. The one who ruled the city was the Black Line tribe. It was a large tribe. Their commander, Lord Black Line, was an ancient serpent-level expert. To be honest, Keiku's knowledge of this plane was too limited. There were many things that he knew nothing about. If Levi wanted to explore this plane, he had to come into contact with the higher-ups of the ancient Saint Empire. Only then could he obtain more plane knowledge. Keiku, don't tell anyone that I'm an ancient saint. I don't want to attract attention on this mission. Levi retracted his ancient saint aura and looked at the Black City in the distance. He did not know much about the situation in the alternate plane, so he definitely could not be too ostentatious. Understood, Lord. Keiku nodded. The master and servant quickly headed toward Black Line City. Chapter 752, Gloomy Lamp Dragon. 1. Black Line City, a city constructed from dark giant stones, exuded an ancient and rugged aura, giving off a sense of barbarism. The origins of this city date back countless years, making it impossible to verify its exact age. The current lord, Lord Black Klein, defeated the previous lord 100 years ago, leading his tribe to seize control of the city and renaming it Black Line City. The ancient Saint Empire was the earliest name for the ancient Saint civilization. During that time, the ancient Saint Empire was a true unified nation. The founder of the empire was the first ancient saint in the history of the ancient Saint civilization, later known as the initial ancient saint, Yuan Tuo. Before the emergence of this initial ancient saint, crawlers were merely weak creatures that served as prey for ferocious beasts. With the appearance of the initial ancient saint, he rose to power like the protagonist in a novel. In just 100 years, he went from being a tribal chief to conquering in all directions, assimilating other tribes, and ultimately forming the unified ancient Saint Empire. The title Ancient Saint originated from that period. Crawlers believed that the initial ancient saint was a holy snake envoy born with the will of the holy snake, a god sent to save crawlers from the challenges of their existence. Regardless of whether the initial ancient saint was truly a holy snake envoy, after the emergence of the ancient Saint Empire, crawler civilization continued to prosper. They evolved from being prey to ferocious beasts to beings capable of contending with them. The initial ancient saint established a unified crawler language, script, and transformed tribes into city-states. He also passed down many methods that directly connected to the ancient saint, collectively known as the ancient saint laws. With the support of the ancient saint laws, crawler civilization could give birth to ancient bloodline beasts, comparable to ancient beasts, in each era. These beings were considered ancient saints. Thanks to the protection of these ancient saints, crawler civilization has endured to this day. During the peak of history, in the later years of the initial ancient saint, there were a total of 18 powerful ancient saints of the same era, known as the 18 Saints of the Empire. The 18 saints united around the initial ancient saint and, under his leadership, not only addressed the great challenge of ferocious beasts weighing on crawlers but also proactively expanded, conquering new territories. However, with the disappearance of the initial ancient saint, the once unified crawler empire faced the fate of city-states and lords, much like numerous human empires in history, embroiled in chaos. Afterward, there was no longer an exceptional powerhouse like the initial ancient saint, capable of subduing numerous ancient saints, unifying all tribes and city-states, and establishing the absolute unity of the ancient saint empire. City-states and lords holding sway became the prevailing theme of the present ancient saint empire. Each city-state represented a tribal society of small nations and few people, with its lord possessing absolute rule and authority over the city-state residents. As of today, the number of city-states in the ancient saint empire reached hundreds. Powerful tribes often established their city-states and then, with the city-state as the center, delineated a territory. Non-tribal crawlers within the territory were considered foreigners, and their status within the city was lower than that of the locals. After the disappearance of the initial ancient saint, continuous wars between city-states plagued the land, leading to unending suffering for the inhabitants. Small tribes, like Chief Kekus, were forced to risk their lives, barely surviving in the primal forests where ferocious beasts roamed. Compounded by beast invasions, the ancient saint civilization had significantly declined compared to its peak period. Currently, only 13 ancient saints held sway over different territories, making it difficult for them to unite. Moreover, the ancient saint empire faced the constant threat of powerful enemies. To the south of the ancient saint empire lay a vast sea, within which several civilizations rivaled the ancient saint empire in strength. The most notable was the Mosasaurus Empire, established by ancient saints who had defected from the ancient saint empire. Leveraging the rich resources of the ocean, they prospered and repeatedly encroached upon the borders of the ancient saint empire. In the northern reaches of the ancient saint empire, within the vast and endless Yuntis Mountains, a rising powerful empire had taken root. The Wind God Empire, founded by the feathered people, was considered by crawlers to be their descendants, albeit mutated. Almost all members of this race possessed the ability to fly, rapidly establishing dominance in the Yuntis Mountains and currently disturbing the northern borders of the ancient saint empire. Within the ancient saint empire, only a few powerful ancient saints, particularly those led by the sky-breaking ancient saint, could effectively harm the feathered people and engage in aerial combat. Inside Black Lion City, Levi and Keku sat in a tavern, sipping on the crawler's intensely bloody blood demon wine. They listened to an old man, Cain, discourse on the past and present history of the ancient saint empire and the current situation. Cain, once a librarian in a city-state where an ancient saint resided, found himself enslaved after the city-state collapsed following the ancient saint's demise in war. His library went up in flames. Eventually, he became a slave among foreigners, experiencing a tumultuous journey that brought him to Black Lion City. Due to his cultural knowledge, he became a butler in the Lord's mansion. In his leisure time, Cain frequented the tavern, enjoying a drink, sharing stories, and showcasing his knowledge. Gradually, he gained a degree of renown in the city. Chapter 753, Gloomy Lamp Dragon. 2. Lord Cain, where did the initial ancient saint go? Levi inquired. Following the sound, Cain glanced at Levi, particularly noticing his crimson scales. The Fire Lizard clan held a relatively high status within the ancient saint empire. Even in foreign cities, the Fire Lizard clan didn't face discrimination for being outsiders. After all, who would dare discriminate against a powerful tribe that had given birth to an ancient saint? Moreover, it was widely known that the initial ancient saint was born into the Fire Lizard clan, giving them a somewhat transcendent status. In Cain's eyes, Levi and Keku, as a pair, were distinguished young members of the esteemed Fire Lizard clan, venturing out with his green lizard servant. The whereabouts of the initial ancient saint have been untraceable for years. The historical records have been lost due to constant warfare, and ancient saints typically live only 500 years. Some exceptionally powerful ones might have a lifespan of 1,000 years, but compared to the long history of the ancient saint empire, it's just a fleeting moment. Therefore, it's highly probable that the initial ancient saint has perished, sighed Cain. Among all the ancient saints recorded in history, the initial ancient saint was the one he admired the most. If the initial ancient saint were still alive, the Wind God Empire and the Mosasaurus Empire wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of the ancient saint empire. The initial ancient saint alone would be enough to suppress these traitors to the crawler civilization. Cain expressed his frustration. Lord Cain, are there any nations to the north of the Yuntus Mountains? Levi inquired. I'm not sure about that. No one has survived crossing the Yuntus Mountains. Those feathered people, soaring high and overlooking the earth, are not to be trifled with. Cain shook his head. Levi contemplated that, as of now, there were only 3 explored regions on this plane, the Ancient Saint Empire, the Wind God Empire, and the Mosasaurus Empire. All 3 empires originated from the crawler civilization, though they had diverged. A common challenge faced by all 3 empires was the threat of ferocious beasts. If the neighboring empires can contend with the Ancient Saint Empire, then there should be no shortage of ancient saints comparable to Fourth Circle wizards. From the known maps, there are dozens of ancient saints of this level. Even in the wizard world, ordinary middle-level wizard organizations might struggle to produce as many Fourth Circle wizards. The conquest of this plane seems more challenging than I imagined. It's best to proceed carefully. Fortunately, these 13 ancient saints aren't united. Maybe I can sit back and watch them clash, supporting a puppet dictator similar to the initial ancient saint. This way, I can control the entire ancient saint empire, rule from behind the scenes, and eventually absorb the Wind God Empire and the Mosasaurus Empire. I'll explore the broader boundaries of this world, Levi muttered to himself. He had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. Kid of the Fire Lizard, if you're interested in the initial ancient saint, and if the opportunity arises, you can visit the city-states where ancient saints reside. Black Line City is still a small place, Cain advised. With a satisfied belly, Cain patted his stomach, stuck out his snake-like tongue, and left the tavern. He and Levi chatted amiably, and it had been a long time since Cain had encountered a young crawler like Levi who was willing to listen to his talk. Thank you, Lord Cain, Levi smiled. In the tavern, Levi and Keiku continued to enjoy some light drinks. Lord, where are we heading next? Keiku asked. The Lord's Manor, Levi replied calmly. In Lord's Manor, on the training grounds, a robust lizardman, covered in grey scales and wearing bone armor, swung a large sword. The fierce wind generated by the sword's movements scattered dust and stones across the training grounds. An invisible heat wave permeated the area, creating an extraordinary spectacle. This was none other than the ruler of Black Line City, Monka. Members of the Black Line tribe were powerful black-spotted lizards among crawlers. Known for their formidable defense and natural strength, they were courageous warriors. Lord Monka, there is a fire lizard seeking an audience outside, a servant announced. Fire lizard? Monka furrowed his brow. Let him in. Soon after, a fire lizard, adorned in crimson scales, entered with a rather ordinary green lizard crawler. Greetings, City Lord, the fire lizard respectfully said. What brings you to the Lord's Manor? Monka inquired. I wish to become the City Lord, Levi said with a slight smile. Monka's expression changed. In the next moment, Levi's body shot forward. The true form of a fiery dragon emerged, flames blazing and runic symbols of strength flickering. Monka raised his great sword and swung it at Levi. His blood boiled, white wolf-like smoke billowed, and scorching flames spewed from his mouth, turning the sword red-hot. Burning hard slash! Monka roared in pain. He knew the visitor meant trouble, so he exerted his full strength. Levi didn't dodge or evade, his scaled fist struck the blazing sword. The sword shook violently, cracking Monka's palm open, and it flew away, landing some distance away. The red-hot sword turned the ground beneath it into charred soil within a short period, emitting flames. The temperature was evident. In contrast, Levi's fist was unscathed, emitting only a faint wisp of white smoke. Too weak. In the blink of an eye, Levi appeared behind Monka, his large hand gripping Monka's neck, and forcefully pushed him. Chapter 754, Gloomy Lamp Dragon. 3. Monka toppled with a thud, his face hitting the ground, sending dust flying. I only need a gentle squeeze, and you'll be dead, Levi said calmly, his gaze icy. Monka was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The City Lord of Black Line City was weaker than he had imagined, feeling less powerful than figures like Bo Gang, let alone the senior wizards of the third circle. Who are you? There's no one like you among the 13 ancient saints now. Monka asked in fear. With just one move, the victor was decided. The gap between them was too vast, the opponent was undoubtedly an ancient saint-level powerhouse. Monka, an ancient serpent-class strongman, knew that only ancient saints could easily defeat him. Among the current 13 ancient saints, Monka was familiar with them all, and the one before him most closely resembled the Inferno ancient saint. The issue was that the Inferno ancient saint usually resided in his own city, the city of Inferno. How could he possibly appear in his modest Black Line city? Could it be that the Fire Lizard tribe had unexpectedly produced 2 ancient saints? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, if you don't behave, you will die. Levi's voice was indifferent. He emanated an ancient saint aura that swept over Monka like a tidal wave. What? What do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. Stop struggling, offer up a bit of your soul voluntarily, and sign a contract with me. I'll ensure not to kill you, otherwise. Levi produced a contract slate, threateningly. Lizardmen were a humanoid race, and theoretically, a contract with a contract slate could also affect them, but it required the other party to willingly give up their soul. Seeing the slate in the man's hand, Monka, though ignorant of its nature, knew it was not favorable to him. In this situation, with such an overwhelming gap between them, he seemed to have no choice. I'll do it, Monka sighed. Don't worry, I always do what I say, Levi grinned, sending shivers down one's spine. Monka felt as if calamity had befallen him. He didn't know where this ancient saint had come from, but his luck had taken a terrible turn. In the end, Levi and Monka signed an unequal treaty. After signing, Monka always felt a certain restraint on his soul. If he violated the terms of the contract, his fate would undoubtedly be miserable, leaving him despondent. Once I reach the 14th level of the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique, I can add another contract slot, making things less troublesome, Levi thought to himself. At the moment, Levi had 2 scarlet contracts. One was given to Baron Deep Sea Baghdad, and the other was to the Blood Clan member Skin. Both were important to Levi and couldn't be easily dissolved. Outside the door, guards seemed to have heard the commotion and rushed in. City Lord, is everything all right? A guard asked. No problem. You can leave. I was just sparring with this friend from the Fire Lizard tribe, Monka said calmly, though he felt bitter inside. This was not a spar, it was a one-sided crush. What does the ancient saint want to do? Why not speak plainly? I, Monka, am just the lord of a small border city with limited capabilities. With the discerning eyes of an ancient saint, you surely wouldn't have any interest in my remote city-state, right? Monka sighed. You are very clever and pragmatic. Those who understand the situation are the true talents. My goal is simple, to unify all city-states and restore the greatness of the ancient saint empire, Levi said earnestly. Ancient Saint Lord, forgive my bluntness, but I believe this goal is shared by the other 13 ancient saints. Since the disappearance of the initial ancient saint, no one has been able to achieve the reunification of the ancient saint empire, Monka said. How do you know if you don't try? Levi said confidently. You can continue being the lord of your city, I was just joking. I have no interest in your lordship. I only need you to act according to my wishes in the future. Levi wasn't sure if his current strength could secure a victory against an ancient saint. Otherwise, he would have already gone to those city-states where the ancient saints resided to conquer them. A more cautious approach would be to control an ordinary city lord first. Once he had a deeper understanding of this world, he could gradually interact with those powerful ancient saints. In the following days, Levi stayed in Black Line City. As the lord of Black Line City, Monka knew much more than Keku. From Monka, Levi gained a deeper understanding of the 13 ancient saints. In return, Monka shared with Levi the ancient saint technique he practiced. In a mansion in Black Line City, Levi sat at a desk. On the desk lay a rough piece of paper made from what seemed like animal hide. The text on the animal hide paper was written in the common language of the crawler civilization, which Levi had already mastered. In addition to text, there were various poses and actions. After reading it, Levi fell into contemplation. This seems similar to the inheritance diagram of the night breathing technique. The only difference is that this ancient saint technique only has illustrations of a little figure, lacking the depiction of a candle holding black snake, like the black snake breathing technique. Is it a modified version of the night breathing technique? According to Monka, the cultivation of the ancient saint technique involved using the recorded verses, methods, poses, and actions of the ancient saint technique as a foundation. It also required consuming large amounts of specific ferocious beast meat to obtain energy, transforming the lizardman's body, and ultimately achieving continuous physical evolution. Chapter 755, Gloomy Lamp Dragon. 4. Transform from insect to lizard, lizard to snake, snake to ancient, and evolve into a saint. That is the 4 stages of cultivation in the ancient saint technique. The ancient saint technique that Monka provided to Levi, known as the Flame Blood Ancient Saint Technique, was obtained from the ruins of an abandoned ancient saint temple. To practice this ancient saint technique, one must consume the flesh of creatures known as flame beasts on a regular basis. By absorbing the unique flame blood energy from the blood and flesh of these flame beasts, practitioners of the ancient saint technique undergo a transformation of their entire bodies. This process involves refining organs, strengthening muscles and bones, and replacing blood. The ultimate goal is to become an ancient saint. The more powerful the flame beast, the better the effect on the practitioner. Upon reaching the highest realm, one could stand shoulder to shoulder with the kings among flame beasts. Ancient beast, Flame Blood Rampage Dragon. This powerful creature dwelt underground, often accompanied by molten lava. Within the body of the Flame Blood Rampage Dragon flowed the ancient bloodline. The so-called ancient bloodline was said to be the blood left behind by the few ancient kings who stood at the pinnacle of all living beings at the beginning of the world. These ancient kings were Atheros, the Sky King, Deuxis, the Forest King, Uranus, the Ocean King, and Mobius, the Underground King. These 4 ancient kings represented the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, respectively, and each ruled over one of the 4 ancient kingdoms. It was said that they were all under the command of the Supreme Lord, the Holy Snake, obeying the will of the Holy Snake to create and maintain order in the world. At that time, neither the feathered people nor the crawlers existed. Only the various factions of ferocious beasts led by the ancient kings roamed the sky, forests, oceans, and even the underground. Hence, both the ancient Saint Empire, the Wind God Empire, and the Mosasaurus Empire feared the ancient bloodline. Later on, the powerful ancient empires seemed to collapse overnight, and the 4 ancient kings fell one after another. The flesh of the ancient kings was consumed by surviving ferocious beasts, giving rise to the first ancient beasts. The crawler civilization likely emerged around the same time. These were the legendary stories, of uncertain authenticity, that Levi learned from the old man Cain during this period. Levi vaguely felt that everything, whether the ancient kings, the initial ancient saint, or the ancient saint technique, was somehow related to the ancient wizard who entered this realm. Who was it? Who entered here, and what was the purpose behind all of this? Levi pondered as he looked at the drawings depicting the ancient saint technique. Levi gazed at the flame beast meat sent by Monka's men. It was a seemingly ordinary large piece of meat, weighing about 100 kilograms. It was exceptionally robust, and even after being dead for so long, it still emitted high temperatures. This should be the so-called flame blood energy. Levi took a bit of blood from it and placed it into the rolling crystal. Crimson Fire Snake bloodline 56%, Stone Red Lizard bloodline 68%. Gloomy Lamp Dragon bloodline 1.5%. Seeing this, Levi's expression changed. Gloomy Lamp Dragon. There was no information about this dragon clan in his database. If there's a chance in the future, I need to find out what kind of dragon clan the Gloomy Lamp Dragon is. In this world, Levi had already found the bloodline descendants of 2 dragon clans, the Jade Dragon and the Gloomy Lamp Dragon. During this period, Levi researched the supreme holy snake revered by the crawler civilization. Based on the records and descriptions left by the holy snake, it was depicted as a snake with its head and tail connected, coiled in the sky, constantly rotating, emitting a holy light that dispelled darkness, illuminating the believers, much like the sun. In this regard, there were similarities between the holy snake and Levi's family emblem, the black snake. However, the most prominent feature, the holding a candle aspect, was not seen by Levi. So, he couldn't be certain that the holy snake was the black snake. Now, within the ferocious beasts containing ancient bloodlines, he discovered the bloodline of the Gloomy Lamp Dragon. According to legend, the ancient bloodline was the bloodline of the four kings under the holy snake. Gloomy lamp dragon, could it be the black snake holding a candle? Is the black snake perhaps a high-ranking officer under the holy snake? Or is it a disguise of the holy snake? Chapter 756, God Descends. 1. Holy Brilliance Calendar, 1091st year, month of Germinal. The 60th year of the Great Expedition. One of the planes under the jurisdiction of the Wizard Council, the Myriad Machine Plane. In the sky, there hung a mechanical sun composed of countless metals, gears, and runes. Wizards and mechanical beings of the Myriad Machine Plane referred to it as the Eternal Furnace. Inside the Eternal Furnace, endless fire elemental power gathered, reacted, and transformed into the energy source for the mechanical beings of the Myriad Machine Plane. This was the most critical place in the Myriad Machine Plane, the central hub of energy. On the side of the Eternal Furnace, a massive legendary wizard Sky City stood guard. On Sky City, there was a towering azure wizard tower. At the top of the tower, a wizard dressed in blue robes, with eyes as deep as an ancient sage, Luther, the legendary wizard of the Ocean faction, was currently looking at a floating crystal ball. Ever since arriving in the Myriad Machine Plane, he had engaged in multiple magical battles with the Father of Plagues, each with its victories and defeats. The opponent was an extremely tricky evil god, and his plague divine power could infiltrate everything. Even the mechanical beings were at risk of infection. Those infected mechanical beings would collectively lose control, forming a terrifying intelligent mechanical crisis tide. However, the recent disturbances from the Father of Plagues seemed to have decreased slightly, making Luther somewhat uneasy. He felt that the opponent might be brewing a larger conspiracy. Apart from being a legendary wizard of the Ocean school of thought, Luther, the Deep Blue Sage, was also a rare prophet in the wizard community. Currently, he was trying to unravel the mysteries and foresee some events using the crystal ball to make the next move. Now, the divination had reached the final stage. On the crystal ball, vivid and complex scenes flashed one after another. Finally, the image froze on the vast land of darkness, a plane predominantly showing a blue hue. Nora. The Father of Plagues was a powerful evil god. Even with the methods of a legendary wizard, Luther could only divine this much information. Other details were impossible to foresee. However, having dealt with the god for many years, the Deep Blue Sage mostly understood the tricks of the evil god. He wants to descend the incarnation of a saint in Nora. This might be a good opportunity to take action. Whether it was an evil god or an orthodox god, through the correct god descent ritual conducted by their believers, they could manifest in a certain plane through the incarnation of a saint. The strength of the incarnated saint, the power of the god itself, the level of the god descent ritual, the hierarchy of sacrifices, and the level of the plane itself were all related. Communicating all of this was the mysterious power of belief. The descent of a god into the incarnation of a saint was not something done casually. The farther the distance, the greater the cost and consumption. Therefore, the Deep Blue Sage felt that now might be a good opportunity. Wait, that guy must be able to guess that I'll divine him. Could this be a trap intentionally set by him? I'll enter and catch him off guard. But if I don't try, I might miss an opportunity to severely wound or even kill him. Right, why not consult the mysterious fate coin? In the palm of the Deep Blue Sage's hand appeared a seemingly ordinary coin at some point. Fate coin, tell me what to do. The Deep Blue Sage gently tossed the coin. It followed a perfect parabola before landing on the ground, spinning incessantly. In the end, the coin landed with its obverse side up. The Deep Blue Sage's robes fluttered without wind, and his eyes flashed with countless stars, reflecting the entire expanse of the Myriad Machine Plane. With a firm expression, the legendary wizard transformed into an endless stream of azure particles, dissipating within the wizard tower. In the original spot, only the fate coin lay silently, with its obverse side facing up. The image on it depicted the elegant and gentle smile of a lady. After an unknown period of time, it seemed as if the agonized wails of a deity echoed through the multidimensional plane, suggesting a colossal battle capable of reshaping the heavens and earth had erupted somewhere. With the terrifying reverberations, the wizard tower trembled, causing the fate coin inside to quiver and reveal its reverse side. On the flip side was the smiling visage of the woman, exuding an air of certainty, determination, and courage. The legendary wizard's miraculous fate coin showed only the same side. In a certain location within the Myriad Machine Plane, yellow sand filled the air, and everywhere lay the remnants of mechanical wreckage, parts, gears, and the corpses of rotting green-skinned creatures. This was one of the battlegrounds between the wizards and the Plague Legion in the myriad machine plane. Although the father of plagues was a god, he was also a bona fide inventor. Through various pestilent divine arts, coupled with D0-10 creatures from the multidimensional plane, he controlled, modified, and formed a formidable plague legion. In reality, except for large-scale wars involving legendary wizards, the father of plagues did not need to personally intervene in most plane invasions. Being a divine entity and the father of all the unclean, it would be quite inappropriate for him to personally descend. Essentially, a plague grand lord, comparable to a grand wizard, leading a certain number of plague legions, could conquer most planes without demigods. Below the grand lord were numerous plague lords, also known as unclean great ones. These plague monsters, equivalent to high-level wizards, were the nightmares of the enemies on the battlefield. This place was originally a base for a wizard battle group. 3 days ago, a plague lord, beyond the intelligence reports, led a vast army to sweep through this area. Many wizards perished on the battlefield, and quite a few evacuated. Chapter 757, God Descends. 2. Far from the battlefield, 2 alchemical spheres, one large and one small, rolled forward in the midst of swirling sandstorms. The surfaces of the spheres were scarred, and their alchemical components varied in age and condition. I wonder when the war will end. I really want to go back to the endless sea and see that vast, endless blue ocean. Even my mood would improve, Stella murmured softly. She looked at Herman, whose brow was furrowed. Herman, are you still worried about the Grey Tower? Yeah, when we left the Grey Tower without the presence of a third circle wizard, Morpheus would definitely take advantage of them, Herman replied. Don't think too much. Endure a little longer, and when the war is over, perhaps we can go back. Besides, didn't you say Levi is extraordinary? Maybe he has grown up and can handle things on his own now, Stella said. That kid is indeed extraordinary. I even suspect he might be a primordial soul wizard who reincarnated and rebuilt. Haha, reminiscing about the companions from the endless sea, the Tower Master's voice became light-hearted. Unconsciously, it has been 60 years. Yes. The 2 spheres sighed and disappeared into the sandy horizon under the setting sun. In the mortal realm, Peacock Kingdom, a prosperous and affluent region in the south. In a foul-smelling valley, corpses lay scattered everywhere, many of them human. After the Great Plague last year, many lords and commoners from the south discarded those who died due to the plague here. In a foul-smelling valley, corpses lay scattered everywhere, many of them human. After the Great Plague last year, many lords and commoners from the south discarded those who died due to the plague here. Although some doctors advised these lords to cremate the bodies to prevent contagion, due to ignorance and foolishness, only a minority followed through with this recommendation. Such a perfect place for a god's descent. Earl Wilson held a green ghoul claw in his hand, savoring the captivating stench of decay. A delightful aftertaste. For ghouls, dirtiness and the stench of corpses were most appetite-stimulating. Because only in this way could they express their faith in the Father of Plagues. Every follower of the Father of Plagues, whether ghoul or any other filthy and decaying creature, took pride in becoming an unclean great one by the side of their Father God. Get out, and no stealing. These are offerings for the Father God. If these offerings are not enough, go to the nearby cities and secretly capture more. Try not to provoke those human rangers. Although they are not very powerful, now is a critical time for summoning the Father God, and we cannot afford any complications. Earl Wilson commanded. Underneath the displayed decaying bodies, countless wriggling entities resembling rotten flesh appeared. Tens of thousands of white maggots surged through this rot, making the decaying flesh look like a beehive. Then, these decaying masses gradually coalesced, transforming into the figures of nobles. The ghoul race, ranging from the lowest tier feeders, barons, earls, dukes, grand dukes, to princes, had strength equivalent to a first circle wizard for the majority of these figures. Earl Wilson could sense that perhaps if we rewound time by 100 years, the strength of his subordinates would be enough to sweep through the mortal realm. However, with the resurgence of the Dark Wave, this manpower was completely inadequate. Even without considering the Church, a force seemed to have emerged recently in the mortal realm that opposed the dark creatures and repeatedly disrupted the plans of the Ghoul clan. Miracle Dr. Watson was highly likely to be associated with this covert force. The ghouls needed the guidance of their god to confront this opposition effectively. The day they had been waiting for was approaching. 3 days later, in the valley, the ghouls gathered, accompanied by freshly prepared corpses. These bodies were arranged in a specific array, forming an octagram made of corpses within the valley. Earl Wilson efficiently directed his subordinates. Finally, the sacrificial array for the descent of their god was ready. Earl Wilson was excited, he had waited for this moment for a long time. With the leadership of their god, they no longer needed to hide. Ghouls stood beside Earl Wilson, waiting for nightfall to shroud the earth in darkness. Earl Wilson placed the arms of the ghouls at the center of the sacrificial array. The ghouls looked solemn, indistinguishable from the prayers of the church's worshippers. Perhaps these monsters had a purer faith in their god than humans did. After all, except for their god, they were despised as decayed creatures in most planes. Only their god treated every believer equally, without distinction. In comparison, the god of the Church of Holy Light was a false father. You were the source of all plagues. You were the incarnation of all diseases. You were the father of the unclean great ones. Great ancestor of ghouls, father of plagues, god of despair and corruption. Descend. With the prayers of all ghouls, the pitch-black night became even deeper, and even the stars lost their luster. After a long time, there was no response to their prayers. This left Earl Wilson hesitant. The other ghouls felt doubtful, but the Earl didn't instruct them to stop, and they dared not speak up. Chapter 758, God Descends. 3. Until they had prayed dozens of times, the array showed no response whatsoever. "Boss, what's going on?" one ghoul baron couldn't help but ask. "Don't ask, continue praying. It must be that we are not devout enough, increase the intensity," Earl Wilson said. "Okay." In the valley, time passed second by second. It seemed that the ceremony for the descent of their god had not succeeded. "It's impossible. My rituals, prayers, every step was strictly according to the Book of Ghouls. This book was personally compiled by the Lord Prince of Ghouls, who has even faced the Father God and received the title of the Unclean Great Ones. Maybe the sacrifices are not enough." Earl Wilson contemplated in his mind. Just as he was about to send ghouls to nearby territories to capture more people, a star above seemed to turn dimly green. The next moment, the light of the God Descent array shone brightly. All the corpses, flesh, intestines, rotten bones, various decaying substances began to hum and tremble. Afterward, these things began to condense and move toward the ghoul lord at the center of the array. Before long, a meat mountain towering dozens of meters high began to form in the center. Rotten intestines wriggled into the belly of the meat mountain like earthworms, dense maggots composed the muscles of the meat mountain, pale bone spikes protruded from the meat mountain, and a strange long tongue emerged from the belly of the meat mountain, sniffing around like a snake. A green miasma emanated from the meat mountain, accumulating in the valley. When the terrifying monster, which was impossible to look directly at, finally took shape, all ghouls had fanatical expressions. In their eyes, this grotesque green meat mountain appeared tall, majestic, kind, and gentle. Its palm, filled with oil stains, fungi, and viruses, seemed capable of touching the boundless void. Even the stars extinguished in the face of this corrupting force. Earl Wilson fell to the ground with a thud, and other ghouls did the same. They all collectively shouted, "God!" The head of the meat mountain, with indistinct features, revealed a face that resembled a smiling father. "My dear children, I am really, truly grateful to all of you." Looking at the starry sky, the heart of the meat mountain was peaceful. "The plague will not be defeated or eradicated. Luther, we will meet again." Levi spent half a year here in the Black Line City. During this time, Levi did not engage in battles or military campaigns. He quietly collected and absorbed all knowledge about the ancient saint civilization in Black Line City. On the other hand, he delved into the study of ancient saint techniques. At one point, he considered learning ancient saint techniques but ultimately decided against it. He always felt that although ancient saint techniques could give rise to powerful ancient saints, they were not as perfect as the night-breathing technique. So, he planned to collect more ancient saint techniques before deciding whether to practice this particular method. Soon, Monka's voice echoed from outside. "Lord, I have urgent matters to discuss," Monka said, sounding hurried. "Come in," Levi said calmly. "What's the matter?" "The White Scale tribe from Laven City and the Swift tribe from Eat City are advancing toward our Black Spot City. It is said that these two tribes recently joined forces with the ancient serpent and might be acting under its influence to exert pressure on us. After hearing this, Levi's mind flashed with information about these two tribes. The White-Scale tribe and the Swift tribe were the two largest tribes within 1,000 miles, aside from the Black Spot tribe. Both tribes had ancient serpent-level powerhouses. Since Monka led the tribe into Black Spot City, there had been territorial disputes for many years, with no resolution in sight. Originally, Levi had planned to wait until he had time to lead Monka in eliminating these tribes, integrating them to form a powerful army to face the ancient saints in the future. However, he had been too busy with his research and had not given it much thought. Unexpectedly, now the opposing forces had come to their doorstep. Prepare for a battle. I will fight as one of your generals for now. Do not reveal my true strength yet, Levi said with composure. Understood, Lord. It's up to you to decide. Cain and Levi had been discussing the unification of the ancient Saint Empire at Monka's mansion during this time. Initially, Monka thought that the ancient Saint Lord was joking, but later he discovered that Levi was serious. This nameless ancient saint powerhouse was genuinely determined to unify the ancient Saint Empire, achieving a feat that no one had accomplished since the first ancient saint. Outside Black Spot City, Monka rode a massive beast resembling a rhinoceros, and the cold, lizard-like pupils of the beast peered forward at the vast army. By Monka's side, an armored lizardman covered in red scales rode another beast, his expression indifferent. Monka, clan leader of the Swift tribe, and I are here today on behalf of the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint. Our three tribes have been in conflict for years, evenly matched with no clear victor. It's meaningless to continue like this. The Cyan Scale Ancient Saint has set its eyes on our territory. Take my advice and surrender. Ultimately, this world will be divided by the ancient saints. Under the ancient saints, all are mere ants, the leader of the White Scale clan said. White Scale, your tribe has produced ancient saints in history. Are you willingly bowing down like this? Willing to be someone's lapdog? Even if I, Monka, am no match for the ancient serpent, I would rather die in battle than lead my subordinates to surrender, Monka declared with great determination. Chapter 759, God Descends. 4. He had a hidden ancient saint powerhouse by his side. Otherwise, Monka would have surrendered long ago, being the astute person he was. Monka, with the strength of your clan alone, how can you be a match for the combined forces of our two tribes? Don't make meaningless struggles, surrender quickly, urged the Swift clan leader. Don't waste words, come at me together and let me roast you with the endless power of scorching heat. Monka said fearlessly. On the city wall, Cain, one of Monka's military commanders, looked nervous. This battle might be more ominous than auspicious. With only Monka, how can he stand against two ancient saint-level powerhouses? Oh, that fire lizard lad, why is he also rushing onto the battlefield? Isn't this just causing trouble? During this time, Levi had been dealing with Cain as a seeker of knowledge, showing a mild and humble attitude, completely different from the arrogant demeanor of the fire lizard tribe. Cain had initially assumed that Levi was a cultured person like himself. Who would have thought that this kid would quietly follow Monka, the city lord, onto the battlefield? Well, since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. We've given you the chance, sneered the Scales clan leader. Time is of the essence. Let's quickly take down Black Line City and report back. After saying this, the Swift clan leader led his lizardman army toward the battlefield. The Swift lizards were born with astonishing speed, and the Swift clan leader, who practiced the Rift Sky Ancient Saint technique, instantly turned into a blur, wielding a long sword that tore through the battlefield, heading straight into the fray. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. The Swift clan leader laughed heartily, thoroughly enjoying the slaughter. On the other side, Monka had already engaged in a fierce battle with the White Scales clan leader. Black and white clashed on the battlefield, and no lizardman dared to approach the combatants. This is the power of an ancient serpent powerhouse. Although it's far from an ancient saint, it's still enough to kill 3 rounds in these ordinary lizardman armies, Cain remarked nervously. Having witnessed battles at the ancient saint level, he wasn't particularly surprised by this minor skirmish. The Swift clan leader killed a Black Line tribe member with a swing of his long sword. Suddenly, he noticed that within his army, there seemed to be a fire lizard warrior clad in armor, engaged in combat. Seeking death. The Swift clan leader plunged into the battlefield, his speed was too fast, and most attacks couldn't land on him. Rift Sky Slash. Using his own ancient saint technique, he executed a devastating slash that swept through everything in its path. However, in front of the fire lizard warrior, the attack was extinguished with a single sword strike. Interesting. You can withstand one of my strikes. I didn't expect Monka to have invited an ancient serpent-level powerhouse. The power of the Rift Sky exploded, and the Swift clan leader's figure suddenly disappeared. Levi, riding a massive beast, calmly watched as the Swift clan leader's illusory figure rotated around him, attempting to confuse him. Fancy moves. The tidal force of Rift Sky slashes surged towards Levi. Bang, bang, the explosive sounds echoed. Levi did not directly crush his opponent but rather engaged with them using the power of an ancient serpent. At this moment, the Swift clan leader's once confident heart became filled with uncertainty. So strong in speed, able to be compared with my Rift Sky power. Does the ancient saint technique of the fire lizard tribe excel in speed as well? The Swift clan leader began to doubt his life choices. As the battle progressed, Levi remained unscathed, while the Swift clan leader was panting heavily, spitting out snake-like tongues, and his body trembled from exhaustion. He knew he was not a match for this fire lizard warrior, even though the opponent wasn't an ancient saint, the difference wasn't too significant. He began a hasty retreat, turning into a blur, attempting to escape right under Levi's nose. Levi wielded the reforged Frostmourne, pointing the sword to the sky, and the power of grey destruction erupted. With a single sword strike, a vanishing crack appeared in the Swift lizard army ahead. Any lizardmen in the trajectory of the grey destruction sword light met their demise. Don't run! Levi drew the blood feather bow, and a blood imprisonment all appeared on it. With ease, he pulled this level 3 blood artifact a bow like a full moon, and an arrow like a shooting star. Like a true ancient general, he released an arrow. The Swift clan leader, who had been fleeing as an illusion, grunted. The blood imprisonment all pierced through his body, causing him immense pain. Subsequently, one by one, the blood imprisonment alls penetrated the body of the Swift clan leader. In the end, he knelt half on the ground, gazing forward with a vacant look, having breathed his last. Witnessing the sudden death of their tribal leader, the other Swift lizard warriors were shocked, unsure of what to do for a moment. The White-Scale clan leader also noticed something amiss. Dead? How is that possible? Who in the Black Line tribe can kill the Swift clan leader, known for his speed and agility? The next moment, a blood-red figure had already rushed to the forefront of the battlefield. Together with Monka, they besieged the White-Scale clan leader. Surrender, White-Scale! Look at your subordinates, they are all in fear, Monka shouted loudly. Impossible! Before the White-Scale clan leader could finish his words, he was already sent flying by a punch from Levi, crashing into the ground and causing the earth to crack. White flame! Enveloped in anger, the White-Scale clan leader emitted white flames from his entire body, a manifestation of the phosphorus fire power burning within him. If he surrendered, what awaited him was the retaliation of the meticulous Science-Scale ancient saint. That would be genuine despair. If you can't see the situation, then perish. Monka's scorching slash, accompanied by waves of heat, entwined with the white-flamed White-Scale in battle. Chapter 760, God Descends. 5. Levi did not continue the battle but quietly returned to the formation, watching the scene unfold on his own. Now that I've displayed my strength, it's about enough. A relatively strong fire lizard ancient serpent. If it gets any stronger, a new ancient saint might emerge, and all the ancient saints would likely come to observe, he thought. It had been a long time since a new ancient saint emerged in the crawler's civilization. Every time a new one appeared, it became a significant event, quickly spreading throughout the ancient saint empire. Levi still wanted some time to develop. He planned to wait until his Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique or Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique reached the 14th level before unleashing his full power. In the end, the indomitable White-Scale clan leader was slain by Monka. Monka, covered in white smoke and panting heavily, lifted the head of the White-Scale clan leader high. All members of the White-Scale clan and Swift clan. Surrender or face merciless death. Monka declared loudly, resembling a god, his vertical pupils radiating a murderous intent that swept across the battlefield. The ordinary warriors of the White-Scale clan and Swift clan eventually dropped their weapons. Monka looked satisfied with everything, never expecting that he would one day be able to personally take the head of the White-Scale clan leader. Perhaps, the Lord's dream of unification is not a fantasy. He is gradually achieving this goal, Monka pondered. At this moment, the long-dormant hot blood within Monka's body reignited. He looked towards the back of the battlefield, where the Lord, riding a huge beast, was slowly departing. With the Lord's assistance, I, Monka, can unify this borderland of the Empire within 10 years. Once my ancient saint technique advances further, the Lord and I, 2 ancient saints together, might be enough to sweep through the entire Empire. Monka envisioned the future. The most terrifying thing about the Lord was that, up until now, he had never revealed his full strength. He only used one move against Monka. Monka wasn't sure of the Lord's upper limit. Of course, it probably wasn't stronger than the few leading ancient saints, otherwise, the Lord wouldn't need to hide in this borderland and act low-key. Monka even speculated that the Lord might be a close relative of the Scorching Heaven ancient saint who had been hidden away, but due to certain issues, they became enemies. In the end, the Lord concealed his identity and plotted revenge. The next day, Levi sat in his study, researching the ancient saint techniques obtained from the White Scale clan and Swift clan. The one from the White Scale clan was called the Phosphor Ancient Saint Technique, and the one from the Swift clan was the Rift Sky Ancient Saint Technique. The former required prolonged consumption of the blood and flesh of an underground ferocious beast called the Phosphor Beast, while the latter needed the Rift Sky insect. Both of these ferocious beasts were extremely ancient and challenging to hunt. They were also descendants of ancient beasts. Levi speculated that the bloodline of the Phosphor Beast could ultimately be traced back to Mobius, the Underground King, one of the 4 ancient rulers. Meanwhile, the Rift Sky insect probably had a high probability of being associated with Atheros, the Sky King. All the ancient saint techniques in this ancient saint empire are essentially similar. In the end, they all rely on ferocious beasts inheriting the bloodline of the 4 ancient rulers for cultivation. By devouring these ancient bloodlines, these lizardmen continuously revert to their ancestors, eventually transforming into ancient saints of the ancient beast level, reaching the maximum limit. But clearly, the 4 ancient rulers are far stronger than ancient saints, likely comparable to primordial soul wizards or even grand wizards. The gloomy lamp dragon, seemingly representing fire, could it be the underground king Mobius? The jade dragon, known for its speed and poisonous traits, could it possibly be the Sky King Atheros? Of course, it's also possible that besides these 4 ancient rulers, other dragon clans have visited this place. My speculations may not necessarily be accurate. I'll wait for Monka to send someone to retrieve the Rift Sky insect and Phosphor Beast. After testing their bloodline, I'll know for sure. In Loki Great Grassland, there was a remote land far from Black Line City, where a towering cyan-colored giant city stood on the vast grassland. This was Cyan Scale City. This city was the largest in the western part of the ancient Saint Empire. Compared to Black Line City, Cyan Scale City was even more magnificent and grand. This was the city of the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint. 100 years ago, the Cyan Scale Ancient Saint sanctified here and later became the 12th Ancient Saint. The ranking of ancient saints in the ancient saint empire was determined by the strength of the tribes each ancient saint commanded, as well as their achievements in battle and other comprehensive factors. Although the Cyan Scale ancient saint ranked 12th, he was exceptionally young, having been only a little over 200 years old, with significant room for future progress. On the throne in the Lord's mansion, a lizardman adorned in cyan scales reclined with a hand on the cheek. The ministers below stood silently, not daring to utter a word. Until a messenger from the Winged Crawler clan suddenly flew into the hall and prostrate there, trembling as he spoke, "Ancient Lord, there is a battle report from the front. The White Scale clan and the Swift clan, they were defeated and surrendered." The Cyan Scale ancient saint, who had been pretending to nap, opened his sharp eyes and gently asked, "What about the 2 clan leaders? They both died in battle." Hehe, they were clever, knowing that surrendering would be worse than death, so they chose to die in battle. 2 ancient serpent-level beings couldn't take down a Black Line City. My lord, it is said, that a powerful member of the Fire Lizard clan, also of ancient serpent-level strength, appeared by the side of the Lord of Black Line City. I see. Since that's the case, who among you is willing to represent me and march to Black Line City?